Howdy gamers. Hope you're all having a good day. Getting back into it finally after like 5 days worth of a break. Like I was saying in chat, I did a little bit of work off camera. So yeah, it's going to look a little bit different. But I finally caved. I added Flowbite because I wanted things to at least look somewhat cohesive. And then I've added a couple other features. And I basically ripped out everything that had to do with all the like file checking for flag files and stuff. And now we just have like a mounted Docker socket. So effectively the Rails app we deploy to the server can just control everything, which does pose its own security issues. But at the end of the day, like it's either I put it in a Docker container or I put it on the server itself. So like either way, it's going to have access to the whole server for what it needs to do. So yeah, we'll take a look at it. We'll see what we got there. And then there's a couple things I want to add because like if we come over to, I think the consoles right now, you can see there's just a bunch of stuff in here. So there's a bunch of housekeeping we got to do. And I don't know, we got to make it look better. We got to make it more like appealing to use functionally as well. And we have to add some like, I don't know, abilities to maintain it. Because right now it's just, it's going to blow up the database with just a bunch of like bad data in it. Because like we're not expiring any of this stuff. Like the commands don't really need to sit here on one page. And then also for the like games and stuff, it's kind of cumbersome to deal with right now. And you'll also notice that this is like vastly different to what we had previously. So now we're uploading either a Docker file or you can just upload like an entire payload, which is an unfortunate workaround that I had to do. I guess I shouldn't call it a workaround. Basically, some games don't just give you a compose file with an image that you can just spin up. Some of them require you to build the entire thing yourself. So like in the case of Terraria, it like requires a separate bash script to run when you try to do anything. I'm not really sure why we've decided to do that, but it caused like a giant wrench to be thrown in my plans of just like, oh, we'll just upload a file and just make it work. So we got to go through some of that as well. But yeah, right now I have a build from payload button, which basically makes the image from scratch. And then if you upload a Docker compose file, for example, you can just click start server. You don't have to do that. If you upload a payload and you build an image from it, you can also just click start server. It just works off of like one flag that you kind of set. So if I come in here to like edit this and then we go to edit this game. So like if you have a compose file here or whatever you're using, you can just check that it's a compose file and then that'll just hand wave away all of the additional logic for like a Minecraft server, for example. Or you can upload your own payload here, or you can just upload a Docker file. So if you want to like upload your compose file or whatever, you don't want to paste it in here like this, you can just choose the file and then it'll replicate. But there's currently like one bug over there that we're not going to talk about. Then we also have the Docker images section, which is just a giant work in progress right now. This is like, if I had a working Docker images section, that's where I would put it right here. Right now, this is trying to grab the IDs and keep everything organized, but it's not actually doing that. And that's largely because of like how the server's set up. So I have to go in there too. And then I was working on setting up some kind of control panel. So I went with like a Genti, and then I found out that there was a bunch of reasons to not go that route. So then I went, okay, we'll go over to AA panel. You can see in my search right there. And then for AA panel, I found that there was a bunch of people advising not to use that either. So at this point, if anyone has like an open source cPanel alternative, please let me know. Because it sounds like the basic recommendation is to just not use any of them. Anyways. Hey, Syed, how you doing? Glad to see you back. Just getting into the swing of things. It's been a couple days. Got some news. We got the Kamal 2 drop on Twitter. That was exciting. That was really funny walking through like Frankenmuth at the time and seeing that there's a Kamal 2 coming. And I'm like, oh God, I haven't even figured out how to use the first one yet. So the jokes there wrote themselves, but yeah. Anyways, where do we even want to start here? Because I got such a mess. I guess we can start with where I was like right before I started the stream, which is I have to SSH in here and make sure that our volumes are good. So Kamal, twice the difficulty, right? It's like you bumping up the difficulty one. It sounds like it might make it easier. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, right now we've moved to using Docker files and compose files as opposed to deploying everything as a Kamal accessory. Because as nice as that is, it's a little bit weird to have to like call back to whatever. For anyone that doesn't know, the parent app will deploy the Rails app right here and whatever games are with it to someone's server. So that's a very different workflow than just having Kamal running and deploying the Kamal server somewhere. So in theory, you would have a Rails app that does the Kamal deploy setup command in this Rails app to like deploy this one. So it's kind of like a two-step application that I'm trying to build out here. So it didn't really make a lot of sense for this one to have like its own accessories and then to try and manage its own accessories by like, you know, calling back outside of itself and saying, hey, can you fix it? So instead we just set it up, or I guess I just set it up to work through like actual Docker for the game deployment section. The Rails portion is still handled by Kamal because that just works. But the game stuff has so many edge cases that we kind of got to we got to get a little bit fancy there, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm going to SSH in real quick because we got to go into var lib docker volumes. I don't like how comfortable I'm getting with coming into this directory. It's probably showing that there's a bit of work to be done here. But I guess some good news is I did technically get the Valheim server to work last night. So I did manage to deploy both a Minecraft server and a Valheim server. And pretty much the only thing you had to do for the Valheim server was upload the zip file to the application, like upload a payload. And then I just had to click like start or build from payload, then start server. And that was basically it. Hey, Ahmed, how are you doing? Nice to see you here. Just having some fun. But yeah, so like this works now, not with the Project Zomboid one. We're not going to talk about that one. This now works with two different games. So my hope is to just kind of like peruse the internet. If I come over to like pricing on Apex hosting, how does it essentially work? It sends Docker file and the script to the server and runs it there. Yeah. So like in this case, the way it would work is you would select a game, you then go through the billing section, they set all that up for you, and then you can pretty much only play that game there. Here, the way it would work is you come over to like your games, for example. Right now, you got to scroll down to the bottom and pretend that the Tailwind CSS isn't totally broken. And we can come in here and we can say something like, I want to play Minecraft. I'm going to grab the actual Docker file for that. Or let me grab the whole thing. So we come in here, we create a new one. We say, I want to play Minecraft Forge with friends, right? You come down here, you paste it in, you click compose file because this is a Docker compose file. And then you just click submit. At this point, this one will then start up or it'll be perfectly set up. And if you want to, you can come in here and you can like, I don't know, upload a payload if you want to, but in this case, we're just doing this compose file, right? So we do this and then I think I have it running right now. But at this point, because this is just a Docker compose file, sorry, you can just click start server. And if we come over here, even without clicking it, it's probably still running because I haven't like shut it off yet. It's been running for 5 days now. It just works, right? You probably want to set up some kind of like daily restart or something. But in terms of getting this to work, this one just works right out of the box, which is really nice. And that's entirely based on the user goes to the website and they upload something, right? So user comes here, they go to Google and they go, how to run Minecraft Forge in Docker container, right? They come here and they go, all right, here's a Docker file right here. Eventually they find the GitHub link because maybe they type something better in Google. And then this one just has a bunch of stuff. So they come in here, they find like a Docker compose file in the example section. And then like, I don't know, all the mods 9, Docker compose. You just grab this and you just blindly copy and paste it over. And then this is done. You're set up over here. So if you wanted to, you could do it that way. But what I'm picturing is in most cases, like you said, it's beyond whoever's pay grade. It's either beyond your pay grade, my pay grade, or the user's pay grade because they're just gamers, right? It's just like a 10-year-old that wants to play a video game. So what I'm thinking is this is more like what my version of the application is. Then the end user, the gamer, just goes to like the game section and they just click a drop down and they switch from Minecraft Forge, which uses like this Docker compose file. They switch from this one to a different one. They switch to like Valheim, for example. And in my version of things, I see this. So they want to play Valheim. So then I know I have a Valheim Docker file that I can set up somewhere. I think this is it. Yeah, right here. So I have this Docker compose file that I can run for Valheim. So all I have to do then is in the background, just run this, and this will set up the entire server for them. And then all they really have to do is use, in this case, like their IP to connect to it, right? So ideally for them, it's just a drop down. For me, I have to sort of build out all these systems so that I can sort of get this working, and then I can use it in the back end. I don't necessarily need like a front end thing. But you know, sometimes websites have like a easy mode and an advanced mode toggle. So maybe you allow users to also toggle advanced mode where they can just pop in here and they can make their own Docker image or upload their own stuff to like just get it working. And in that case, you would also have to provide some sort of like some sort of tutorial so that they know how to do this stuff if they want to. How does the script in the Docker file is sent to the server and being set up there? So the way this works, this is a active storage attachment, just using regular old active storage. From there, it comes over to a app. Let me just make sure I've started the game so we can actually make sure the server is running. We come over here, we have a model, and we have, like in this case, we have a game, right? The game has one attached Docker file and also has a payload. So the Docker file is just exactly what it sounds like. That's the compose file that gets like uploaded or whatever. Then when they click build from payload, we come over to controllers, and we have something in the games controller right here, the deploy action, which just says, sorry, this is for container manager. So we want the Docker images. The Docker images is still messy because this was last night trying to get Project Zomboid to work. But it comes over here, it sets up a bunch of stuff that's required for Docker to work. So you just say, here's your name, your tag, your registry, your description, your game. We then save this just so that we have a record of it, which is over here in Docker images. So you can see we have like a record of some of the stuff that gets set here, which is really just for my purposes. It's good to be able to come into like Docker container PS, and then like in this case, I know which what the container is called, so I can do like a status Docker container status game or something, and then you can see like what's running here. Can you move it to the right? I can't see it. The code editor. Sorry, it's because my face is in the way. Let me do it like this. So you come over here and you save all of this stuff, and then all of it just runs as a background job. So again, I stick into pretty bare bones like Rails logic here. We do all this stuff, and then we know that there's a job that needs to run, and the job is going to be the thing that starts the container. I can't do it here because like in the case of Valheim, for example, it's like a 10-minute thing to start the server, right? The initial setup, they even tell you it's like 10 to 15 minutes. In the case of Project Zomboid, if it's heavily modded, apparently it can take up to 45 minutes for the server to start. But then you fire this job, right? The image manager job. So we come over here, we have two, one for containers, one for image manager. So this one's, again, kind of in a state right now because I'm still trying to work out the logic for this. But you download and unzip the payload in this case, or in the container manager where you do the Docker compose, you can just start up the server, which is kind of what we're talking about here, right? Because we upload this file and then we send the file here and we say, I want to run the game. So first thing we do is we check, did we use a compose file? Which in this case, we uploaded a compose file, so we know we did use a compose file, so we can just deploy the compose file. So we'll focus on this, and we'll ignore the other one for now, and we'll just worry about this. What we do is we create a temp file from the active storage download. So we download whatever is attached here, which is just this Docker compose file. We then have our temp file, and we set our container name, which we have to normalize. We normalize it like this because we want to maintain the weird cringy name they used right here because they might have like some, I don't know, special characters or something, and I want the name to stay the same. But when we use the containers here, we want to make sure we're using the normalized name so that we don't have Docker mad at us. We then come over here and we just run a Docker compose command. So this command runs, we use open3 to run this command, and then we can check the status. If the status is a success, we can say the Docker operation succeeded, which basically means the container is now up and running. At this point, there's really not much more the background job could do. It could like periodically check the status, but I figured this was probably a good place to stop the deploy section and do some kind of like status check, which is going to be like some green text here that just says, is this running or is this not running? And then we have the container ID, which we can grab doing this. In theory, in practice, this doesn't work yet because of how the Docker files are set up. So I still have to refactor this to use the variable. And then we can store that inside of our game so that we have access to the container ID to make sure that if we need to stop the container for any reason, we can. Yeah, so it just runs Docker on the server. So the game is deployed on the same server, but the Rails app exists in one container and the game will then be deployed in another container. So what Rails has to do is something of questionable security practices in most cases. But in this case, I think we're fine. Rails needs access to the Docker socket so that it can start other containers. So Rails reaches outside of its own container to start other containers on the server. So it's almost like Rails lives on the server, but we don't have to worry about configuring the server to make Rails run on the server, which is the whole point of like Kamal, is to just deploy it and forget about it. That allows us to just run the commands, execute this, and make sure that everything is like running as needed. So like in this case, we have the server here. This is just running in another container on the server. So if I come in here and I do a Docker, let me see, Docker container PS, not really clean to read, but you can see here, this is the Rails app that gets deployed by Kamal. Then we have the itsg Minecraft server right here. This is the actual game itself. And we have the Trafic right here, which is running our reverse proxy. So we have these three running. Isn't this insecure? I thought I was the most insecure thing in the world. Well, it really depends on how you set it up. Right now, yeah, this is not super secure. That said, this is a more secure way of doing it than I would say most other solutions. So I was reading about this quite a bit the other day. If you come over here and I forget exactly what search term it was, but it led to like a Docker expose socket security concerns Reddit. It was somewhere on Reddit where they were talking about this. Maybe over here. I'm not seeing any upvoted things, so I don't think this was it. It was somewhere where I was reading about it. For pretty much this explicit scenario, it was the recommended way to do it, as opposed to the other way to do it, how most people over there will suggest it, which is just to SSH back into your own container or something, which isn't great. I thought we were doing something like Hatchbox, like reaching out to another server and sending the game and code there. Yes, you are. This is on the server you're deploying there. You would then have the parent server that deploys this to the user's server so that they can manage their own server. Because the whole point of this is for the user to be able to manage their own server, but they need that management solution set up on their server. So for the Rails app to be able to manage its own server, we then need to give it the ability to mess with it with its own server, which is inherently a security risk, but also like there's the gamers trying to configure their server. Like that's the whole point of it. So you just make sure it's restricted enough that that's not a concern. So like in this case, we come over here right now and like there's really nothing you can even do here. Like everything is just restricted. And even these links will ultimately end up like going behind the wall. So there's really nothing you can do. You can even come in here and you can do like, I want to say this was the password. You can come over here and like log in with the user and there's still nothing you can do here because you don't have permission to do anything. Bro was cooking behind the scenes. I'm quite sure he didn't attend his mom's birthday. No. I was busy. I was busy at Frankenmuth during that. This was afterwards. It's been a couple long nights. But yeah, so I basically moved everything over to what we were trying to do last time, Marco, which was it's all running through actual Docker commands now, as opposed to like the weird flag files. So like stopping and restarting the server is now instant, as opposed to delayed by a minute. And we no longer need like a Linux server running, service running in the background to check for it. But yeah, like the actual UI changed. And you learned all this Docker things when you started this project. Well, I already knew like some Docker stuff, but a lot of it is like I'm learning a lot of this specific stuff for how to like do the volumes and all that stuff just as I go. But you got to remember, like I do have professional experience trying to containerize applications that are like 20 years old. So like I've gone through this type of rabbit hole before. It's just thankfully this time I'm the one that's, I don't know, I'm the one that's making the mess that needs to go in a container. So I kind of have a better understanding of how to do it, as opposed to just dealing with like the consequences of someone going, can you make this 20-year-old Java application run in a container? But yeah, So we have all of this and the Docker images. My concern is, and this is where I was getting stuck yesterday, is yesterday night actually, because I was trying to deploy a Terraria server and a Terraria and Project Zomboid, because I got the Valheim server working, and that one just worked first try, just like the Minecraft one. It was super easy. But with the Project Zomboid and the Terraria one especially, if I come over here to like the T-Shock GitHub repo, they require this bootstrap.sh file to run. And there's a couple games that do this. And this is where I think I'm going to have to create like a custom version of all of these like Docker files that get deployed or something. Because some of these, as I was looking through them, like they're hard mounting to locations on like the host server in some weird way by setting up like, not in this case, but like they have a script that just runs and it just throws stuff all over the server and it just like makes a mess of the server itself. In the case of this one though, this one annoys me because if you don't have a world selected, and they even say it in the README somewhere, if you don't have like a world pre-generated, they then require, is this bootstrap script part of the container? Yes, so I think this one's part of the container, but it requires a user input if you don't have a world generated already. Let me see where it is. User input. Where was it? It might have been in the T-Shock documentation. Which was kind of annoying because like if it's supposed to be a headless deploy, there's no like do it headless flag that I could set. It was really frustrating. So I was looking for like alternatives to this, and I found like a Tmod loader server, but that one also had the same thing. So I don't know if it's just baked into Terraria. A headless deploy, just like something where I can run it from the command line without it needing me to sit there and go, yes, I want to do this. Yes, I want to do this. Yes, I want to do this. Like I need an unattended install or setup or something. And in the case of Docker, I just couldn't, or in the case of Terraria, I just couldn't find something that just worked without like user intervention. If I come over here, do I still have, I'll have the Terraria server up and running. But it would always get stuck at the same point, which was, it was like prompting me for like the world to use or the world size or something. And no matter how much I set the environment variables, it just wasn't working. So that was kind of annoying. And that's something I have to figure out if I want that to work. Now, my plan for that is just like pipe in the command somehow. I got to like grab something off of when that specific container is running. And then I just have to have like a special, I don't know, some kind of special logic that just works with containers that are kind of a pain like that. So it can set them up without you having to do it. Because I could not for the life of me get the custom logic to work there where it would actually do what I had set in the Docker file, which could be that I was setting it up incorrectly. Yeah, so I'm thinking I'm going to give them the option to deploy custom Docker files, but I'm probably going to have to do the disclaimer that like some of them might just not work as like a one-click deploy. And then for my own, when I give them the option for like the dropdown, they just have to say like, okay, I'm going to deploy this specific Terraria version, which is how a lot of the other servers work. And then as new things are released, I just have to stay on top of it and make sure that I'm updating the Docker files that way. Because like in some cases, there really wasn't a reason for the additional script for some of these games. In the case of Terraria, like the bash script does do quite a bit. If I come over here to the Bootstrap one, like it's setting up a bunch of stuff in the background, like I guess the database that it uses and a bunch of other stuff, which you do have to do at some point. So that's fine to have like a custom entry point. But in other cases, it was like copy and paste this file onto your server, go into this folder and create this directory. And I'm like, why, how is this Docker at this point? We're just lying to ourselves. We're still messing with the host system. So for those games, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure something else out to make those work probably. Or maybe there's a reason why like hosting companies don't offer those as hosting options. So we gotta go through all of these and figure it out. I got really excited because there was a super clean Rust image that I wanted to try. And then I realized after I went to deploy it that the reason why it was super clean was because it was for Rust, the programming language, and not for Rust, the game. I was just sitting there like, yeah, I probably should have thought about that earlier. But yeah, we got we got this working. The only thing in this case that I still have to figure out is I was running into some issues with the owner of the payloads directory. So like this one needs to have a underscore data in it, just like the others do. If I come over here to the other directories, for example, if I do an LL for deployer data, which is our Minecraft volume, we can see in here we have the www root in here. And for the other payloads, for some reason, it just refuses to, I don't know, set it up properly. So that's something where I gotta figure out what their problem is. Because I tried doing a Kamal setup, that wasn't working. I tried doing a deploy, redeploy, and nothing was like recreating this. And nothing was giving it the proper owners if it was created. So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna come in here and I'm just gonna see if I can do this way. But we do have to figure out, because I think this one, well, maybe I'll leave it like this and I'll just try to do the server again. So we'll come in here, we'll scroll down. We need to do the project Zomboid one specifically, I think. This is the Minecraft one. I'm gonna delete this one because we don't need to have two of these. And then we have the Zomboid one right here. So I'm gonna show this one just so it's easier to work with. When we click something like deploying on a different server, that's coming soon. So for the deploying to a different server, that's where I still have to figure out exactly how I want to do it. But there's a good chance that I'm going to do something like purchase a Jumpstart license and then deploy a Jumpstart application and have that just be the thing that that deploys the application to people. That way I just start off from that point and I don't have to worry about it. I don't want to do this yet though, because I do want to make sure that I talk to Chris first to make sure that he's okay with me doing something like that on stream. Obviously I've already like set up the repositories to be more secure for that, but I want to make sure that I'm not sitting here like showing off code and he's like, please don't do that. Like that would be less than ideal, right? So if I do that, it might have to be something where I segment off the code base so that the stuff we're working on is very specifically not Jumpstart code or something else. Yeah, so at that point, I won't be able to open source that part. At that point, that would then become something that I have to maintain. But that's still something I'm trying to figure out how I want to do. Because for me, I'd prefer to have like a Jumpstart template for something like that. But yeah, I also want to make sure that people can follow along to some extent. Let's build these features ourselves. Yeah, now you sound like the guy who I used to work with who just wanted us to just go make a quick little process runner in a couple minutes. Just build it. But if we come over here to the Project Zomboid one and I build from payload, I think. And then let's drop out of here and move this one over like this. CD code Minecraft demo. And then we want to come in here and do a Kamal app log like that. This one's going to be upset because the payloads Project Zomboid doesn't exist. Just build it, TM, exactly. And this is happening in the images job, the image manager job. And this one was the one I was trying to figure out how to get to work yesterday. Because this is like a weird combination of, it wants to like manage the files in the volume, but it wants to manage it at a place where it probably doesn't have permissions. So that's where I have to figure out how I want to set this up. Now, it looks like when I deploy the Minecraft one, that one gets set up with the appropriate permissions. So like right here, everything is the same. If we go into the data directory though, for example, this one's already set up properly. How do you debug jobs littering logs all over the place? Yeah, I mean, there's better ways to do it, obviously, but in this case, because I'm just doing a Kamal app every time, the logs are just good enough. I just come in here and I go, okay, where's the error? And then what was the last couple things we were doing? And that just allows me to do it without any sort of debugger when I'm on like the server to make sure that things are working. Because again, that's another part of the problem, because this is running in WSL locally. I have like a completely different set of concerns when I run this locally as opposed to when I'm developing it. So I do have to make sure that like on my local machine, I'm not, you know, blowing through 100 gigs of data when I'm deploying this. So I'm like being a little bit more particular when I do it locally. And then on the server, I just go, if the server fills up, I just restart it. Which right now is fine. Long term, that's obviously not the solution. But when you have like a setup where you can just like restart the server and just do a Kamal setup real quick, it is very tempting to just handle it like that. But yeah, so this is part of the issue. Like in the payloads, this isn't getting created because it can't, because the underscore data doesn't exist, but the underscore data also has to have the proper like owner and group. And then like this, for some reason, if I come into volumes, in the payloads, well, I guess here it created the underscore data now, but the underscore data isn't owned by the same person. And I can't for the life of me figure out why in the Minecraft image, I come over here to games, in this one, this is working just fine. It sets data up. I mean, technically it goes into deployer data. If I come into like config deploy, I have both of them mounted the same way. But it just doesn't want to do it for some reason with this directory, even though it did it just fine over here. So I don't know. And this was something I was working on like last night, I want to say, until 3 or 4 in the morning. Trying to get this to CD volumes. Trying to get the payloads to be set up correctly. And I don't want to just come in here and like, you know, change the permissions manually. So I have to figure out wasn't there a syntax for specifying the permissions on volumes? There could be. I just don't know what I'm doing different between like the two directories. But maybe what I have to do is, let's do this, Docker volume ls. So we have all of these. Maybe I just need to like remove the volume entirely and then see if it'll get created again. So let's do this. Docker volume. What's the command for this? Docker volume rm payloads. Volume is in use. Okay, so we got to stop all the containers too. Docker container ps. Docker container stop. And then we want to stop this one. And then we'll stop the RO option. Oh, maybe that's what I have to do. Because that does sound familiar. I think it's like :RO or something, or maybe -RO. And I want to do a stop for the other one. So let's stop the game container as well. And then that should hopefully free those up. Let's do this. Volume payloads in use by these. Okay. So Docker container prune. Yes. Okay, that gets rid of the payloads. Docker volume ls. So that gets rid of the payloads. Now we can try to recreate it. But I'm also going to get rid of this deployer data, I think. Because if we get rid of that, we can see if that one gets recreated with the right permissions. Now, it in theory should, because it did the first time. But I just want to make sure that it's working. So let me drop out of here now. Come over here. And we can do the Docker volume RO. We'll just check out the RO thing real quick, and then we'll do this. RO. Read-only option. If present, causes the bind mount to be mounted into the container as read-only. Can be specified read-only or okay. We have propagation, front end. Is there like permissions or something? Owner? Group. Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out. I'll do a Kamal setup. We'll run through the whole setup and hopefully this will work. Because I don't think there's anything in like our hooks we were doing, but I can check. Pre-connect hook. Pre-connect hook is not doing anything. What about the pre-deploy? This just creates the network if it doesn't exist yet. So that's fine too. It's just so weird that this refuses to work on the server. I really don't know. We have the deployer data and the payloads back. So let me ll deployer data. Oops, deployer data. Okay, so this is back to just being root then. So maybe there is something wrong here. I just don't understand how that worked the first time. Let me see. And the hard part with Kamal is you always have to figure out what the like compose version of it is, and then you have to like almost transpose it over to Kamal commands or syntax or something. Docker compose change volume owner. User and group unmounted volume. Without changing owner / permissions on the host, do the following. Executing the ID command on your host system. This will show you the UID and GID of your current user. Okay, so this gets back to just run commands on your server and make it work, 5-head. Which is my favorite way to just deploy things. Bad news is there's no owner group permission settings for volume. The good news is the following trick will let you bake it into your config so it's fully automated. Okay. I like the sound of that. Wait, where did my ta-da emoji go? There it is. Create an empty directory in the right location with the desired settings. This way the directory will already be present when Docker Compose mounts to the location. When the server mounts during boot, based on Docker Compose, the mounting action happily leaves those permissions alone. Oh, so I wonder. Maybe that's why it worked, because we used to use this compose file in here as opposed to the other one. So now, because we're not doing that, let's come over here. So this is using the data, or it's using the data volume, but then there's the deployer data. Okay, let me ll data. Yeah, so that one's owned that way. Okay. So let me try this then. If I come in here and I F11, what's deployer data? So deployer data is a concatenation of the, where is it? It's a concatenation of the Kamal service name and then whatever you're trying to do for the volumes. So because it's a deployer service, it's set up as deployer data right here. But this is actually not going to work because we have regular data here from our Minecraft volume. So I think we got to get rid of this and we got to get rid of this. Then we can remove the deployer data and we can stick to just regular data. And we got to figure out a way to back it up at some point. But that would allow us to set it up like this. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to go down to the project Zomboid file. And then I'm going to edit this. The nice thing about this is it lets me edit this as needed. But wait, was this a payload or was this a compose file? One sec. Project Zomboid. Well, the way that I can code and talk at the same time is because I never stop talking. So it's like, this is just me on autopilot here. Even if I'm alone in my room, sometimes I'll just sit there and I'll talk to myself for hours on end, which is probably an indictment of my, I don't know, intellectual well-being. So I think I'm using this one, right? Which does use a context for a Docker file. Yeah, it is a little scary. And it also uses an env file because of course it does. So let me see if we can get this to work. All right, I'm going to come over here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to switch the volume for this. Right here, volumes, data, home, Steam. Let me make sure this is somewhere. Workshop mods, home, Steam, PZ. Steam Apps Workshop. It's such a weird. They all do the weirdest volume mounting locations. I really don't know why, but I've noticed that pattern. That like some of them are just it goes into data, and then others are like, I've mirrored your entire Windows home directory. Okay, so we have these. Maybe we just do like, we'll copy this, paste it, and then we can do data:/data. It's probably just hard coded in the game itself. I'm assuming so. Something like that. But we're using the payload for this. So that's actually a cause of concern here, because I think let me find it. Where did I put it? If I exit out of here and I cd up, I should have a payloads directory. And here I have the project Zomboid one, which has all of this stuff. And that's where explorer.exe. So we can open this up in Windows Explorer. That gives us this. So then we would have to edit this Docker compose file, I guess, to make it work. You're like Kelly Kapoor of The Office. A little bit. Sometimes I do see the resemblance. Yeah, so there is a chance these are connected. Let me come into the Docker file as well. Yes, so maintainer is that Steam app dir dedicated. I'm assuming the reason why something like this is specifically looking for your Steam app directory is probably because you're going to go to Steam, you're going to install mods or something, and they're trying to make it so if you're running this on your own server, it can find this directory. I think I have Project Zomboid, right? Like this was one where I was gonna have my friend just sit there and try to test it. Yeah, so I have Project Zomboid here. I would just have to install it. And then we could test this. The other one we can test is Valheim. Cannot escape the container unless you really mount your local path into the container. Yeah, so I'm assuming this is just, I don't know. I don't know why they set it up like this, but it's a strange decision. So that's something where I just don't know how Zomboid works, I guess. I think this is sort of how they do it. So maybe when you're when you're on the server and you're trying to install a mod, it's trying to install it to that location, and then the Docker image, which isn't fully supported, is just mimicking that. So Steam just goes to that location on the server without you having to do any sort of fancy logic or something. But again, I don't fully know how this works. If you just you go to the Steam store and you just install a mod and put in an IP or something for your server. Hey Illuminati, how are you doing today? So yeah, I have to go. Maybe I won't be joining future streams for a month at least. Sorry for that. Well, I'm glad you've been hanging out at least. Hope everything goes well for you. Glad to see you again. Yep, glad to be back. We're trying to figure out some weird Docker stuff today. Unfortunately, a lot of this stuff isn't very standard, so it's just a matter of screaming into the void until I figure out why we've made the decisions we've made. See you in April. Take care. Yeah, I hope everything goes well for you. I'll be in Discord if you need me. So yeah, this, and then we have this. It's weird that the compose file is using the Docker file and then also this env file, but I think this env file doesn't actually, if I check, I don't think it exists initially. You need an env template. You got to copy the template, and then that works, maybe. But I think there was why does it even have a compose file for one container? I have no idea. A lot of the decisions made here, I can only assume are just someone trying their best just to make it work for the sake of making it work. But I guess I can check in here. Maybe if I read through this. Steam ports, soft reset. Mod folders. Mod folders to use to load the game. Allowed options are workshop, Steam, and mods. Options must be separated by comma. For example, workshop, Steam, mods. Okay. Maybe for the volumes. I guess that's also possible. Let's see. I'd just like to figure out why some of these decisions were made, and then maybe I can figure out how to get this to work. List of workshop IDs to install to the server. So yeah, maybe it is like a Steam thing where Steam just requires a specific endpoint or like directory, and that's why they've set it up like that. I don't know. Semicolon separated list for IDs. Maps are added on third server start after mods are added. So does it just restart the server 3 times? So mods install on second start. Maps are added on third server start. So in this case, I guess when you rent like a normal Project Zomboid server, do you have to do the restarting 3 times? Is that just like a known quirk, or does the service restart the Zomboid server 3 times? Project Zomboid restart server 3 times. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to get too into the weeds with that because it's probably just a quirk with the game. So let me look at the Valheim one, because I think Valheim also had a different workflow as opposed to just the way that I have it working. So let me cd into Valheim. Yeah, this one was also, let me do a code dot in here. This one was also like needlessly large. But this game is also a very interesting one to try and run. So there's a bunch of like scripts in here that it uses, I'm assuming, and it seems like when you run this container, there's always something happening, and like a whole bunch of extra stuff that happens too. But if we do the compose, I think this one just pulls the image. So maybe what I'll try and do is I'll try and use this Docker file instead, which sets everything up. But so much of this is just weird to me. So yeah, here they're also doing like user bin, sbin, bootstrap, user local bin, Valheim backup, etc., etc. So I'm sure there's just some reason why like the game or something needs it. Yeah, because this one's going to home valheim.config unity 3D IronGate, which just, that maps way too perfectly to something. Maybe Steam CMD needs it. Yeah, that's possible. Although that one's also weird. I've had to like stop and restart a couple of the Valheim deploys, and then it would just work out after like a restart or two. It seems almost like Steam CMD doesn't consistently work. But I don't know. I haven't like tried to. I haven't tried that yet. What do you think about mobile dev? My only real experience was like a Android app a few years ago, and at the time it was a Java Android app, so it wasn't the most fun to work in, but it was a nice enough environment. Like compared to some of the other stuff I've had to do, it definitely wasn't last place, but one of the pain points is always like finding the physical devices if you want to actually test it on like the physical builds. Is it worth learning? It depends, I guess, on like what your goals are, or I guess what the market is near you. Before you build an app for deploying mobile servers. Jeez, yeah. Yeah, that's sort of the thing that concerns me with something like this, though, is it feels like there's going to be a lot of like digging through, I don't know, third and fourth party containers at this point to like get things up and running. I think the Valheim one might be a good place to start, because I've at least run the Valheim server through the compose file. And then we can try to get this other one to work, I guess. It might make sense to focus on one. Yeah, so what I'm going to do. And I'm going to use Valheim for it just because I've at least made the Valheim server work already. So I know it works. In the case of Zomboid, I'm getting like some weird Java exception when I try and run it. And I don't feel like learning why I'm running into that. And also, like, I don't know. I got a friend that'll help me with testing that one. So I'm just going to have him sit there and try to do that. Now they use Kotlin and Jetpack Compose. Interesting. Isn't Jetpack Compose? I feel like I've heard this before. Jetpack's that WordPress thing, right? Isn't that a WordPress thing? Jetpack WordPress? I swear this was a thing. Jetpack, yeah, this one, this weird plugin that like you could use, but that I never did. So yeah, we'll figure this out. I have the Valheim server right here. Let me come over here. And then I'm just going to grab this entire thing. We already have the zip actually, so I'm going to grab this and just upload it. So we come over to the list of games. I'm going to delete the Zomboid one. Okay. Then we have this Valheim server. I'll create a new one. Valheim server 2. I think it's more like Swift and Swift UI. Is Swift, is that iOS or is that Android? Swift on Android. Interesting. Does this mean I can write Android applications in Swift? No, although the Swift counterpart in the... Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, I figured that because the iOS ecosystem is... that's kind of just something I sit there and stare at on my peripheral sometimes, and I hope I'm not subjected to that. All right. Oh, this isn't working again, so let me come over here, reveal and explore. Every time I come in here and I try and drag and drop, it's like a 50-50 if it's going to work or if it's going to throw an error. Okay, come over here. Grab the Valheim zip. We have the Docker file, we have that. So let's submit this, make sure this is working. What is worth learning then? I got some time. Should I go with Python? I am so confused. Well, it always depends on what you want to do. So like I could tell you go learn Python because it's great. It's a great scripting language, but if you're going to go try to make like desktop apps, you probably don't want to use Python in most cases. If you're trying to find a job, I would say you probably want to just look at like Indeed in an area around where you live and just, or where you want to work and see what they're hiring for. In some cases, you might see it's C#. If you're over in Germany, it might be Java. In other cases, it might be JavaScript because your big web developer area, it really depends. And if you want to do your own projects, then yeah, it really depends on what you want to make then. Okay, so we have that uploaded, right? Come over here, make sure that I have my volumes deleted. That one, we have another one here that we can delete. Gets rid of those two. Let's get rid of this Valheim server. Over to the containers, make sure those are empty. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this locally as well. We'll come in here, we'll show this one, we'll destroy this one. We'll show this one, we can destroy this one as well. Do a new one, attach a file. Hopefully we go back to the same place. Thanks, I'll go with mobile dev. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad place to be. I got a couple friends that work as a mobile dev. And then if you want to like build stuff as a hobby, it's always cool to have like your actual app on your phone as well. Valheim with payload. That. Valheim zip, submit. And then we're running it over here. Okay, so let's try this. Let's build from payload, see what errors we get. We're extracting everything, which is good. Executing Docker build command. So at this point, we're going to see eventually the image appear over here with the build command. So that at the very least means that we can take all of this stuff, throw it in a zip file, and it it just works TM. Assuming we get an image out of this. But like I said last time, this one can take quite a while to get up and running. Let me see if the server is running here. So we can probably come over here to our games list. If this one's not running, and we can just start the Minecraft Forge server, maybe. Let me come over to our server itself, Docker container PS. Do we have a game server up and running? We don't. So I wonder if I broke something here. Probably did. Let me see. Kamal app logs. Oh, whoops. CD out of here. CD into demo. Kamal app logs. Like that. Full access denied for Minecraft. Deanin, Minecraft Forge. Repository does not exist or may require Docker login. Okay. So that's for this one, right? Which just has a Docker file. Let me come in here and show this game real quick. Edit this game. That's why. Submit. Let me try that again. Start server. Performed container manager job. Executing command. Okay, so it looks like that one might be up and running now. So let's do a Docker container PS. Might take a second, or I might be full of it. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Oh wait, this is locally. So it's a combination of both. Docker container PS. So we have this one right here. It's G Minecraft server named game. It started 26 seconds ago. So that one will start spinning up, and then we have this one over here trying to do the Valheim payload, which again always takes quite a while. So let me come over to our server. This one's up for 55 seconds. Let me do this. Docker container. What is it? Docker container logs game. Yeah, so this one's still going through the setup, I think. It's always funny if you ever look at like the entire process when you start up a server like this, just how many random errors there are throughout all of the spaghetti code that happens. Yeah, so there we go. It's now old, and then it'll take a second, and then we'll get to the point where it doesn't have the mods, and then we can deploy the mods there. For our local server, it'll either spin indefinitely or eventually finish. Which I'm realizing now is quite the obvious statement. Let me refresh. I can also come over here and do like a Docker, was it Docker image ls? Okay, so yeah, that's still going. But this image manager job should be running. If we come over into the image manager, where is it? Yeah, we have the executing command, and then we're looking for something about the exit status. But this one took a long time yesterday. Both the building of the image. Okay, so there's our Valheim image. So that at least is building to some effect. And then like actually deploying this image also took like quite a while. The more you work on this, the more I feel Kamal shouldn't be used for any of this. Yeah, it really does just feel like we could have just used a compose file at the start and been done with it. And that would have solved a lot of problems. But you live and you learn. We are back. Welcome back. Guten Tag. Guten Tag to YouTube here. Hope you're doing well. I'm still waiting for... I'd like this to like kick back something that says, okay, we're done now. Except for that where I hover over something because it's like eager loading it. Oh wait, was that what happened? Started Git rendering. Okay. So it looks like should be fine. So now let's come over to the Valheim game right here. Show this game. Now this is the one that kind of is hit and miss currently because it's in a weird state of trying to figure out what's broken on the server. And every time I fix the server, the client breaks. So if I click start, that'll fire off through here. The container manager will go. And then if I come over to containers, we can see the Valheim server up and running. We can pop into it real quick. And then we can see all of this. Now this takes a minute to work sometimes because it's got to do a bunch of stuff. It also like pulls some stuff from Steam somehow. But a lot of this was handled last time and it worked just fine. And then the time before that, for some reason, I had to stop and start the container to get it to finish. So we'll see there as well. But if I refresh this one, we can see we're on the wrong version. So we can deploy the 4-pack of mods. Oops, we can come over here and deploy the 4-pack of mods. So we can click deploy on this. That should cause this server to go down, unzip the files, and then that'll all just work as well. But yeah, like the only thing we're really using Kamal for in this case is it's just a way for the parent app to say, go put this on a server somewhere. But I already, like if we look in the config, where is it? Config deploy file. The entire accessory block is gone now because I was getting so frustrated with it. And there was really no reason to sit there and do like, oh, Kamal accessory restart, etc. I was like, this is just, we're just using it for the sake of using it there. I think here it's still okay just because we can use the hooks to configure it as we need to. But yeah, like part of me wants to, reminds me a lot of Portainer with the UI. Interesting. Let's come over here. Wait, hold on. 3 free nodes. Home and student, $150 a year? For a student? My God. Oh, wait. Game server connected. We didn't pay for this in uni? Gotcha. Yeah, I miss my university email. It was nice getting a discount on like everything. Okay, so this, I think this is step 1. We got to wait for another one of these. Okay, I was playing with Kamal and I can't figure out how to fix the following setup. 1 VPS with Postgres server on localhost and then deploy Rails app with Kamal on the same VPS. Right now I do it with Docker Compose and I configure host.docker.internal host gateway. Okay. Let me think. I was using a private network in the Kamal one when I had the accessory here still, and the accessory was the Minecraft server, which allowed this container to speak with the Minecraft server, but not the rest of the world for like a Archon connection. Actually, I think that's still how I'm doing this. So maybe you could set up a private network like this. The only thing you want to be aware of is if you want to set up anything like that, you're probably gonna have to use like a pre-connect hook, which allows you, or I guess like a pre-deploy is where I have it. It just allows you to run this script whenever you want to. So like after you hit deploy, it can then go in and create this network, which would be a command like this. But if you're using the host and Docker internal host gateway, that I don't know. You'd probably have to find some way to like mesh something like this with something like what you have. Jeff Gray. Hey, Dean, just wanted to say you're a great force of good for this world. I'm impressed with you every day and hope to learn much more. Keep up the good work, brother. Well, I appreciate that. I really do. It's always nice to hear that I'm not out here just causing a giant mess. I'm still convinced Kamal should handle the creation of networks. Yeah, it sounds like you're not alone in a lot of the... Let me move this over here because every time I open this, I never know what I'm going to see on the homepage. I think you're not alone in the Kamal should be easier to use category. Let me come over here and find it. Where is it? Not that one. I think it was this right here. This one. So this, he was more complaining about the, what are the words? Using, I'm assuming like using Cloudflare to set up your SSL certificate. But if they are doing like a Kamal 2, that should hopefully also cover the networks, right? Because this is a little bit, it's not great. I'd really like it if it could handle more of it, because like the fact that you have to do this feels very hacky. Now maybe there is a way to do it and I just don't know. Like maybe there's a way to just define a network and that causes the network to get created. But it's a little strange. Wanted to know if you had any advice for someone that's been working with Rails for 2 years, has a background in AppSec. I'm looking for my next project, thinking of doing something basic, like a basic ETL or something. If I had any cool ideas to push myself, maybe rolling my own auth or something dumb next. Oh boy. Well, I think they're doing like a, they should try to find a way to encode the deploy.yaml into the Docker compose.yaml. Well, that's also weird. The fact that like the deploy.yaml is basically just Docker compose syntax. That throws me for a loop a bit whenever I look at it. Because I'm always like not entirely sure which file I'm looking at when I do this. I'm like hopping between them. Let me think about your question. A basic ETL or something. Let me know if you have any cool ideas. Yeah, I think they're planning on doing like a Rails authentication solution out of the box in Rails 8. So it might be cool to take a look at that and see what else you can implement. Rails 8 authentication. Is this a thing? Where's the Rails 8 milestones? There it is. Add basic authentication generator. No worries, I said ETL because I think it would make me apply security concept as well as data flows. I would want to make a super secure, reliable ETL template and share it with the community. I mean, yeah, it might be worth looking at, especially if they're trying to do their own authentication solution. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that just might be a good one to take a look at. Because that seems like it would also be a good opportunity if you do come up with something you want to share with the community. Maybe you just propose it as like a core Rails feature or implementation or something, depending on what you cook up. But yeah, like the Kamal stuff, I really wish it would. It feels like it's a Docker compose. Like the ultimate purpose is just a Docker compose file that you can just put on a server because it just adds Docker compose to the server is like what we're going for here. So in that regard, I think, yeah, ideally Kamal wouldn't exist because it's like, I don't know. It's a thing that you could just set up like Docker on the server, and then it just uses Docker from that point forward. This Kamal thing seems sick too. Yeah, it's really nice because like in this case, the way I'm using it's a little weird, a little funky, probably non-traditional, but you just have like this deploy file, and then you just you just deploy it to the server, and then it just it installs Docker, puts your Rails app in the container, and sets up all the other stuff along with it, which is really nice. It is just a little bit weird sometimes with like, I mean, we can pull up like a Docker. Here, actually, I'm in the Valheim repo. We can look at a Docker Compose example side by side. Maybe. But you can probably see like a lot of the similarities here where it's like over here. Let me move this over. Maybe. We have like the services block. We have the role. We have the image we're using, the volumes we're using. If you have a network. And in a lot of cases, if you want to learn how to like use Kamal, you just go look at like a Docker Compose tutorial, and then you just like, you try it over here, and 9 times out of 10, it just works. Are you by any chance thinking of making a Capistrano guide anytime soon? Maybe. We'll see. I've tried Capistrano like once or twice in the past, and it was limited success, but I think that was back when I didn't know a lot about like deploying stuff. I think now I'm probably a lot more comfortable with it. That's so cool. Could make infrastructure as code easy as configuring manual. Yeah. AWS, I feel like I need to go for a second college degree sometimes just to figure out how to like configure it. And yeah, Valheim's a fun game. I've played it with my friends quite a bit. There was a solid month or so where we would play Valheim each night. We'd listen to Imagine Dragons, which is what we called our work music. And at this point, I have like 90% of the Imagine Dragons discography memorized, unfortunately. And we would just sit there and we'd build stuff in the game. Not really play it as intended, but it was a fun time. But yeah, for like my ideal scenario, it would just be, here's a thing that sets up Docker on your server and then deploys your Docker stuff on the server. This feels like it's slowly, maybe it's like moving in their own direction, I guess, but it's a little weird to have the entire workflow just kind of replicated, where I'm like, okay, now I just take all my Docker stuff and I put it into Kamal stuff, and then it deploys it like that, as opposed to just deploying the Docker stuff directly, so you don't have to sit there and like re-engineer everything. But maybe there's some kind of limitation there, and that's why we're going this route. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll see what they cook up with Kamal too. Thankfully, we have like similar solutions that can also like deploy a lot of stuff fairly easily. You just gotta get creative with it. I can't work with any music with words. I do explosions in the sky. Yeah, so for me, it's usually like lo-fi music. It's either lo-fi music if I'm actually trying to get any work done, or it's stuff like Imagine Dragons where we joke about it being work music, and that's just us playing Valheim pretending that we're working late at night. We called it work music. We called it that just because like we had to dig a giant hole to build our building. So we were all working in the hole. Basically role-playing a Shia LaBeouf in holes. So this Kamal thing also manages the cert provisioning process, enabling HTTPS. So in Kamal 2, allegedly, they have plans to do that using a tool called Thruster, I think. Thruster, whatever DHH said the other day. Right now, the way this works is you set up Cloudflare. If I can log in. You set up Cloudflare to handle all of the certificate stuff, which is how I'm doing it over here as well. I think you can also use Thruster with Kamal 1. Gotcha. Which one is it? It's this one. Log in. Let me see. Go over here. We'll come into this one. Cloudflare is AWS's bot manager, public cloud road bump, right? I don't really know. I know that there's some like overlap between what they do. Like if Cloudflare goes down, a lot of AWS goes down. I've just always used it as its own like separate entity because I'm not a big AWS person. Just because again, I feel like if you want to do anything on there, you need a second college degree just to figure out how to do it. Which feels a lot like Oracle for the cloud almost. That's pretty cool. Wow, I've never seen this management. Yeah, so like in this case, you come over to DNS, you come over to your records, you set up your domain name, you point it to the IP, you make sure it's proxied. Then you come over to SSL and you just make sure your SSL TLS encryption is full. So usually I think it's like flexible or off. You just want to switch it over to full. Then you want to come over to Edge certificates, which just allows you to encrypt the traffic between your visitors and Cloudflare. So when they go to Cloudflare, all of that's handled, and then you kind of have a certificate, right? Because like you can guarantee the traffic between you and Cloudflare, which gives you that chain of trust or whatever. And then you come down here and you just want to say always use HTTPS. And then I think there's also like automatic HTTPS rewrites if that's something you want. But this right here allows you to, when you set up your Kamal right here, you set your host IP, and then you just set your Trafic reverse proxy to use the web secure. Set up your host and you just say TLS is true. And your web secure just points to 443. And that's pretty much it for like Kamal. So in my case, as much as I meme about it, I have like a basic file pretty similar to this one, and I just copy and paste it between Rails apps, and it just works. Like I come in, I set up 2 environment variables. One is my Docker Hub, like personal access token, and then I set up the Rails master key. And then I come in here and I just kind of paste in what I have, and then I just replace the IP address in like 9 out of 10 cases, and then maybe like the host name. And that's pretty much it to like deploy with Rails, which is why I made that joke on Twitter the other day about us being like pretty close to just being able to do Rails new demo, and then like dash IP is 192.168.0.1, and then dash deploy on create, because like you're almost at that point where you can pretty much just like have most of this stuff handled for you and just run a Rails new command and have like a deployed application. It's getting close. You just got to get a little bit more creative, and I think that's for stuff like the thruster where it sets up the certificate for you is the way to go. And then all you really need is the thing that points your domain name to the IP to change, and then you run your Rails new command, and then you're done. In theory. Well, I guess you'd also have to set your domain name here. So it'd be more like Rails new demo dash IP is 192.168.0.1 dash domain or whatever is dnout.com. So I guess you'd have to do that. Just send a post. You could integrate with Google Domains. Yeah. I mean, you're getting really close. Like this is, it is scary how close we're getting here to like just set it up. But I think there's a little bit more engineering there, but it does sound like that's exactly what they're going for. And I'm really happy for that, because deploying in the past has always been a exercise in slowly losing your sanity. I think that's great because it lowers the barrier for people that don't know infrastructure to deploy. Yeah, exactly. Like when I started off, I could not figure this out. It was so hard initially. I could even provision a box on Hertzner, DigitalOcean or whatever. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Like if you get to that point, you can then say, you know, if hypothetically you come into your system and you just say, all right, I have this initial config somewhere on my system, and every time I set up a new Rails app, I want it to deploy, set up a DigitalOcean server, grab the IP, put the IP into the new Rails app, and then deploy to that server. And then the only thing I have to do is go to like my domain registrar somehow and change where my domain is pointing to. See, at that point, you could pretty much just do a Rails new demo and then have all of that happen in like the background. Or yeah, you just do -- provider equals Hetzner or something. So you have like IP is, or I guess -- IP is equal to 192.168.0.1. You'd have your -- provider. You'd have your -j ES build. Oops. -j ES build. -c Tailwind. -d Postgres. Something like this. And you set your IP, you set your provider, and then like your deploy. Oh yeah, true. You wouldn't need the IP because that would come from your provider. So yeah, you just have this, which lets you set up all this stuff. I guess this would be a hard one to figure out. Like, do you put the database on another one? Maybe you got to like add an extra flag for that or something. But yeah, I mean, you're getting close, and that's what's important, is that we're almost at a point where I don't have to sit here and tell people like every single deploy tutorial you ever watch isn't going to work because of one reason or another. Because a lot of this stuff, since it just installs Docker and then it does the rest, like in a container, you don't have to worry about like 90% of the issues you would normally run into. I've always felt bad in the past because I'll like post a tutorial and someone goes, "Oh, this command's not working," because they're like trying to apt install something specific, and then like of course it doesn't work because the command changed, different version of Linux or whatever. Server's just having an off day that day. But that's where I want to get this working, because then you have something similar. And DNS flag maybe for Cloudflare or Route 53. Ooh, true. True. I just think we're so close to, it's even like almost cooler than setting up a WordPress server out of the box, where you just have so much flexibility that like being able to do that from scratch so quickly, I think that'll be a real game changer for a lot of people. And then we got to get this working, because like I said, we got to be ready for Kamal too when we do this. Oh, here we go. --by-domain-name example. Oh my. Yeah, this is what we got to get to. I want to have a Rails flag that lets me buy a domain from the command line with my credit card. Let me see. What are you doing for work these days, if you don't mind me asking? Hired gun for building stuff / consulting. Yeah, so right now, technically, I just tell people I'm unemployed. I do like some freelance work. I just applied to the opening DHH posted for 37 Signals as a continuation of a joke that we have in the Discord. So I guess we'll see with that one. I don't see that one going anywhere just because of the sheer volume they get for applicants. But like, yeah, I'm actively trying to find like a Rails position just for the experience, because I think it'll help like the videos and stuff if I have that professional experience. But I also do like some freelance work where I consult with 1 or 2 people that I'm like a regular with. Hope he realizes you're the best choice. Good luck. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think he's the one making that decision. Or fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know. He's probably sick of me going, "Hey, DHH, Minecraft on Rails is a thing now." I can't imagine he's enjoying that. But yeah, it's going to HR, so we'll see. We'll see how HR feels about me. Or I guess it's going to a hiring manager probably, or a hiring team, but yeah. At the end of the day, you know, it is what it is. At least I get to sit here and have fun. But yeah, I wanted to check, because this has been going for a while now, right? Connecting anonymously to Steam Public. Okay, app is fully installed. So I think at this point we could probably try to connect to this server. Now, hopefully this doesn't cook my machine, because Valheim is not a fun game to run on most machines, and I am streaming, so we'll see. We'll see how this works. We'll switch over to Vulkan though, and then we'll see if we can connect. So this is the local host version. This isn't on the server yet. This is just one of the containers here that we've uploaded that we can deploy. So we uploaded a payload. It took literally like 20 minutes for this entire thing to build and configure. But we had to do basically nothing. We had to put a zip file on the website and click 2 buttons, which isn't quite the one button I said initially, but we can just run the first button and then the second button later. So we'll see. So I'm going to go to start game. I already have a test character here. I'll come over to join game. And we'll go to localhost port 2456, I think. We'll try to connect to this one. And then we'll also try to deploy it on the actual server in a minute here. But I want to try this because I don't think I've managed to connect to a localhost server yet. Just because it's in WSL. But let me come over here. I think you're a very legit part of the framework, continuing to be alive. Yeah, no, we'll see. We'll see how they feel about me. And then, well, yeah, I guess Jared can attest to that. Here's a question for you, Jared. Am I a fun guy to hang out with in Discord? Or am I just a perpetual pain in your side? Okay, let me see. So we have localhost. Maybe we have to do like 0.0.0.0. Oh wait, no, this would be the depends on the time of night. That's fair. Let me see. We have to figure out this thing's IP, I guess, right? Does this have a name? What's this? Is this the name? Maybe we can just connect with that. Or type localhost. Yeah, so when I type localhost, it automatically adds the port. I'm going to try this one and we'll see how this works. And then we can... let me see. I'm assuming this is running here. So let me come over and do a Docker container PS. We have Valheim. Running on a bunch of different ports. And then we have to figure out the... yeah, so I think we have to do the WSL. So let me come over here. And we can just do ipconfig / or I guess we can just ipconfig. And I have to grab the WSL one right here. This one, I think. Start game, join game, add server. Let's try this. I think this is how I have to do it in Minecraft, so maybe it'll work here too. DDoS inbound. Yeah, I mean, at some point I should probably stop. Showing all my IPs on screen, but I don't really care. That was a lesson I learned playing Halo forever ago. Okay, so that also doesn't work. Okay, so we tried 0, we tried that, we tried localhost. I heard you. Let's not talk about that. Any way you can get me in contact, I want to talk. Jesus Christ. You're a menace. Okay, let me see. Is there anything in here about where it's running on? Sounds like there's better in Twitch moving there. Yeah, that's the mods for you. My God, I'm just getting cooked over here. Okay, so this one's not working. I'm going to try, I'm going to Alt F4 out of this first. I'm going to try to, I am here. Hello. Nice to see you. I should also probably put my earbuds in. I'm realizing now. I don't want you guys to have like a weird echo or something. Give me 1 sec. Okay, there we go. Oh. Okay, there we go. Next tutorial, bot to create unique Twitch identities and oh no. Abusing the system speedrun. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I heard like the Twitch alert and I was like, oh, I probably should do that before we get like a weird feedback loop. Okay, I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna do new game, Valheim. I don't know, Valheim online. Sure. Choose file. Then we can do this. I'm gonna grab the zip file. We don't have a Docker compose file for this one, so we just click submit. That'll upload it. And we can try to run this. So let me come over to the server real quick, do a Docker image ls, which is all these. We already have the image built. So we might even be able to just like start the container. I don't know. We'll click this and we'll see what happens. I have no idea if this will work because I think I actually pruned this before, but we'll see. We have that one. We have that one. game deployer web traffic. Okay. Let me just make sure. Kamal app log. Okay. Yeah, Docker image not found. So that's where I'd have to build the image. So let's do this. We'll click build from payload and then run our Kamal app log. This one's running into issues because it doesn't have access to the payloads directory, of course. Okay, so for argument's sake, I can come in here and I can just do I can cd into payloads. And then we have the root, and I can just do a CHL, but I have to do this right? So I have to do, I think it was www and then user, right? I want to say this was it. Is that it? Let me just try this. I think like that. Oops. I think that's the way it was set up. So let me just verify. Where is it? Games. Latest Valheim. We'll click build from payload, and then we can do another Kamal app log. Yeah, so that's definitely the issue, which is a little bit annoying because this isn't currently being done manually. So I do have to be careful of that. Oh, here we go. Unable to prepare context pathway Valheim payload / Valheim online not found. So let me come in here, cd into underscore data. This has Valheim online in it. But this context pathway here for payload / Valheim online might be wrong because it has that underscore data in it, which is such an annoying problem. Let me come over to image manager. And then we have the name, right? Payloads directory. So maybe we have to do like underscore data / like that to get this to work. And then I guess the same thing over there. We don't need we need the Docker image one. And then we got to come in here and make sure. Oh yeah, this will work because it's based off the container name. Dean, make sure you do your squats to drink your banana shake. We had mashed potato and chicken breast today, so I don't think I'm getting a banana shake too. I'm stuffed. And then we can move this up. So let me do a Kamal deploy. Or I guess I can do a redeploy. That way we can save some time. What flavor of chicken? It was chicken flavored, but I spiced it with red peppers, sriracha, and then seasoned it with like garlic. So it was good. But it was a huge chicken breast. Like that thing was way too big. It was probably like 1.5 pounds of chicken breast. I didn't realize it. And it went in the oven and I was like, oh, that's going to be a big one. Okay, so that'll go up and then we can test that. Eating Korean barbecue burrito. Man, I can't believe, I always picture you living as in the middle of nowhere as I do. And then I hear the things you eat and I'm like, man, maybe I'm the one that lives in the middle of nowhere. I'm not going to dox you on stream, but oh, you made the Korean barbecue burrito. Okay. I thought you had like the food delivered and I was like, that's crazy. Seems like it's always burrito. Yeah, that is one thing. You do seem to have quite the burrito diet lately. You have way more restaurants. Yeah, I mean, if I were to travel, probably I've got like 3 or 4 near my house within like reasonable driving distance. You just like throwing things in a burrito. I can't blame you for that. We did what was it? We had some homemade gyros the other day. That was really good. I have an Applebee's, Dean. Beat that. I have an Applebee's too, but this one does not have a good reputation. There, I have an Applebee's, and then I have a I don't know, decent fish restaurant nearby if you like seafood. Although weirdly enough, I really like their soup, and I like their barbecue wings. So I don't even go there for the seafood. You have a Texas Roadhouse? Yeah, you got me beat. If I drive like 30 minutes, I have a Black Rock where I can go and get my own burger. But I know that people's opinions on that are mixed because they don't like having to go to a place and then also cook their food. Yeah, you win the small town free for all. I'm proud of you. You win. Your reward is you get to go train rune crafting for an hour. Let me close that. And then, oh yeah, I also wanted to do, that is not a reward. I also wanted to do Hotwire combo box. I wanted to add this in for the ability to search and sort. This is that tool made by Jose. And there's been quite a few recent changes. I want to go through and add this at some point to allow like an easier time of just finding stuff on the app. So I'm thinking I'll put it up here and just treat it like a YouTube search bar. Yeah, so far this seems to, I don't want to jinx it, but so far I haven't run into anything where it's not like a approachable problem. There's been a couple instances where I'm still trying to figure out how to do it. So one is like, how do I want to handle like FTP access or like a terminal in the website? Those are two things where I haven't even started figuring out how to solve that problem yet. But for the most part, most of the problems we've run into, I can just be like, oh yeah, no, I see a path. All right, I'm lurking. All right. I appreciate you you hanging out and lurking at least. Okay, so we built the image, I think, right? I'm going to build it again just to be safe. I'm going to say build from payload. We're going to do a Kamal app log. Oh, and it's not happy. Access permission denied / payloads. Okay, so let me go check the payloads directory again. Oops. Oh my God. CD, what is it? Var lib docker volumes payloads in here. So this one's owned that way, but I'm assuming payloads itself isn't, which nothing else is. So we might have to change how the payloads directory is used here. But I'm pretty sure if we come into like the, what is it? The API dashboard in here with the zip file somewhere. Yeah, for the deployer mods, this is all done in the volume, I'm pretty sure, right? Like we have the deployer mods right here, and this isn't owned. What is it? Deployer data. Okay, so if it's, maybe I have to, is the remove or force false a thing? Let me see, file utils remove dir. Let me see what force does in here. This method ignores standard error if force is true. Maybe we just do that. Image manager job. Come in here to the remove dir and we can force false. Let me just make sure remove dir. Yeah, so that's the only two places. The other thing I have to do, I have to move all of this into like a separate concern or something. Like this has to be cleaned up at some point. I'm losing my mind here every time I do this. Or at least what's left of it. So we can redeploy. That'll run. We can then come over here, make sure that the payloads directory stays the same. Let me do payloads underscore data and just make sure. So that has Valheim online in it. And that has everything else in it. And that's all owned by the right person, I think. Oh, wait, CD volumes. And then let's LL data. And then underscore data. Oh, oops, / underscore data. Yeah, that's all www Rails as well. So I think that's fine. But I've thought that like 4 times so far, so we'll see, I guess. I also have to remember to fix the home page. I'm gonna go do that right now. We're gonna go into Pages Home because this is bothering me like crazy. If I come over here to Control-Shift-I, and I'll full screen this real quick, and then I go over to the mobile view. This, I don't know how I missed this one when I deployed it the other night. It's probably why you shouldn't be programming at like 3 in the morning, but I like opened it up on my phone. I was like, oh, that looks terrible. What did I do? So I have to figure out what I broke here. The rest of this seems fine. It's all in here. So I'm thinking maybe the home card has something broken in it, and that's causing it to just repeatedly break. But let me make sure that all of this matches. Yeah, that's fine. So let's come into the cards, home, and then we'll make sure this is working. So we have the SVGs in the paths. We have this link to target, which has the H5 in it. P tag, link to link text. So this seems fine. Let me Control-Shift-I. And then I'll do this. Come over here. Okay, and then we have these in here, which have 3 different divs. I'm willing to bet it's probably a spacing thing because I'm terrible at Tailwind. So let's see. Space Y-4. Okay, that wasn't it. It's probably the X-4, I'm guessing. Yeah, there we go. Alrighty. And then I have to refresh Twitch because Brave is not having a fun day today. All right, so we got to get rid of the X-4 when it's on the small, I think. Because this way it looks terrible. If we refresh, this looks fine. So let's come over here. And then we want this to, what is it? It would be SM : space -X-0. I think that's how we do it. If I click this, it doesn't work. Oh wait, this is for the actual website. Whoops. Let's come back to the home page and let's start our server. Refresh until something decides to work. Yeah, please just take your time. Okay, there we go. Over here, refresh. Okay, so now we have this in the small, which isn't really what we want. So we have to go even smaller, right? I think we needed to change not for small, but for mobile. I swear this is what I just did, right? Like, come over here. But I might have the logic backwards here. So let's grab the parent container. So if we get rid of the X-4, set that to 0, that fixes it, right? But then we need this to work somehow in maybe XS. No, okay. Tailwind. Media query sizes. So yeah, there's an SM. Gap-4 instead of space-X space-Y. That would make sense too. Gap-4. And then let's get rid of this. I do apologize for everyone that has to watch me do anything front end related. Yeah, that was so much better. Thank you, Tamar. Oh my. All right, so that's at least fixed because that was not pleasant. Okay. I think this is fine, right? Do we need the SM flex row justify center? Probably. Okay, this is weird. Your videos help me tremendously. Keep up the good work. Well, just don't watch any videos on Tailwind right now. Those could still use some work. That's why I haven't posted any yet. All right. Let's do this. Use grid instead of waiting for Restream to actually update. You said use grid instead of what now? This is done. Okay. So we can come over here. Get out of here. Go back to games. And we want to try, do we build? Oh, instead of flex? Okay. I'll take a look at that in a second. LL payloads. Okay, so that's set to the right permissions. That's also set to the right permissions. There's really no excuse for this to not work. So let's click do payload, whatever. Kamal app log. And we have more errors. Undefined method service. Unzip payload line 59. Payload blob service. Okay. So we can do a Kamal app, Kamal app exec -i bin /railsc. We can grab this because we know game is the last game, right? Then we can do game.payload .service, or sorry, .blob .service. And that's also our Valheim zip, so we know that's good. It's just our service. Path for game.payload.key. So that's fine. But then this was upset, right? Because it said this didn't work in line 59, which is right here. Undefined method service. Okay, well, let's try this. Let's just grab this whole thing. We'll do this, and then we'll do unzip payload, and we'll pass in game. Okay, so this one runs into the make dir payloads. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is... okay, let's try this. Oops. We can actually come in here and we can just edit this as needed. So we'll get rid of the payloads. Try that. Copy this. We'll just, we'll overwrite this. And then we can do this till eventually we get something. So that's still telling us permission denied. Okay. Also do a system dir, which is in here, which has a payloads directory. And we can dir the payloads, which has Valheim with payload. Okay, so it's creating this in a different directory than the other one. So let's do this. Can we just rm-rf Valheim, whatever it was, payloads, I guess? Oh, wait, not dir. Like that. Okay, permission denied. So maybe this payloads directory is different from the volume directory, which is where this problem is coming from. So how do I fix that? Because I don't think the mods are going here, right? System dir. We'd have a data directory in here if we did, right? I'm not seeing data here. So what's the difference between how this one's making the directory, how the other one is? We can try this. This would get it more in line with the previous approach. So we paste this in, enter, unzip payload game. That's still running into the payloads issue. Wait, if it has Valheim online, Is there a payloads in here that has Valheim online? Of course there is. Because I deployed it locally. Okay, and then we can do a... So that'll get rid of it on the server. Then we can check if it's creating this again. It shouldn't be creating this on there. And then hopefully it'll use the volume instead. Kamal redeploy. We'll do that. I'm going to come over here. Make sure that's working. That's fine. And then I can come over here. And then we can check the grid instead of flex. Grid flow row. Over here. Grid. And then let's get rid of the flex column. Okay. That. Grid rows auto, maybe? Auto Roseman. Or auto rows max. Either works. Okay. That. Okay. We do this though. Okay. Let's see. Use a one-off auto rows grid value that doesn't align. I don't need to do that. I need to... Responsive logic is opposite to Bootstrap. Oh. I see. Okay. We have gap-4, and then we can do, what was it? Copy this. Let's do this. Okay, so that causes it to not be centered. That. Okay. Do this, maybe? Okay. This is going to take some playing with until I get used to this. Because I don't think there's going to be a fourth option here, but I was thinking about some kind of carousel. I don't know. Although I hate carousels. Like as a user, I don't like them. As a developer, I'm always like, oh, that'd be cool to do. But as a user, I'm always like, make a better website. Stop making me have to click things to go to places. So I'm probably going to have to reconcile the fact that I'm a terrible user with the fact that I'm making something for users. Okay. So yeah, this, I might just spin this one down because there's no point in running this right now. Let me see, Docker container Valheim WSL. We'll see if there's a way to get this to work. Maybe someone's run into this before. Although really it should just be like Windows Docker. Windows Docker Valheim. Okay, and then this just deployed, so we can come back over to here, and then we can try this again. Scroll down. Show this game, and then we can build from payload, and then we can Kamal app exec again. Build from payload, Kamal app logs. I can create worker. Let's scroll up. Make dir, payloads again. So let's Kamal app exec and then take a look at the system dir, which should no longer have the payloads in it, which it doesn't, which is good, I guess. So now we can come over here and we can try this until we get this to work. So what I'm going to do is just grab this bit, I guess. Let's grab this. Well, I guess we can grab the whole thing. It doesn't really matter. Okay. And then game was the game.last, right? Because we need game to be ID of 9. Yeah. Okay. So we have that. We can then do, it has a payload. So we can do unzip game. It gives us this for payloads. Let's get rid of the slash and then try this again. Oops, we have to unzip payloads or unzip game, sorry. Okay, so that's the same deal. It's just, it doesn't want to do something with the make dir p. There's got to be something I'm doing wrong here. It creates the directory, right? Payloads Valheim online. So if I do system dir again, does that exist? Or is that breaking right there? Creating directory payloads. So yeah, it's got to be breaking at this exact line. So let's do this. So let me grab this. Okay, and then we can do file utils make dir p. Okay. Now we should just be able to come in here and change this however we need to. So let's try slash data. Doesn't work. You can do slash data or slash payload slash underscore data slash. Same deal. Try this one without a slash. Same deal. Yeah, it's unhappy about something. I could try like a Rails root join, but like the whole point of this is I'm trying to use the volume. Which oh, okay, so okay. Hold on. I might have an idea. Maybe we can come back in here. We can do dash slash payloads, right? Colon slash payloads. Like that. And then the same thing down here, just like we had before. Okay. I think deploy works here. Oops. Kamal deploy. And then that should work. So I think we have to add it as a shared volume and then also make sure the permissions on it are still correct, which they won't be when we do this because it just refuses to do the permissions correctly. Let me make sure the rest of this is fine. Okay, so how's this work? All right, let's come back over here real quick. Let me scroll in so this happens. And let me come back to the home page. If I get rid of this, what happens? Okay. If I do something like this. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, something's definitely breaking right here. Enter partial locals. Let me come into the card. H5. P tag. Let's try this. Let's get rid of some of these. See if that causes anything to fix itself. Eventually we'll find what's breaking it. I don't think that one was it. Yeah, it's not that because the command, well, maybe. If this one doesn't have a set size and this is what's dictating the size, that could be it. So let's see. Let me just make sure that I'm not hallucinating. Let's get rid of this one. Okay. Then we can get rid of this one. Yeah. Okay, let's try this. We can come back to the home page. And we can use the same description for all of these. And we'll see if this causes it to be the same size. Okay, yeah. So it wasn't an issue with the CSS. It was an issue with, well, I mean, it was an issue with the CSS. I need to make sure that the description has like a set size as opposed to this weird flexible size. So let me do this. Description. Ensure uniform description width. I don't know, something like that. Let's do like a max width maybe. Okay, well, this just finished. Refresh, build from payload. Kamal app exec, or Kamal app log first. Okay, ran into issues here. This is unhappy, permission denied payloads. We come over here, LL payloads, LL payloads. Okay, underscore data in here is fine. Let's come over here, and then we can app exec. And then we can come over to our image manager job. Let me just undo whatever I just did. Okay, there we go. We can come over here and we can grab the payloads directory. Right? Oh wait, game equals game.last. Over here and paste this in. Okay. Payloads directory is set. Okay. So that should have gotten rid of the payloads directory, which we know is payload / Valheim online. If we come over to the dashboard API, dashboard controller. The mods directory in this case was /deployer data /mods, which is this one, deployer data. We also have wait, what? We have deployer Valheim data. No. There's no way that's it. We have payloads right here. Payloads was made 1638. So this was a little bit ago. So it is possible that that one was set up wrong. Let's try this. Okay, can't do that. All right. System dir. Okay, there's nothing in here, so that makes sense. What if I do this? File utils.makedir_p test. Okay. Make dir test 1, 2, 3. Okay, that one doesn't work because it doesn't exist. So yeah, there's for some reason, whatever this is happening in, it doesn't belong to the Rails user. LL storage. Okay. storage, deployer data, underscore data. That's all fine. We have mod packs, which we're not using. We have temp data. Okay. Same deal. So we've checked data, deployer data. It's not Docker files data. We have payloads. And this one should just be doing storage rails/storage. And if we come over to the Docker file that it runs, volume rails/storage. Is does that cause it to be able to use it? Maybe that's what I've been doing wrong. Kamal deploy. Just in case anyone here, because I get these comments a lot, thinks that I'm some kind of wizard that does this in a video the first try. This is, again, what it's actually like. There's, I don't think you're going to find a person on this planet who's just typing code the first time and stuff works. So don't feel too bad if you're sitting there trying to do stuff and it doesn't work. Because unfortunately, it's very common. That's the whole point of having developers, right? If stuff didn't just work the first time, or if it did work the first time, you could just have an AI actually do your job. That's the job security. The job security is the job security is the frustration. The frustration's the job security. First try, no cap. Yeah, first try every time. My favorite's when I do the live split speedruns and I pull up the little timer. I sit there and I race against effectively nothing at all. And people go, whoa, that was so fast. You didn't make any mistakes. I'm like, yeah, I didn't make any mistakes because I didn't publish the first 4 videos where I tried to do this and I made mistakes. It's all an optical illusion. But this is the fun part to me, sitting here, you know, trying to solve this, and you just, like, this part sucks. Don't get me wrong. You're sitting here and it just doesn't work. But when you finally get that part where it works, the rush that comes from the, oh my God, it actually worked. And then you just feel like you're on top of the world for 10 minutes before you break something else. That's the thing that keeps me coding. All right. Back to this again. So we want to set a width for this, right? Fixed widths. Yeah, that works. Honestly, we could probably just do this. This would probably be a good enough size, right? We'll come over to cards. And we can come in here and set this for the description. And then if I do this, that works. Let me make sure that there's no weird. Okay, there is. So we want to change this to, yeah, that works. That's actually a really smart way of doing it. I think. No, auto is the problem, right? So let's get rid of this. We could do this, actually. We could say the small one is like that, and then everything else is W-auto, maybe? Oh, it's overlapping. Oh. And then can we do like a min-W-72? So I'll do the inverse of what you said. Or I could do like a min width should be one set before it. Can you set a W-full on line 1? I can certainly try. W-full. Remove the manual widths. Okay. These. I'll leave the auto just in case, but I can get rid of that too. It's like magic. You're so much better at this than I am. Oh my, that's funny. Yeah, that worked great. I appreciate it. Okay, and then we'll come over here and we'll do games. And then we'll do build from payload, and then we'll do Kamal app log. Okay. Undefined method service. Okay, so we're running into that issue again, but this is on line 59 right here, right? So I'm just going to try this again. Oh, wait, whoops. Kamal app exec. We'll get there eventually. Okay. Game equals game dot find 9. This, and then we can do... Still doesn't work. What? File utils dot makedir 123 system dir. There's a Valheim Docker file here. Oh, there is a Valheim Docker file. Okay. There's also deployer data. Deployer data. rm-rf deployer data. So that's definitely a different deployer data. Okay. Rails.root.join. Let's do payloads. New dir equals this. Dir. What do we do? We could do file utils.makedir underscore p new dir. Something about this doesn't have access. It doesn't have access to itself. Rails storage, payloads, and then this. It's almost like I need to set Rails to be its own thing. All right, where have I done this before? Come over to here. Config. Deploy.yaml. Storage was that. Okay. Didn't have that up here. This is... Okay, I need some way to test if this is a Kamal thing or if it's a Docker thing. Like where the problem's coming from. I would say it's almost definitely a Kamal issue because the Docker file I can run locally and everything works fine. Again, it's only an issue here. It'd be so much easier if I was just using a good compose file. All right. Well, docs. Let's see. What do you got for me? Configuration. Using volumes. You can add custom volumes in the app containers using that. Using directories. Directories act in a similar way to volumes, except it will create a corresponding directory on the host before mounting the volume. Okay, so we'll run make dir and then it'll mount it. So instead of doing this, maybe what I have to do is say directories, payload, Rails storage. Let's get rid of this. And then we'll try Kamal app deploy. Actually, I'm going to do a setup. Kamal setup. Every time I type that. Okay. That's working. Oh, I guess it's doing its own thing. Mod list. I guess we can do the console, right? Because we have this that has all these commands in it. Now there's something that I saw in the Flowbyte docs, which we can probably do here. Docs, and then it was a input somewhere. Input field. Where was it? Maybe it wasn't here. Where was it? I have to search for input. I could have sworn it was in here, where there was a pre-built input that I wanted to use. Well, I should probably switch this as well for the like payload attachment and the Docker compose file attachment. Search inputs, voice inputs, not there. Theming, optimization. Chat bubble. This is getting closer. This is because I thought we could use something like this for the command interface. Whoa, what's happening? Oh. Okay, apparently the computer is freezing. That's great. Let me see if I can open up the Twitch manager. But yeah, this is... Oh, there goes sound. Is it back yet? Looks like... Nope. Preparing security options. Fantastic. Okay. Open up the task manager. Okay, wait, that looks like it's good again. What just happened? I think we're back. Maybe. Okay, let's do that. Oh, that was bad. Okay, so we have that. I wanted to find the input. That's what I was looking for. Okay, I think we're good now, right? Hopefully Twitch and YouTube are done freaking out. We want to find the message input. Oh, dog's breaking in. Give me 1 second to go resecure the boundaries. Animals always like come in and then knock on the door, open the door or something, and then they just stare at me and they're like, I know I wasn't supposed to do that, but that's not going to stop me. And then they just walk away. It's like they can tell you're recording or something and they just want to like be involved. Okay. Flow byte message input. I swear I saw something that looked like this. It's under forms, maybe? Floating labels, input sizes. Maybe not. Make a menu. Okay. Text area. WYSIWYG. Comment box. Chat room input. There we go. Alrighty. So we can grab this. I think. And then we'll do something with this. And then we'll move this over here. This is also done, but okay, let me do this. And then we'll close some of these as well. Just in case one of those is why it was losing its mind. What do we do? Oh yeah, we're gonna come over here to games. We can do a Kamal app log again. Here, build from payload. Run our log, run into another issue, scroll up. Same thing, still doesn't have permissions for payloads. So we can do our exec. System dir. Slash. Okay, payloads exist there. Okay. Make dir payload slash test. Can't do that. Oh wait, we have to do slash. And you can't do that because you don't have permissions for that. Payloads, da da da. If I come over here, this should have test in it, right? Yeah. So it's definitely in the container. I was just sitting there like, what was happening? Okay. Yeah, so let's deal with that in a second. We'll come over to the command form. And we want to use this. Cut this, get rid of the form. Put this right here. Don't need a upload message button or upload image. We don't need an emoji button. Like that. And then our text area, go right here. Text area body. Okay, we can get rid of this ID. This needs to be for this text area body. I mean, we can leave it for now and just check. Get rid of that. Okay. Don't need this, I think. Let's see. Come over here to console, new commands. Get rid of this one. And then for this submit button here, oops, F11, close this one. And then we can do the form.submit for this. Get rid of this. And this wraps around it, right? So we want to do form.submit for this, do end like that. That's going to throw an error though, or not. I guess it's okay with that. I want to get rid of this. There we go. Okay, so now it's unhappy. Yeah, okay. So we need to put we need the SVG in there somehow. But what does this look like? Because it had the create command somewhere, right? Or the send message. That's weird. Why is it doing that? Oh, I see. Maybe? Okay. I have to figure out how to do this with the form.textArray placeholder, form.submit class. Let's do this. Form.submit wrap SVG Rails. Oh, this is for simple form. Oh, here we go. Submit form. Button tag type submit. Empty string. Oh, I see. Like this, maybe? So we do this, and then this. Okay, without the empty string argument. See that? I don't fully understand. Oh, wait. I see. No, wait, I don't. Oh, this needs to be tabbed over. Yes. Okay, so then button submit SVG class and the span. I mean, I guess this is fine for now. If I do this, let's just say, just type test. Okay. Wait, hold on. We might have something else happen here. Nav bar. Okay. If current user. Hold on. I need some way to figure that out. Let's do this. bin/dev. We can go over to home. Home.html. Just come over here. Okay. Something's up here. Let's do Rails C. Zoom in. User equals user.first. I think it's the first. Nope, it's not the first user. Second user. Okay, user. User.avatar, I think. Okay. I see what the issue is. Users/edit. Do something like this. /user/edit. Password. Okay, so that gets us this back. Console commands. Okay, insert into whatever. That works, and then we have to come over to our commands controller. We got to make sure this only happens if we can actually authenticate. Archon something, right? Archon.rb. If the server is not available by or I guess incorrect is a better way to put it. If the server is let's just say unreachable, maybe. Like that. I don't know. Let me just test this. At client, right? Client dot okay. This is the Archon gem, right? Archon gem Rails. There we go. So we got to do it here, and then we have to do it over there as well, I'm assuming. But let me make sure. Authenticate. Okay, yeah, there's just, it's a, gosh, I hope this works solution. Is basically how they're doing it. So what we're going to do is we're going to say begin. Then we'll do our client authenticate. Yep, that's fine. You just do the rest. Thank you. But it's not this one, right? It's, what are we looking for? Okay, I'm gonna have to go into the actual gem real quick. Lib. This is in client, right? Authenticate. Okay. Let's try this. Hey, Reality. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, okay, so this one doesn't exist. To the surprise of no one. Okay, well, that one definitely does exist, but whatever. Stop the server again, try it again, make sure we're getting all these. Turn off auth error. Is that what it says? Okay, whatever. Refresh, thank you. Okay. Okay, do that. And then we wanted to do payloads real quick. So we can come over here. Let's go over to the image manager job. Grab this. Oh, game is undefined again. Yeah, doing a good Ramadan Mubarak to Muslims. I'm glad to hear it. Why do I keep typing LL? That's such a bad habit. Okay, so we have this, but this is game equals game dot first. We need game dot last, right? I did it again. Game, Valheim Online, game dot whatever. So let's do payloads directory is this. And we'll say file utils dot make dir underscore p payloads directory. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just. What? Okay. Let hold on. Make this in slash payload slash test. Okay, the last one was 825. There's just nothing in there. Data, we have payloads, which was 1638. I don't think that was it. I could just remove it, I guess. And then see. Let's come back over here real quick. Move this up here. Authenticate, ignore first packet. Something like that. Let's stop the server. Start the server. Refresh. Okay, so that works at client. Okay, now we can come over to the commands controller. We're trying to do this right here. Something like that. And we can just do if I don't know, that instance. We could do something like if it's set. I mean, we have the at client, I guess, right? Archon client dot instance dot okay, how do I want to do this? Let's come over here. I mean, really, we would then just want to like have a reconfigure. But I don't want to do that here. So let's come in here and let's just say some kind of like accessor, maybe. I don't know. We'll deal with this in a second. Games built from payload. Okay. I need a way to like, I almost want to blow away all of the volumes and just start from scratch and see what it's creating and just go from there. So maybe I do that. So we'll stop everything. We'll say Docker container PS. Okay, so we have this one, which we don't need running. So I'm going to do Docker container stop. Stop this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay. And then we can do a Docker container prune once that's done. Yes. Docker container PS. Okay, so there's no more containers. Docker image ls. And then what's the command? It's Docker image rm. I mean, we can prune, but every time I prune, it doesn't actually prune anything. Yeah. So we're going to do a Docker image rm. Okay, so those are both the same. Get rid of this one. This one. Just going to wipe all of these. This will hopefully get a bunch of stuff out of here. Image is referenced in multiple repositories. That's fine. Docker image ls. Okay, so now we have these two. Docker image prune. This. Or Docker image remove. Sorry. RM. That. Docker container ls. Docker volume ls. Volume prune. I got rid of 2 of them, but that's really not anything to write home about. Docker volume, what's the command? RM. RM, we want to get rid of data. Deployer data. That one. Okay, and then we'll get rid of temp data. Okay. Docker volume, ls. There's nothing left at this point. Okay. So, now that everything is gone, hopefully, we can do a Kamal app. Is there a way to remove it from here? Kamal app remove. Just get it all off of there. Okay. Kamal app setup. And I'm going to come over here real quick into our pre-connect, and I'm going to make sure this is exiting early. This is just doing the network. So let's do a setup. And then we'll just see what out of the box, I did it again, out of the box, what this is actually building for us. Because there's got to be something here where for some reason it's creating this with the wrong permissions or something. Yeah, and the rest of this we should be good with. And we'll see what this does for us. Okay, now let's come back over here and let's actually do whatever we were just doing. Okay, so let's come back into our Archon. Okay, so we can do this. Okay. Client to execute. What? Oh, wait, I see. What's happening? Okay. Okay. Turn, I'm going to say return -1 unless that. Okay, that's fine for now. Okay. So we have that console at least showing that form. Now I want to come over to the commands index right here. And I want to render the commands/form right here. Console, like that. And then I want to get rid of the new command. I'm going to come over here and look for a scroll box. Some kind of like message history thing if they have it. This is for text areas though. I need like some kind of overflow. Like a chat box or something. Something where I can throw all of these in. But for right now, I guess I can also just do something else. So I'm going to grab, instead of doing commands.all, I'm going to do commands controller index dot last 5 maybe. Like that. And then in the command underscore command, I'm going to do probably should do a little bit better here. Okay. So we're going to do something like this. It's command.body. We'll say h3 command.user.email. And then we can do a p tag that is command.body. And we'll do this. We'll say it's like a h5 maybe. We'll do command dot created at, but I also want the ID here. So let's do this. We'll do square brackets and then we'll do command dot ID. Defined is a command not associated with the user. All right. All right, funny guy. I guess it's not because at the time I wasn't thinking that we would do this, but it probably makes sense to have the user commands in here somehow. Alrighty, command.rb. This will then belong to a user. And we can come into the user.rb, and then this will has many commands, dependent destroy. And then we can come over to our terminal and do a Rails DB migrate, add user to commands, user : references. Oops. Rails G migration. I'm out of it today. All right. Rails DB migrate bin/dev. It's upset about that. That's fine. Oh, it's probably nil. That's probably why. All right. DB. Actually, you know what? We'll do a command.destroy all. Okay. Command.rb. We're going to come in here. We'll uncomment, or we'll comment this out. Rails C. Command.destroy all. Like that. bin/dev. Yeah, this is a do as I say, not as I do moment. Not the cleanest way to do this, but that's okay. There we go. Okay. And then we come into the command controller and we say the command at command.user equals current user, like that, refresh. Then we can do like /give Dean iocom diamond3. Okay. And we can see he tried to give himself some diamonds, so he's totally exposed right here. Then let's come into the create. Eventually, we're going to want to change this to not like do a redirect at all, but we'll just do a commands path. Great. There we go. Okay, so that works. But we want to do Or, yeah, reverse, I guess, right? I think that makes sense. Create this and then 3. Okay. And then that's, it's still not great, but it's at least something where we can pass in commands and we don't have to scroll to go find the new command button. So that works. This should not be a text box. Well, I guess maybe this makes sense because you're going to have like larger commands when you're doing like command block type stuff in Minecraft, at least. I don't know about other games. So I guess that's okay. And then this is apparently done with the entire setup process in like 3 minutes. Refresh. Okay. admin@example.com. Password. Okay. All right. And then let's come up here, new game. Valheim. Not a compose file, but we do need to upload the attachment again. Give it a second to actually upload because it is a bit of a bigger zip file. Kamal app log, just to make sure. Nothing in here that's broke did yet. Now we can check. Yeah, and we're right back here to it being upset about the payloads directory. It's gonna break me. I'm on the edge. Let's come into the deploy.yaml just to verify. So we did both of these as directories now, right? So we're in the volumes. We deleted everything. The only thing that gets created in here is the storage, even though we just ran Kamal setup. So I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what the directories here are doing because I thought we read in the Kamal docs that the directories would create the. Okay. Directories act in a similar way to volumes, except it will create a corresponding directory on the host before mounting the volume. So where is it creating this? Maybe we have to do like payloads : like this. That maybe. We could do it this way, or we could leave these slashes off. Let's try this. Kamal setup. We'll see if this does something. Hey Deanin, can we get a tutorial on building a e-commerce site using Rails API and React? Let me see. If I were to do something like that, I would probably build it using the... I'd use the doorkeeper gem for authentication. Something like this. And then I would... Yeah, I mean, I can take a look at it. That might be a month or two from now before I get to building out something that big. Is there a React? Let me see if there's a template or something. Maybe there's like a template I could use that would allow you to stitch it up with the Rails app to at least save some time. Because a lot of the front end stuff, what ends up happening is you spend 4 hours making a video about positioning all the stuff for like the cart button. Which I understand it's a necessity, but also it's just, it's like the Next.js stream we did like a week or two ago where you spend a lot of time building up all the fundamentals, which is important, but also, dear God, I feel like I'm losing my mind sometimes. But yeah, I can take a look at it. Because I think I've gotten enough of that covered by now that I have tutorials to point people to if they ask questions about like the React side of things. Is this a problem because it's not an accessory? No, it goes to print working directory dash Kamal demo DB. Kamal demo DB, because it's the DB accessory. So in this case, it should go to pwd Kamal demo / data, right? I mean, we see the storage here because we're putting the storage down here as a volume and we're putting the storage up here. Do these actually do something if they're in the server block? Do we have to declare these at the bottom? Like, what's the difference? Maybe we have to declare them at the bottom in this case. I mean, I'll wait for this to finish. We have more stuff here now. This is 59, right? So it's these two. Okay, there's nothing in that one. And then there's the other one. LL, this one, / _ data. Nothing in there either. Okay. So that's done then. I'm SSH'd into the right machine, right? Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Okay, let's try this. We have volumes down here. Let's try putting a directories block down here after the volumes. Something like this. I guess worst case scenario, it'll tell us it's in the wrong place, right? Okay, pushes the NVN files, logs into the image repository, build and push image, which it's doing right now. It runs Docker build. It's building this container. Okay. I guess we can come into the Docker file, which has volumes for Rails storage and payloads. Payloads : payloads, Rails / storage. What on earth? Okay. We have mod list, we have console, we have games. Yeah, I think it might be a good idea to do some kind of like search for game functionality. Because I can see this list getting a little bit longer. But also I don't know how much like the end user is going to end up keeping this stuff, as opposed to like what I'm just going to say this is now just background commands that I'm going to call from somewhere. So I don't want to build out like an entire search functionality and then have it come to the realization that I don't need it in 3 days. When I finally figure out what's causing this, and then all of this stuff just gets folded into like 2 button presses. So we'll see. Is this running? Okay, let's cd into, what is it? /var /lib /docker /volumes. Okay. I swear it said these directories go somewhere. Container options. This might be interesting. Not necessarily here, but like restricting the Docker containers to use specific like specifications, because then we can just say they only get so much crap if they want to, I don't know, run like a Minecraft server with a set amount of cores or something. Okay. Well, we don't need that right now because we can't worry about other games. We can't get anything deployed right now. because this payloads directory doesn't exist. Now, realistically, I could just extract everything not into the payloads directory, but it feels like any type of like file creation permission doesn't exist. So there's got to be something that I'm doing wrong here that I wasn't doing wrong previously. And like any of the other Kamal instance, again, it's a Kamal thing. I've already removed so much of the Kamal stuff. I'm not going to rip out the rest of it and go over to Docker land where it's safe. I can do this. Games. Show this game. We can click deploy. And then we want to Kamal app log. Yeah, it's still upset about this payloads directory. Where is this payloads directory? Please. Kamal app exec. System dir. Deployer data is in here. Is that over here? It is. So if I ll deployer, that should be that deployer data, right? Or system dir. We want to go into deployer data. Yeah, command executor pending restart in mods. So that's fine. If I come over to the mod list and I upload a new zip of mod files, which aren't here, but I can grab these from CurseForge real quick. So let me open this up in folder. If I grab these and then I upload these as an attachment, mods right here, grab the 4-pack, we can attach these. 4-pack mods. Like that. It'll take a second because it's like 13 megabytes. That works. We'll click deploy. That causes this to blow up. Because now we've also removed the data that this was reliant on. Let me just check. Kamal app log. Okay. Uploaded file key. Yeah, this deployer data doesn't exist. Is there another place where volumes get put? I feel like I'm losing my mind right now. We have the payloads there. Come into config. Let's come up to deploy. Only other thing I can think of is that we also need to put this over here. I just don't understand why the Docker socket itself is totally okay. But this just refuses to work. And this one feels like it works. There's no way, right? I guess we'll just keep running Kamal setup too, because it doesn't seem to be changing anything. You'd expect this to take as long as it usually does, but I guess not. It's just everything's cached. Resolve image. Pull token. Resolve image. Loads the build context. I'm not seeing anything there. Okay, let's come back here. Back to mods, and then we can come over here. I would just like to see these directories get made somewhere. I don't care where. Just please. That has the SQLite database in it, which makes sense. Oh my God. This is what's so frustrating about setting this stuff up from scratch, though. That's where a tool like this would be really nice that just handles all of this. So I've definitely tried to deploy like games to servers before and just sat there and been in like disbelief at, I don't know, the absolute state of all of these things. Because like the normal workflow is the file's too big, so then you got to FTP into your server, move the file in there if you want any semblance of what's going on, and then set it up and run it in a very particular order, and then like kind of just destroy half your system while you're doing it. Because like all the custom configuration stuff you have to do. But I don't understand enough about this syntax to figure out what I'm doing wrong. So I really need to figure out like where or what this is doing. Okay, we don't need a different context. This is all traffic stuff, right? Volume. Okay, so this one's mentioning all of them. None of them are in quotes, so I don't think I needed to do that. Although this one is. I can drink water just to annoy you. I'm a better person than that. I thought about it. I was like, no. Okay, so that also isn't very helpful. Custom port. That's not the env thing, because that was the problem last time. We weren't pushing up the environment variables. Yep. Take care. Hope your fast goes well. Run Rails running on primary server. Okay. All app log. This is now up and running. Let's come over here. Go over to games, show this game, build from payload, Kamal app log. Upset again, same reason I'm assuming it is. Okay. LL in here. It's creating all of these, but there's nothing's going in them. And this was at 11, so this would be 10 right here. CD underscore data, and there's nothing in here. Okay, so I need something to make this. Something needs to make a volume. This isn't working. The directories aren't happening. Unless there's somewhere else on this host machine that it makes these. Which I guess is possible. So let's check. There's a payloads directory here that was made at 1804. There is no world where this is. That's from today. I'm going to get rid of this payloads directory. Okay, so that's one. What's the other one? Rails storage. Okay, it's not in here. There's a deploy. Okay, so that's the Docker socket. All right. Okay, so let's try this. Let's come over here. Mod list, console, games. Build from payload. Kamal app log. Payloads doesn't exist. Payloads isn't here. So let's do a Kamal setup again. And let's see where it's making these. Because these have to be going somewhere. I didn't make that payloads directory. So something made it at some point. Oh my God. Yeah, and this just it thinks everything's cached, so it's not. Okay, yeah, that didn't make it here. lib volumes or Docker volumes. Docker volume prune. Like that. That gets us these. We still have storage here. But I don't. All right, you know what? Where's my trusty helper companion? Mounted like a volume, but I can't find the volumes. The deployment setup using Docker or similar containerization. Okay. It maps the Docker socket. Into a container at this. Named volumes are managed by Docker and stored. That's just not. You won't find storage directly in your host file system. Instead, it exists within Docker's internal storage. It's not standard Docker syntax. It appears there may be volume mounts, but they're listed under directory section. Okay, so yeah, this is no help because it's weird Kamal stuff. Nothing here. There's never anything in those. And then this is, I'm assuming, done at this point. It is. Okay, so that's 44 seconds. I mean, it's a record time, if nothing else. It's a record time to accomplish nothing, which isn't great either. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to go back up here. We're going to do payloads /payloads :/payloads. We're going to come up here. We're going to do one more. This is going to be, actually, we don't even need the one for the Rails storage because we already have that. And then up here, we just have that. That's fine. And I'm going to grab this. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to put it in here. Get rid of these two like that. And then we're going to try this again and see if this changes anything. Although at this point, I got to be honest, I just don't know. Because I'm even trying it in here with the payloads. But presumably this should go through and then at some point, like this should be created somewhere. If I can figure out where it's making the directory, I can solve the rest of the problems. It's just I just don't know. I don't know where, or I guess I don't even know if it's creating this somewhere. In this case, okay, so I guess we can do this the hard way. Okay, and here, overlay 2. Okay. Docker volume ls. Which is just these, which is also different from this. I guess we'll wait and see what this does, because maybe it creates it after it like pushes up, and then it says, oh, it's been pushed up, now we're good here. Although I somehow doubt that. The other option is to just make a different Rails app and see at a bare minimum if we can get this to create these folders. Because it could just be that something on the server's been misconfigured, which would probably have happened when I was trying that whole Genti thing, because that needs to be like installed on the actual server. So it's possible that messed up the permissions somehow, and that's causing this whole thing to just not work now. Thankfully, like resetting the server is not a problem. That'll be like a 5-minute process. It's no big deal. We just have to wait and see if this actually does anything though. Okay, image RM, it gets rid of it, does the pull, does the pre-deploy hooks, does the login, starts the container with the volumes. This is for traffic, right? Then it does one right here for the other one. This is the deployer, I think. So now, assuming this works, there should definitely be some sort of volume somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 here. Okay, so that just... There's got to be, like, there's no... I mean, I could do this. I could do test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3, right? I can grab this. I can put this up here. And then if we search for this, this has to be getting made somewhere. Okay. Volume. Let's do this. We could do, we had these, right? So we'll do string, and then we'll turn this into an array. Oops, an array, sorry. Comma. Payloads. We could also try this. I guess that's also a possibility. And then I'm going to do this too. At least this will let us cover our bases. Although it's a little bit weird to be doing this. Okay, we'll do that. And then we can come over here and we can do a find for test 1, 2, 3, because that's probably nowhere else. Are you still dealing with the different permissions? No, now it's just not, it's not making the volumes at all. Like I can't get the volumes to get created, which means I can't get to the permissions issue because when I mount the volumes, the directory is just never made in the volumes directory. So I don't know what that's all about. Oops. Let's try this. I don't want to do that here. Docker volume prune. Yes. Okay. So I've now switched this over here. This is making, or trying to make a payloads volume. And then this has the payloads. And then I have the test 1, 2, 3. And I'm doing that both here and here. And then we'll see if that through some miracle works, but I kind of doubt it. Kamal example. See if there's a Postgres one. Someone must have done this. Okay, so this Postgres directory one actually has a directories block, which is at the same level of what I was doing, I think. But I don't know if you can do that in like your web servers. That I don't know. Oh, this was also the one from forever ago, right? Yeah, April 5th. Which isn't actually that long ago, but in this land where the tool has gone through an entire name change, that is probably something. Okay, so let's go back and let's find something else. Okay, so this one we can take a look at. servers, hosts, options, network, job, hosts, CMD, private. Okay. This one uses directories as well. In the same way, it sets it up to be data. So we can try and get rid of the slash. That's one option. This one's using /var lib redis for this one. But I just don't know. Okay, let's see. Guess we're going to do some learning today. Okay, so this one says, this is an example of creating named volumes. So that's also a possibility. But they're both set to that. So I wonder if the slash, I mean, it could be the slashes that are causing the problems. Yeah, because this finished and I don't have anything here. We can try this. /test123. So that created test123 and it created payloads. Okay. We can do this like that. We have now verified that it's at least making these, which I guess is something. Let's see. If we get rid of the slashes, this should then put it there, I think. So I'm going to Kamal setup again, because the Kamal setup today is actually going really fast because everything's cached. Let's get rid of all this. Okay, I'm going to come back to the, I guess I can do this, rm/test. And we'll do that for payloads as well. Okay. And we can come over here. And then in theory, this should now be creating it in the Docker volumes section, which is a good step too, because then at least we've created it again. Now, whether or not that helps or not, I don't know. Because ultimately, the Rails app is trying to create this folder, and it can't. It doesn't have permission to do it anywhere. Even when I try and manually run it inside like the console, it can't do it. So hopefully this gives it the ability to. Games. And of course, you always get so impatient when you're doing this that you just want to sit there and like catch it the second that it sets it up. Okay. So for cleaning it, we need, I think that's right. Then we come down here. I still don't know how we fix the permission issue. Unfortunately, that's one that I'm sitting here. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I should also do this. I don't know if this will fix it, but I guess this will at least verify if it's this block that's doing it. Let me leave these here. If it's this block that's doing it, or if it's this block that's doing it. Because if it gets created in the root again, we can assume it's this one that's firing. And then I don't know where these are being made. But if it's made in the volume again, we can confirm it's this one, and then I don't know what this is doing. Now, the other possibility is that both this and this will exist, which would be confusing in a different kind of way. In which case, we just get rid of these and we leave the ones up top. Okay. So now it's doing the Docker poll. At some point, I'm going to have to subscribe for some kind of Docker Hub account because the amount of traffic I'm causing them is not. It's very unfortunate. Either that or I'll have to like maybe set my server as some kind of repository or something. I mean, I'm going to have to do that eventually. I just didn't want to do it on this server. All right. Hey, Dean, I wanted to spin up the Linktree demo, and all I got is a weird Minecraft server. That'd make a pretty good t-shirt. Okay, so this didn't do anything. It's still making these volumes here. I'm just going to assume that down here is the one that matters. I'm going to get rid of these. All right, I guess I'll leave it like this. I don't know. We'll do another setup, and then this. There's now no reason for these things to be made at the root directory. rm-rf/payloads. Because there's nothing in here that indicates root directory anymore. Everything in here is like, it's got to go somewhere. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me see if I can figure out how to do this. Let's in the something like that. If we treat this so what I think I'm going to ultimately end up with is something like this. This is what I want. But I need to do this step by step right now to verify that this is doing what I think it's doing. Because like this folder has to be going somewhere when I have these set up like this. Just slowly losing my sanity here, or rapidly, I guess. Yeah, which is that's what ChatGPT is suggesting too. Which I guess for future reference, the way that I'm doing this with ChatGPT is I'm pasting in the Kamal file and then I'm saying, pretend this is a Docker Compose file. And then it comes back with feedback. Okay. All right, so this could also be it. Based on your lines. Sure that and sure source intended. You might want to explicitly define your volume at the bottom of the Docker file under the volume section. Okay. Okay, so it's suggesting doing this. We have the payloads up here, which is payloads:/payloads, which makes sense. And then down here, it's suggesting we do storage:/payloads:, and get rid of this. Like this, I think. And as you can imagine, it's thrilled about this line right here. Okay. Error response, invalid volume specification, test123, test123, invalid mount type, volume. Okay. Kamal, redeploy. And we'll see this, where did this get to before it went boom? Okay, so it finished this and then made it to the end. And then this, in theory, should be creating these. I think this test123 is actually a problem though. So we'll do it like this. We'll run this with payloads, storage, payloads. Our socket can stay up here, and then we'll have to test the Docker integration after this, which we can't really do right now because our server is not up. Like this server is not up. Let me go ahead and let me open this again just to make sure. Let me make sure I close other stuff. Okay. Now I think this is the syntax in Kamal. I don't think I can leave this empty. I think I need the empty braces here because I was getting yelled at the other day for not having those. Load that up. We can come over here. We don't have a payloads directory. We don't have a test123. So paranoid. I'm just waiting to like pop over there and have it come out of nowhere and be like, where did that directory come from? Whoa, okay. Was not happy about that one. So let me come over here and close this. Close all. There we go. Just make sure that my computer is not getting fried. I mean, it's definitely cooking right now. It is not happy with what I've been doing. This should be down because we haven't launched the Minecraft server in a while. We come over to the games. New game. Minecraft Forge. Compose file, and then we can grab this from here because I still have it over here. So that's this one. Yeah, see right here, this was how it was set up for the data. So it's deployer data, deployer data, and the volumes was data. So we'll do that same thing over here. The only thing I don't know is this data right here versus deployer data, what the difference is, but we'll just hit save. And then we can start server, I think. Is that how I do it? I think I did that right as the container was stopping. LL. Hey, come here. How's your deploy week? Did you survive? Storage. Okay. Feels a bit like that well had some qualifiers associated with it. It says Urgent. No, I'm pretty sure you're right. That's not the CSS. Oh. Okay. Okay. You can go back to doing nothing. You'll love to hear it. LL storage data. Okay. admin@example.com. Yeah, it's looking like it just went poof. Okay. Docker volume prune. That gets rid of all those. I wonder. Now, one thing I'm noticing here is that didn't create our payloads directory. I'm going to get rid of this test. Look away. It's not what you think it is. Oh, payloads. Wait, what? At line 44. Did not find expected hyphen. That's what we had earlier? Oh, unless we have to do it like this. Did not find expected key while parsing a block mapping at line 44. Okay. Config, remove the, I think so. Okay. So now it's empty. So this time it's okay with it being empty. The other time it wants the braces. Sure. Now is this this might reconnect it to that? I'm gonna wait and see what happens here. Or it needs a hyphen before the payloads. Yeah, I don't know, because then Docker compose volumes. What are you doing? Nothing. We're trying to figure out how to make this thing mount the volumes I needed to with Kamal. It was largely fine, but the permissions weren't being set properly. The actual application is now deploying everything with just regular old Docker, which has made things a lot easier to understand. Yeah, so this could be the issue. This should correspond to this. And then that should be fine. Sounded like when you ask a child who was watching. I just knew I was going to get roasted again because it feels like the last 4 times you've showed up, you've asked what I was doing, and every time I'm like, Kamal's not working. I'm like one of those guys that clearly has a problem and he just can't stop. Let's do this. No. Oh, you mean, yeah, I see where this is going. Cannot mix a list and key/values. Do you trust Kamal with your soul? Absolutely not. I've been on a good streak. It's worked for so long. It's been like a week of just Kamal setup, Kamal deploy, and it's just been working. But that's largely because I had something that was working and didn't have to change it. I propose this to you. Okay. I'm listening. Okay. So that's pushing, and then we have to wait a second here. If Kamal becomes Vercel's default deployment method, I'll give you 10K. You do a hot. All right. So yeah, it's upset about this, it looks like. Invalid mode. Invalid mode. Error response from Damon. Invalid mode. Var run Docker sock. My God. This is so weird. If Kamal becomes Vercel's default deployment method, I'll give you 10K, but if it doesn't, you do a hot tube. A hot tube. Oh, geez. I think there's probably better uses of your money. But I'm more than willing to weasel my way into a deal like that. if it becomes Vercel's default deployment method, instead of 10K, all I need to see is that universe app you made. Oh yeah, I mean clearly he's going to win. But hypothetically, assuming it becomes Vercel's default method, just take that map with the orbital rotations of what was it, like Earth and Venus. I want you to take that and deploy that to a website using Kamal. That's all I need to see. I just want to see that in a Vercel app deployed. I prefer to give you 50K. Yeah. So yeah, I know how to make the deal hurt. I like the emotional damage. So we could either do that or we could do this. Now, I could try this. But the issue with this is it was causing the other... Well, I guess here, let's do this. If we leave it like this, we do a Kamal deploy. We can then check if this is at least making the directory or something. Let's do a slash. There's no payloads. There's no test. It's weird that sometimes it throws the error right away saying there's a syntax error, and then sometimes it doesn't do it until it gets to the very end. I don't understand why some syntax errors are caught at the start and some aren't caught until it goes to actually deploy. So that's a little strange. But the issue with this is we're losing out on our Rails mount, and I don't like that. Because that means every time we restart, we're going to lose that. This is doing volume Rails storage, which is what it was doing before, right? So we do it like this. Are these supposed to be in quotes like that? I mean, I guess it would have yelled at me if that was wrong. Okay. I think we throws away if it's a, I think it throws away if it's a syntax error. And the other one happens when it's technically valid syntax, but doesn't translate to a valid Docker command. Gotcha. That makes sense. Volume directly outside of Docker Compose using, and reference it using compose.yaml. So you could do like an external one. You could mark a volume as external and then use it. And then worst case scenario, you would then chmod that in a pre-connect or something, or I guess a post deploy. Can Kamal do that? External. Oh boy. Hold on. Let's go over to configuration. Kamal external volume. My deploy user has the permission to create directories in the /var/lib directory. I see no reason why Kamal should not allow me to do it. Well, hold on. Main difference is the directories create the directory on the host before mounting the volume. Directories seem to choose for me since I don't want to create the directories manually. The issue I'm facing is that directories are scoped to the user's home directory. When I set directories to /var/lib/redis, the directory is created on the host. I could create the directories manually, set the volumes key, but I want to avoid that. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that was just resolved. Okay. It's about to say. Kamal imaging. It's brutal out here trying to use this tool right now because there is just no documentation on it yet. Now, of course, after it becomes like the Vercel de facto standard and Kamir becomes like the leading luminary teaching everyone how to use Kamal, it'll probably be different. But until we get to that point, man, it's a pain. Okay, so this gives us a storage directory. I still don't know where payloads is going. There is no world where this becomes adopted in a year. A year might be close to making it the Rails default out of the box. Even there, I don't know. This isn't, we're not talking like Evan Yu creating a new JavaScript tool where like it's just objectively the best thing that's been made so far. This is Rails land. Getting anyone to adopt anything that we do is an upwards battle. Docker volume prune again. You haven't migrated to roll down yet. I saw that he released it. And I was like, oh, here we go again. It was wild watching like the adoption in real time when he released Vite and how quickly that picked up everywhere. And everyone was like, whoa, this is just so cool. This is really interesting to see. But then there was a podcast I listened that he did 2 or 3 years ago. I think he was having a discussion with the creator of Svelte or something. It's a really, really interesting discussion, but he clearly tries to strike a balance between like end user experience based on performance and also developer experience based on not needing to sit there and micromanage your code. And he seems to do a very good job at that. All the Vue tools are very thought through. Yeah. It definitely feels like it. I didn't mind using Vue at work. I mean, it was still the JavaScript front end library, but I didn't mind it. More stable than others in the ecosystem, yeah. No, Vite was definitely one of those things where I added to my system and then it just worked. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back to. Okay, so this still has the accessories block. So when I had the accessories block, we were definitely using this data. We had data declared down here. We had data declared up here. It was just data : data. Data : data. Payloads : payloads. Payloads : payloads. Like that. Okay. Well, we know what it looks like up there in the data : payloads. Okay, so it's clearly right there. I'm just going back to verify that I'm not losing my mind here. Okay, let me grab this. Come up here. Paste this in, tab this back over. Grab this. This right here should be creating it. The only thing I can think of is that Agenti thing actually like blew something up. Because that got installed straight onto the system. So like maybe that's what the problem is, and there's some kind of permission issue that's just causing this to not get created. System CTL status Agenti service. Okay, well it's not running, so at least we know that. What about like AA panel or whatever? Okay, that one's not even a thing. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to log into Contabo and I'm going to blow away the whole system. We're just going to restart from scratch. Because at this point, I don't know what else could be causing this to not work. This has big, it works on my machine, dude, energy. EPS control. Okay. Come over here. Well, what is it? It's not restart, it's reinstall, right? Performs a reinstallation of the VPS. Please be advised that all data will be deleted in the process. Okay, so reinstall. Okay, hold on. Reinstallation with this operating system, Ubuntu 22.04. Yeah, okay, so we'll do this. We'll say reinstall, give it a password. Like that. I've saved or remember the password, sure. Password is 2 week, okay. Of course it is. And then we'll move this over here. We'll put this into Contabo server, login, root, reveal, edit, replace, save. Start installation. Okay, disconnect there. Give it a second. Did that work? I can't tell. So no way I get my hot tub stream. No, I think realistically you're going to get your hot tub stream, but I don't think there's any way I win that. Like clearly. I'm not seeing that one pan out for me. Okay, so that I closed the window. Contabo. Move this over. Log in. Okay, so this will take a minute because it has to clean up my mess. I think I can probably show this, right? Maybe I just show this part. Control-Shift-I. We'll just delete this. There we go. Nice. Okay, so I got it restarting. It should be up at some point, and then we'll see. This should go down, which it is, which is nice. One of the benefits of Cloudflare. By the way, have you been to any Ruby conference? I have not. I think the only thing Ruby I've done extracurricularly, aside from like channel stuff, obviously, was Ruby for Good like 4 years ago. And that was like peak of the nasties happening in public, so it was all remote at the time. Big COVID energy. Hello, how much RAM do you have? My question is related to running Docker and WSL2. Okay, so I've run Docker before on a 32 gig of RAM. My bad for trying to make a better community. All right, you know what? I'll take you up on your deal. But I'm telling you right now, there's no world where I win that bet. Although I will say I'm going to find some way to make you do a Kamal deploy at some point. Yeah, so in this case, I have like 200 gigs of RAM, but you definitely don't need this to use Docker and WSL. That's just because of all the stuff I'm running on my computer. 192, that's something. Yeah, it's a bit excessive. Dean gets the 37 signals job. He does a hot tub stream. You know, if they're cool with it, if that's what it takes, you can have a hot tub stream for a month. I don't care. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Okay, SSH here. Okay, let's do this. Oops. Boom. Yes. Do this real quick. What? Okay, well that's just not true. I literally just did it's in my password manager. Okay, let me go grab it from my password manager. Come in here. Yep. Copy. Paste. There we go. Okay. Remove. Okay. Now I have to remember how to do this, which I always forget how to do. Over here, come into this link. Don't need to do that. Okay, we need to make sure. Okay, and then we need to. Oh, I hate those fake, like, I'm a customer support chat pop-ups when you go to websites. Okay, and then we move this over here so I don't accidentally do something stupid. Oh, it just reset it. Yeah, even with sound. Yeah, I'm assuming that probably played through. Get the public key to the server like this. Okay, is the server down again? Are they like restarting it? I thought I'd finally received a message. Yeah, it's just let me find it. Let me drag it over here. It's just our friendly neighborhood Maria helping me on strongdm.com. You know, the usual. Oh. Okay, apparently the VPS thing is down. Did the server die? I guess so. Okay, well, I'm still online, so I don't know what just happened. The whole control panel for them is down. Control panel is just spinning endlessly. Guys, I think I might have broken the entire hosting service that time. Great provider. Wait, what do I even do here? All right, no, hold on. Okay, come over here. Let me grab this. We are a nightmare for digital companies. Yeah, we finished ruining DigitalOcean's day exactly, and now we're over here. Stay away from mine. This time next week, deploying Minecraft servers to Vercel. What's going on, guys? Today we're going to be deploying 800 different Minecraft servers in about 3 hours because we can't do it right the first 799 times. Default user. Okay, so it's spinning now. So It's spinning. I don't know why it's spinning. If it's like recreating this. That's created. Come over here. Let me drop out real quick, and then let me do. Change the name from here to root at 154.53.46.232. Okay, and I have to come over here and grab the password again. Paste. Okay. That's good. Ask Maria what's up. Hey, can you tell me why Contabo's down? Okay. Why is this happening? Send her number. Okay. Following command to copy to the directory. Okay, hold on. Why is it doing this? Why is it asking me for my password each time? Shouldn't be happening now. LL, SSH, authorized keys. Paste. ~/.ssh. Go over here, make sure this is correct. Copy this, paste it. Okay, SSH. There we go. Oh, why that didn't work if I had like an extra space in there or something. So now I can pop back in without having to type my password each time. Okay, we've done no other setup here. Let's come over here. Let's do a Kamal setup. Let me make sure all of this makes sense. Do we put these in quotes or do we just convince ourselves this is fine? I think this is fine because we didn't put them in quotes last time. This would send payloads to /payloads in the Rails container. We do it here. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to hope that this is fine then. So let's get rid of this and this. Actually, just come in here and undo all this. Like that. Okay. Let's try this. Kamal setup. So Docker doesn't exist, so it has to install it. So that's going to run through all that. Someone remind me why I returned to Kamal stream. Because you wanted to negotiate a hot tube stream. That's about all I got. Either that or you just really enjoy the pain and suffering that it brings. Could go either way, in all honesty. Okay, I'm going to close Contabo again because I think that's done. And then this is also not up right now, which is unfortunate. You could stay with Vercel. That is also true. And save the mental health. Well, part of me wants to just move this off of here to, I don't even know. realistically, I could do this exact same setup with like a script. So that's where I'm at right now, where I'm like, maybe I just get rid of this, do a Docker compose, install Docker that way, and just manually configure the servers. I just thought we have the tool. We should at least do this. Now, to be fair, I've gotten like, I've gotten the pre-connect hooks working, even though that took forever to figure out what I was doing wrong there. So figure if we can set that up, we can do this too. Well, I don't think it would be like, I don't think it's a Contabo issue like that. How often am I really going to have to go in and reset the entire server? I think most of this is just I installed that weird cPanel alternative. And that, because that touches the system, it misconfigured stuff in the system, is my guess. Or lib docker. Okay, I guess that doesn't exist yet because it's not done installing. I'll be the judge of this. I'll deploy a Rails app to Vercel and then we'll see. Hey, Austin, how's it going? I don't want to import a project. You can't deploy. It runs in AWS Lambda. Well, there you go. I have defeated another server host. It turns out it can't run Minecraft. What they use? X Minecraft control panel. What do they use for their control panel? Serverless functions are nightmare to get working. Have you guys seen the recent how do I even put this? Wait, let me find the tweets first. Have you guys been watching the web dev Cody React sharing tweets? Oh my God. Because these have been hilarious to me. Watching the pure meltdown of people that are upset about, I guess, someone voicing a contrarian opinion. It was really funny, though. They were like, wow, I can't believe he just hates software development so much that he would complain about React. And it's like, sometimes debugging serverless code is kind of a pain. I don't feel like that's that big of a hot take. They were just, some people were so ready to go in. I was just reading through the replies. I was like, oh my God. It's like when I make a Rails video and I say React isn't that bad. I got a guy in the comments asking me to duel on the streets after like 3 hours of that video being live. At least we don't have to deal with it. At least not right now. Okay, so we've made it through the hard part, I guess, of the initial deploy. Var lib. This now exists. Okay, well, see, Yeah, so that it must have been some Agenti misconfiguration because it exists now. Like we have the volume. So I just don't understand what permissions it or how it could have reconfigured the server. This wasn't working. I don't understand. Whatever. Payloads. Payloads / data. Oh wait, I have to cd into it. What am I doing? Payloads, data. Okay, so in theory, this should now be good to go, right? So this is now done. Let's come over here. Let's recreate the Valheim thing again. Okay, games, new game. Let's actually test the Minecraft one real quick. Just to make sure this is working. I copy this over here. Minecraft Forge. Compose file, paste. Submit. No. I'm pretty sure if Kamal has Kamal issues, those are Vercel issues. Built a bulk uploader with active storage to upload 250 recall PDFs, then scan all the PDFs with a background job to get the list. Then create effective vehicles from the PDFs. Work in progress. I mean, it sounds like you're cruising though. You're getting every time you stop by, you're working on something that seems incredibly impressive from over here for what it's worth. Start server? Yeah, because we don't need to build it, I think. So we click this. Is that right? Container manager job, finished. Named volume deployer data. Used in service, but no declaration was found. Okay, so now we need to add this back. We're actually getting useful errors now. What a concept. So we need this to be... We need to declare that volume here somewhere. Right? Volume's right here. Data. Oh, I see. So is this not capable of doing that? Ooh, okay. So because I ran it initially, I wonder if that's what was causing it to work. Named volume. Deployer underscore data. Because we need this volume here to correspond to there. Oh, how do I fix this? How did this work to begin with? I'm assuming because I ran it outside of this, that was what caused the volume to get created. So that was why there was a folder here. Okay, so we can scroll up. Undefined method service, which makes sense because there's no payload attached to this. Right, let's come up here. Yep, that's right. App, jobs, container manager, which should do this one right here, right? Game.compose file, which is true. Does this, does this. Deploying this, does a docker compose -p deployer temp file path. Docker compose.yaml for the blob. So that should. I mean, this should be working. Assuming no external interference. But if this isn't working, then that means we would have to do the deployer data somewhere else, which is a problem because then we run into, we can't add this each time. So we need some way for this when it gets run to, I don't know, create this volume. Okay, let's come down here. Control L. Click Start Server. Start Server. Okay. Does all this, executing command docker compose -p deployer -f temp whatever YAML. Named volume deployer data is not is used in service Minecraft, but no declarations found in the volumes. Okay, let me do this. If we do this, data. Wait, hold on. Did I do that right? Data, yeah, okay. Control L, start server. Give it a second. Kamal app logs. Oh, here we go. What did that do? Okay, deployer with this. Docker operation failed to execute. Script docker compose. Exception occurred during handling. Connection aborted, permission denied. Error while fetching API version. Okay. Docker container PS. So we only got 2. Okay, hold on. It's on the tip of my tongue. What? Permission denied. Okay, what if we can't even run this test? Right? Because this would... No, this is the Archon stuff. So we would have to come over here. And if we come into here, we have this, and then we have this. So that should work, right? So if I come into Rails app exec, or sorry, Kamal app exec -I, and then system docker container PS. Permission denied. Okay. Okay, so something in here with the resetting it causes the socket to no longer be accessible. Like that. CD, and then Kamal redeploy. I think. Should rebuild it. It should declare that new volume, and then that should handle that. Then we just have to deal with the data issue. But the data issue should be fine because now it's trying to create that volume. And that volume can't be created because it doesn't have access to the socket. Which is back 2 steps, but we'll move forward like 4 once this is done. Docker image ls. Okay, so it has those. That's fine. Before all of that, I had to download all the PDFs with a little Ruby magic, HTTP magic, bam, 250 PDFs downloaded. Yeah, that's the way it usually works with all the test data, right? you realize that your test requires you to have it, and then you got to go out and generate it, and it just feels like you're working in circles. You're generating the stuff that you need to have tested so you can generate it, so you can test it. So yeah, it's a bit of a feedback loop sometimes. We had like a whole service that we used to generate some of our test data. Or I guess it was a combination of like the test data and also just like arbitrarily testing different versions of operating systems and stuff that we needed. You're just sitting there and you're like, you know, in theory, this entire test product tool thing I've made here could be its own product that we sell to people because it's just so over-engineered. Oh, the PDFs is actually the production data. Oh, okay. So yeah, you're in a safer spot then, which also means you're able to test on like actual data as opposed to hypothetical stuff, which then causes its own issues with being out of sync. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of what I had to do was you kind of have to hand wave a lot of it just because of the nature of it. Like I didn't have access to production data in a lot of cases. So you had to get very creative with how you did it. So one of the things that we used was like it was just like a stale database that was used up until a point, and they were like, yeah, none of the data in here is sensitive. You can use this. And that was our test database, was just copy and paste the example that we got delivered. Very different world working in that side of software as opposed to probably what a lot of web developers see. But you make do if you want stuff to work. Just go, hey, could I have an updated database? Maybe one that's been run sometime this decade because I got to test some stuff. Like the best I can do is this one that hasn't been touched in 32 years. And you're like, okay, well, I need to migrate that 4 times before I can actually use it, but that works. The great thing about my Rails app is it's for my family business, so I have thousands of records I built. Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. It's also nice that it's for your family business, so you get to, I don't know. It feels a bit more personal when you work on it. My test suite is live data in my shop. Yeah, I wish. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about it anymore, but sometimes when I think about how some of that stuff worked, it is a miracle that anything worked at all. Hey, Chuck and Coffee. How's it going? Oh, right. Okay, so now I want to do this, right? Oh, wait, no, I want to do the Kamal app exec. And I want to do a system Docker. Except I want to do it properly. Okay, so that works. Docker container PS. Permission denied. Okay, so that wasn't the problem. We gotta... Okay, let's come over here. We want to hello/var/run/docker.sock. Root docker. Okay. It's my baby. Yeah, well, yeah, understandably, if it's your family business, it's got to be your baby. Everything about it's got to be the baby. Debating to restructure the app into central engines, but that's a lot of refactoring. Yeah, it's always hard to make that call because you can sometimes you just get that feeling where you know that it's going to be like the refactor is going to be the job for a hot minute while you've figured out and sorted out. Do I want to do that though? Okay. Let's see if this fixes it. So right now it's owned by Docker, right? And then we want to do /var/lib because there's a good chance this is what it is, right? /var/lib/docker.sock. Okay, like that. Invalid user Rails. Oh, I'm dumb. Run Docker sock. Okay, hold on. Or run. Oh, I did it again. Okay, let's do this. Okay, and then let's come over here to, or I guess we come over here to this. Click start on this. Still permission denied. Okay, how did I? All right, time to go into the pre-connect hooks and figure out if there's something in here that I did to make this work. Not that I can see. Pre-deploy. Network inspect private. Oh yeah, I think we have a house showing tomorrow. So tomorrow's stream might be a little bit later because I think the people are coming out around 6:30. So I'll probably stream later in the day tomorrow, but we'll see. It really depends on what's happening. It's unfortunate, but my understanding is they're coming from out of state. So like you really can't, like you got to be the one with the flexible schedule at that point. Okay. Git containers, JSON dial, var run Docker sock, connection, permission denied. Yeah, so I must have manually changed this somehow, and I didn't update the pre-connect script to do whatever that change is. So let's come over here. Let's do a var run. We got the Docker sock. Everyone look away while Dean does questionable things. You know the rules. What? Okay, well, that was just bad on my part. Okay, so let's try that, and then let's do this. System. Permission denied. Unless I created the user, which is also possible. Okay, so that's back. Maybe I created a user. It's definitely... Alternative is this isn't being accessed somehow. What is it? Docker volumes ls. Oh, it's volume. Payloads, that, and that. Okay. When are you running the old one on a different user than root? You know, that's... Wonder if that's what the problem is. So let's try running this as root and see if that causes it to change. Kamal, yeah, let's just deploy. There's a good chance I changed this to root. Or I changed this, or I left this as Rails and then changed it to Rails is probably how I did it. Which means I probably made the user here, which means there's some steps that I did. Yes, I had a deployer user. You're right, because the deployer data stuff wasn't there. Okay. Yeah. Because it would do like deployer underscore TMP. And that was where that whole thing started from. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. Come over here, and then we can do, oh, my restream chat's gone again. Of course it is. Let's do this. Run this over here real quick. Root daemon bin. That's all fine. I hope this isn't. I mean, worst case scenario, I just put it in the pre-connect hook to create a new user, and then I do that, right? Like, oh, my connection's going to potato quality. What's happening? What's that? 700 kilobits per second. All right, time to do a speed test. Yeah, everything's down again. Oh, it's like down. Oh, looks like it's back up. It's always something. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. Upload's still not great, but looks like it's coming back. Yeah, sorry about that. That was I think that was the ISP taking a break. Okay. So, assuming it does the deployer thing, or it doesn't do the deployer thing now, then we have to create a new deployer user. We have to change the socket to that deployer user. Or we just make Rails run as Docker. I don't know. But we'll try this root one real quick, and we'll see if this at least fixes it to some extent. And I'm going to start making issues for this at some point, because I need to keep track of this stuff. I just think it's usually not very interesting to sit here and watch me make issues live on stream. All right, let's do this and then refresh. Okay, Kamal app exec this. System Docker version. Okay, yeah, so we got to change this to Rails, and then we have to honestly just make the Rails user able to do it. I think is probably the best way to do it. For min, my YouTube was lagging, turned out my computer max to, yeah, it was, my internet connection also like went to 0 for a minute there. I did a speed test and it was just like, yeah, you might want to check if you're connected. And I checked my modem and light was flashing red, but I think we're good now. Because like everything over here was freaking out saying, oh, you're not connected anymore. And I was like, no, not again, please. Okay, so I think this is good now. We need to change this to, it was Rails, and then we need to make sure that Rails can access this. So you got to come over here and yeah, no, it wasn't you guys. That was me. Let me see. Okay, we don't want to do that. Probably. Could do this. Mine was running Ruby and Chrome. Yeah, that Chrome one will get you. That's for sure. Okay, well, I need to add this to the list. I'm not going to go through this real quick because I have to figure out all of the different things that I have to worry about there, because I don't want to just create like a random user account and then just pretend everything's okay. So we'll deal with that in a bit. But yeah, this seems to be good now, presumably. So let me click Start Server. I'll come over here and I'll do a Kamal app logs. Executing command. So this is now creating the server. So this looks like it's up and running again. The API dashboard, I think, is doing deployer data. So we might have to switch this back to just data, depending on what this does. But we also need to check our logs real quick. Okay, so that's good. It looks like finish the job, and then we can come over here. Another good thing to do, I might set up the panel for like Sidekick jobs or something, and then just check it out in the thing so we can keep track of it. Because doing this Kamal app stuff or Kamal log stuff is getting on my nerves. But yeah, we have to come over here, I think. Games. No, wait, mod list. Mod list, new mod, pack 04. Okay, we can upload this, which isn't this directory again. I keep doing that. We got to go over to CurseForge. We can grab this, attach it, update. Okay. It's fine. And then also I want to Docker container PS. There's 2 up and running right now. Come up here. Executed the command, finish this, download a new image. Let me come over to our games real quick. Check out, good job, super easy setup. That's what I use in prod. Super easy setup. Sorry. Maximum compatibility with Rails, active job, and Postgres. Oh, wait, dashboard. Ooh. Yeah, I'm probably going to do something like this then. Because I need something where I'm not sitting here going, oh, I wonder if the job's working, instead of running Kamal app log all the time. I can actually check it then. Docker container PS. Still 2 there. Docker image ls. We have Trafic. We do have the itsg one. Let me come over here. Let me show this game. Edit this game. It is a composed file, so we're good there. Start server. Let me do that and then check what that does. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I need to, again, the problem with having both of these buttons is really they need to just be one button. But because it lets me test specific scenarios, I forget which order I'm doing it in. So in this case, I'm hitting start server twice, but in reality, it would just be start once, and then it would do the build, and then it would do the start server stuff. At least for like the end user's perspective. Okay, so that'll get up and running now. This won't be an old, it'll just be, you don't have any mods here, dum-dum, which is fine. We can come over here and we can try to deploy this, but this won't deploy because it's trying to deploy to this data mods directory. And if I do ll or cd/var/lib/docker/volumes, this has payloads and storage. Oh wait, it does have deployer data. Okay, I think I understand. Maybe. config. Hold on. You know what? I lied. I don't think I understand. I forget where this is coming from now. But whatever. We have it. Past me figured it out at some point. I'm going to go ahead and deploy this mod pack. And we're going to see what breaks. Make a button where it changes from start to stop server. Yeah, that's something else I have to do. And I have to actually add the ability to stop the server. Isn't this from the Kamal service name plus the volume name? Yes. But that was when I had the accessory running, and I don't have the accessory anymore. So now I'm wondering where that volume is coming from, because the only thing I'm running is this compose file. Oh wait, you know what? I bet I know where it is. When we run the compose file, it goes into the container manager job. And that's going to set this up. Yeah, right here. It's because it's the yeah. If and else if server.running show stop button, else start server. Yeah. I need to do that. And then I also need to put some like text here, or like some kind of color div that just tells you what the status is by doing like a Docker server status. Okay, so this is now going, right? Should eventually get to the point where we have all four mods. But the way that we check is we just come in here and we do deployer data, underscore data, mods. Okay, so they didn't get copied into here. We need to change this again, and that's good. And I'm gonna do this. Okay. So we go over to games, or sorry, we go over to mods. We go over here, we click deploy. We do Kamal app logs again. Hit deploy. That takes a second. We wait. It should be doing this in the background, but I think because this one's still using the API call, everything is happening like in the least efficient way possible. So it's completely blocking, which is fine. Just need to wait. Okay, mod was successfully tested. Docker operation succeeded. STD game. Okay. So yeah, this has to be going somewhere then. It's restarting the server. So that part's definitely firing. But the mods aren't going into here. Let's come over here and let's figure out what's going on. Okay, it does the extract a zip file. It grabs the deployer data / mods. Let's just do it this way. App Kamal app exec. Do this. Oops, paste anyway. Extract, and then we want this to be mod.first. Okay, right. Over here. Oh, what am I doing? Let's do this. We want to do test mod. But we want to do, let's just do it like this. Mod equals mod.first, right? And we'll do this. Extract and test whatever. Okay. Now at this point, there should be something here, but there's not. I can come over here and I can do system dir. deployer data and /mods. I hope that's not where it's putting it, but I guess we can find out. We can come in here. Let's try rm-rf deployer data. See if that works. Okay, so now we at least have permissions to also make files here, which means in theory, right now, if I were to do the Valheim stuff, that would also work because we no longer don't have permissions to create our staging area. But I'm going to come over here and I'm going to do this again. I'm going to click, do the test mod, right? We have that, we have this. So we're going to do extract mods, do the zip thingy, all that, blah, 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 nobody cares. Then let's come over and let's do a system dir. Okay, so there's no deployer data here. So this is not extracting or doing. So let's come down here. Let's manually do this. Mods directory is this. Okay, /deployer data /mods, right? If the mods directory exists, delete it. Okay. Make the mods directory, deployer data /mods. Ziplob path is going to be this. We want to do this. To mods directory /entry name. Let's do this. Okay. Player data _ data. Oops. Player data /_ data /mods. Nothing. Okay. Because we don't really use this anymore. So we could even get rid of this, create command execute. We also can, I mean, we can keep this because this is still happening, but this should really be in a job. But this is gone now. I think the only place this is really referenced is in command test. Okay, extract zip file to data mods. Is hosting Rails app on VPS similar to how we host on EC2 on AWS? Yes. With the caveat that if you're hosting on EC2 on AWS, you might not have all those options on a different hosting provider. Because, well, I mean, okay, you're not going to have all those options because AWS is completely over-engineered and bloated at this point. But like, if there's something you need, you can get it on AWS. Depending on the VPS you're using, you might not even have like basic DDoS protection or anything. It might just be a case where if you get DDoSed, you're just sitting down for a minute and waiting for it to stop. Okay, well, this is fine. Okay, let's do this. Zip entry. Let's try this. Let's go over to our image manager, I think. This one. File to open path, and then this path comes from this. So we're opening that, and over here we're opening the service as well, right? Yes, just like that. Rails storage. Cloudflare is king. Yes, sir. Cloudflare just works. I don't know what else to say. It's kind of wild. After 1 year free trial in AWS EC2, what is the average cost it will take yearly? It depends on where you go. AWS EC2, I'm assuming you're probably going to get an equivalent like DigitalOcean droplet for $6 a month, maybe $5 a month. Let me see. AWS EC2 pricing. Okay, free tier. As part of that, you can get started with EC2 for free. This includes 750 hours of the T2 micro instances. Okay. Do you guys have a way to see the pricing though? Like I'm on the pricing page. I'd like it if you had a pricing page on your pricing page. Okay. We want EC2, right? Hold on, let me log in and we can find out. We'll find out together. This back over. Launch an instance. Oh, here we go. I'm paying $20 a month for a tier 2 server at Vultr. Been going since 2022, running 2 Rails apps on my Minecraft server. Let's go, a fellow Minecraft server hoster. You'll love to hear it. Okay, so tier 2 micro. Oh, right, they do it in like hours, right? Okay. Tier 2 micro is what is this? They make it really difficult to find the pricing. Why is this a thing? Okay. Demand Windows base pricing, on-demand Linux base pricing. Okay. Let me just do this. Okay, so we'll do. Oh wait, calculator. What am I doing? So we need what, like 700, let's say 750 hours per month ish times. Is that real? Okay, maybe my math is off. 720 times 0.0116. That seems high for what they're giving you. 1 CPU, 1 gigabyte memory. All right, hold on. You log in over here. Log in. I mean, I guess it's Amazon, so I shouldn't be surprised. All right, come on, log in. There we go. Create a droplet. Oh, I still need to delete this one. Whoops. Free tier eligible. Yeah, of course. The first hit's always free, and then they'll charge you an arm and a leg afterwards. All right. Create droplet. Okay, so that was one gigabyte, 1 CPU. Yeah, so that's like the $6 a month at DigitalOcean. Huh. It's I don't want to be that guy, but it's almost like there was a reason why it was so hard to find an actual pricing number on their platform. Or a way to like compare pricing. I probably shouldn't say that. I'll get put on the list somewhere. Like he's speaking ill of the guy who runs half the world. I did it again. I typed LL in the IRB. What is wrong with me? Okay. So something here. The mods directory. When we do the make dir for mods directory. What do you think of Hostinger? I've heard of Hostinger, but I've never personally used Hostinger. Wait, they do WordPress? Manage WordPress. Premium built-in features and AI. Oh God, AI tools, of course. $14 a month? Hold on. Oh, this is... Every time they do that pricing and then they go, this is based on per month when you pay for... Yeah, okay, so this is $9 a month. You don't get a dedicated IP? You got to have a network certification for Amazon pricing. Again, it feels like anything AWS related. You need like a second college degree or a third college degree, depending on how many you have, just to figure out like what to do for anything, even just finding the pricing page. Unlimited free SSL, what a feature. Let's see. Free domain, who is privacy protection. Okay, whatever. Issues that could otherwise result in sites crashing. I mean, I'll be honest, just from what I'm seeing here. Wait, can you just spin up 100 different WordPress sites? There's no way, right? There's got to be per thing. WP Engine for any WordPress, 300 a year. I mean, again, this is like $9. I'm managed WordPress is weird because you can just come over to... I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but it's the easiest one to set a lot of the stuff up with. You can come over here, click create droplet, marketplace, WordPress, and then you can just deploy WordPress. Now there's a good chance maybe you'll be bottlenecked by the CPU at some point, so maybe you do $12 a month. I don't know. But you don't have to worry about not having access to anything. You have access. And then you want to set anything else up, like it's your server. You can do whatever. I don't know what something like Hostinger does for something like this, but this is kind of... This to me right here, this is weird that this isn't something included. the no dedicated IP address. So you need like the $20 a month one for a dedicated IP. They're also questionable with their perks because it's clearly stuff you're just going to set up once and forget about it. And it's also free. $200 gigs NVMe. I guess I closed the DigitalOcean again. But if you want something managed, yeah, I think this is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. It's just for me, if I think I'm at that point where if I can just manage it myself, I usually do. So this would be 2 gigs. So 200 gigs NVMe. So they're using NVMe. Okay, so that's where it becomes a better deal. So this is 200 gigs of NVMe storage would be quite a bit extra, even if you come down here and add a volume. Yeah. But I don't understand why this is $14, save 71%, $8.99 when you renew. Because like I was telling this story the other day, I don't want to name the hosting provider, but it was someone who was running my Minecraft server who managed to increase the price from about $16 a month to $34 a month in the span of 5 months, which is doubling how much I have to pay each month. So I much prefer the VPS solution there. What about VPS on hosting, or how's that? Let's see. Hosting. VPS hosting. Let's see. Choose your plan. And that's, yeah. Yeah, it's, okay, I'm going to pick on them. I'm not saying it was this company, but when you look at these prices, a lot of times what they do is they start you off here. They say this is your recurring price. And then mysteriously that price goes up each month because a lot of these companies are not the most transparent, but they don't have to be, because what are you going to do? Move your server somewhere else? Of course not. It's all in their weird control panel and you don't feel like downloading a zip file and uploading it somewhere else. So there's a bit of vendor lock in there too. Let's see. So they got 1 CPU, 4 gigs of RAM. What are the payment terms? The plan shall be prepaid, not divided into installments. The amount presented represents the product's total price split by the number of months your plan will be live. Total price split by the number of months. Okay, so yeah. People pay extra so they don't see a command line. Oh, yeah. The convenience tax is very real. And even in this case, okay, so I've used Apex before. There's still command line. So I don't know. I think it's just a lot of people don't know how to do that. And for them, that convenience is worth it. That's why I think something like this is better, where you have someone set up the thing on your server and then you get the best of both worlds without having all that weird lock-in and stuff. But okay, so this is 1 core, 4 gigs of RAM at $450 a month. So there's really no way for me to tell until I go to check out like how much this will actually cost. Okay, so here you go. So that's for 12 months. They're trying to lock you in for this much. And then it'll renew at $849 per month. So at this point, this would be 1 month at $10, and then it would be $14 per month. So like you could realistically get a pretty good deal here if you did one of these, if it actually renews for this much, and not if they decide to increase the prices over some time, which again, historically places like to do. But assuming you go with this, because this has a direct point of comparison, we know that 1 month for this VPS, which has 1 CPU core, 4 gigs of RAM, is $14. So $14 for 1 core, 4 gigs of RAM. I have the attention span of a squirrel. 4 gigs of RAM, 1 core. So this is $550 a month. There is an initial setup fee. There's more bandwidth. And in my case, I have to add a different one. So here it would be $14, but then my monthly recurring fee is $645 for Contabo. And I'm getting 4 cores and 6 gigs of RAM with 100 NVMe. So this is 50 NVMe. And I get 1 snapshot. And this one is also 1 snapshot. Apparently, this one comes with an AI assistant, though. So I don't know how much that's worth for you. Okay, wait. Let's see. What is Hostinger VPS reviews? The one-time setup fee is, of course, because somebody has to set up the server manually. Honestly, if you told me they got to take this and like slap it down off like a storage rack and put it into a server rack because they just don't even have it hooked up, I would probably believe you. That said, I mean, I've been with them for a month now and I can't complain. Like don't get me wrong, the panel could be a little bit better and they could not, go down when I try to restart a server. That said, so far I don't have a reason to complain. Yeah. I don't like when we say, yeah, if you need a small server with not a lot of uptime, then it's okay. So that to me is a little bit sketchy. But then there were similar reviews about this one. I don't think I've had an outage yet, at least not like here. But you're probably looking for better, uptime than a Minecraft server. So I don't know there. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we were coming over here. Okay, we have the deployer data. We have this. This has the mods in it. The mods aren't being put in here though. It's going to /deployer data /mods. The only other thing I can really think of is that this isn't, whatever this state isn't like whatever's deployed over here. But when I try, that's true. I did try running this through the system, right? Or through the server. Okay, let's see. The extracting is going there. The extracting is env.production. Right? Okay, just making sure, because I've been burned by that before. If this mods directory exists, then delete it. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to grab this. Okay. System. Dir. There's no deployer data there. Okay. Oh wait, I bet I know what it is. System dir /. That's where it is. Okay. That's mounting to here, right? And then in our image over here, game, it's doing data right here. So there's probably needs to be a way to make this point to there, which we have over here by doing deployer data right here with data right here. I'm going to grab this again, and I'm just going to try this. Straight from there into here. Show this game, click in here, click edit, paste, submit. Like that. So it's the volumes here. And then I want to let me try it without these. Start server. Kamal app logs. Okay. Deployer data is used in service Minecraft, but no declaration was found in the volume section. What if we do this? Oh, and I hit Control S. Okay, we click submit. Start server. Oh. Refresh the page. Start server. Maybe. Let's come over here. Docker container stop game. Hey Vivek, hope you're doing well. Glad to see you. Docker container PS. Okay, we don't have game running. That's good. Click start. Kamal app. Deployer data was found in there, but nothing matches. Okay. Volumes would be that. What if I do volume is data? No, because this has to come here, right? And this has to go to here. I'm understanding this correctly, right? It is. Oh. Host deployer data is pointing to container root. Let me actually change this container. Let me make it more aggressive. Root deployer data, right? Like this is what we're doing here, right? And then my method I'm currently programming. And then we checked in here, wherever we were. Was it Kamal app exec in rail C system pwd /rails. If I do a dir for slash, that has, where did the deployer data go? What? Okay, now it's in here. Okay, what if we do this? Okay, well, we have that. We have this. These are clearly matched up. Dir deployer data. Okay, that has that stuff in it. And we have the data down here. Kamal app logs. Refresh page. Start server. Give it a minute. What? That just worked? Using deployer data. The mounted volume. There's no way. The server is not up yet. That's fine. Okay, yeah, it's not in here, so that's not where that's going. Edit this. Come over here. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned that this is going to be another one of those. We can't really do it without Kamal making it first, and I didn't realize because it was just creating it. Because I think in here I probably had some kind of volume for this, right? Config, deploy. I had data mounted here. and data mounted here. Yeah, so I think that's what caused it to create that deployer game or that deployer data folder in our volume. And here we're not doing that. So the only thing I can think of here you could create all of those volumes initially. Oh, but then we need some way for the Rails app to access them. So instead of like a data folder, you need like a Rails open sources its stuff folder, a Rails dump folder that Rails has access to, and then that you make these apps have access to. But that's going to change depending on how these things are configured. Now, the other option is we just come in here and we got like 20 games and we just go game 1 volume, game 2 volume, etc., right? Like that. And I really don't want to do this because this is not ideal. I need some way for these to share. Now, if I do a data volume for, like, let's say I do this, right? And then I hook this up to use that data volume. My concern is if I come into the Valheim one, for example, and I need a similar data volume, I then have Valheim and the Minecraft running in the same folder. So there's got to be a way to do this. Is there a way to add, or can you attach a volume to a Docker container at runtime? Use Docker commit to make a new image based on that container and then clone it with a new volume. Okay. Okay, wait. Okay. Hold on. I might be having a brain blast. Okay. What if I give Rails a game volume? So Rails has games:/games. And then you put, instead of doing data for the Minecraft thing in here, you would have this be mounted inside of games/Minecraft. Like that, which would point to games. Or I guess data would point to here. Would that work? Which means that I guess Rails would have to make this. I don't know. Let's try it. I didn't replace this with anything, did I? No, okay. All right, we'll do this. Kamal, app deploy. Let me come in here and let me submit this. So we have games/Minecraft :data. This will now be games. Submit. I guess. We'll do a deploy here. Oops, I did it again. Kamal deploy. It's like ChatGPT is reading your mind. Yeah, that's a lot of how I code. Is I hit enter and then I just let Copilot suggest something, and then it's like a fast turnaround where I can just go to a junior developer and go, "Hey, can you brainstorm for me?" And like a lot of times the solution isn't really what I'm looking for. It's just like what their approach to the problem is. Cause I know that's going to like trigger something with me where I go, okay, I should do something like this. But yeah, a lot of it is just me going, ooh, I wonder if it'll come up with something good here. And then eventually hitting escape when it refuses to generate anything useful. Okay. Okay. Docker container. I don't even know if this does anything yet. Did I hook this up yet? No, it's just a button that says stop. Okay. Let's do this real quick. Buttons to stop server, stop game path, game. And then we can do the rest of this. Okay. Like that. Should be good. Come over here. We can refresh. Stop game path doesn't exist yet. Routes. Host. Stop game ID, 2 games, stop as stop game. That works. Okay, and then we can go over to, oops, games controller. Def stop, and any suggestions for DS/algo resources you follow? I want more for interviews. It depends on how good you are. If you need like a refresher, probably just do like leak code problems. If you want like a curated list, probably algo expert's not bad. And then if you want to learn the way that I learned, you just go by Introduction to Algorithms V3. You go by this book and then you read through it and you cry the whole way through. And that'll probably get you somewhere too. In case anyone hasn't seen that gem. Hey Roland, how are you doing? That was the book I took in my data structures and algorithms class. The professor basically did the entire class based on the book, and then when we got to finals week, one of the students had the questionable decision making to email him asking if he could provide a study guide for the exam. And this guy, there was no study guide for his class. It was like a 16-week Google technical interview. Was the only way I can really describe it. If you answered a question, you would then go up to the whiteboard and you would have to explain your reasoning, and you would have to basically teach the class for whatever you're talking about. Like I made the mistake of being one of the poor schmucks who came out of nowhere and went, yeah, you want to use a heap for this, or you want to do like heap sort or something. And I had to go up to the front of the class and explain the heap sort for the next hour. Yeah, so one of the students was like, hey, do you have a study guide for the final exam? And he's like, yeah, of course. Let me just go back home and I'll send it to you later. And he sends all of us an email with a picture of the textbook's cover and then the entire appendix of the book. And he's like, I would suggest looking at this. Which, if you don't know, it's like a 1,300 page textbook. So there's no world where you're gonna go through that. Yeah, it was good times though. Panic inducing, but it was good times. Or you watch my speedrunning shorts with Copilot. Yeah, that was. I wish I had Copilot back then. Copilot or ChatGPT, one of the two. I learned a lot, don't get me wrong, but that was definitely one of the hardest classes I took. I think it was probably Introduction to Algorithms was the hardest, and then the second hardest one was a programming languages course I took. And that one really shouldn't have been that hard, but again, it was another professor who treated the whole thing like you were in a 16-week technical interview. The textbook didn't have a working compiler. They hand waved the entire thing. And if you tried to actually get their compiler to work, they admitted that it's an incomplete theoretical compiler. And if you wanted the actual thing to work, there's a PowerPoint slide I found online. Let me, hold on. I still have this saved in my GitHub repo because it was so funny when I was working on it. Where is it? It was, I can go over to the let lang first. That one probably has better README, maybe? Yeah, it was the let language in Essentials of Programming Languages 3rd edition. I ended up finding this in a PowerPoint slide where they were talking about how to do this because it was something like SSL gen. Yeah, right here. This is me being salty. It wasn't covered sufficiently in the book. Even then, it can only be found in an appendix. I was so upset. I emailed the professor and I was like, "Hey, have you ever tried to run this before?" And he's like, "No, why would I do that?" And I'm like, "You realize all our homework is based on this, right?" But yeah, I got it up and running, and then we had like an internal forum, so I started posting like weekly blog posts in this internal forum for the class. Because the best way for me to learn something really well is to teach it, because that forces me to make sure that whatever I'm teaching isn't something where someone can go, "Oh, you're wrong," right? You don't want to have egg on your face when you're doing that. So I just go through and I try and explain like what was happening here in this interpreter thing. And I'm gonna be honest, sometimes it was kind of hard to keep track of what I had concocted here. But yeah, that was a fun one. The stressful part was the exams were open book, open note, online. You can do whatever, which sounds great. But if you've been in a 4-year university, you know that those are the ones where your grade is going to suffer, and it did for a lot of people, because the way he did his exams was each exam was 4 questions. And that's it. If you get one question wrong, congratulations. That's a 75 on an exam worth 25% of your grade. And there's no partial credit. So he would just have like a custom language that you had to figure out how that language worked and then implement an algorithm. So implement, I don't know, a way to reverse a binary tree, but do it in this language I just made up. So there's no way for you to really cheat at this because he's just making up the entire language as he goes. You have to be very creative with how you Google a solution to the problem, because you have to like kind of hand wave the entire language you're working with. Yeah, it was a really stressful class. I loved both that and the algorithms class, but a small part of me died every time I showed up to it because you're in a perpetual state of stress. Like it's a fun stress, but when you know you're spending like $60,000 on a degree, you're a bit less enthusiastic about the perspective of failing, right? You're just like, please let me be done. I want my receipt. I want to go make some money. I argue that's how you learn today. You probably just ask some LLM and call it a day. Yeah, exactly. And I think that was a large portion of why my theoretical understanding of computer science is so strong, was because of pretty much those 2 classes. I'd say it was like probably, it's like a toss-up between algorithms, the programming languages course, and then theory of computation. Some of them were throwaways, which were weird throwaways. Like my operating systems class was kind of just a waste of time, even though it was like one of the 400 level courses I had to take. That one, I did not leave thinking that I knew more than I came in with. And that was mostly because it was just like a bunch of questions that you just go look up on Chegg and call it a day. Pretty sure that's what everyone in the class was doing in class, because the lectures were kind of dry. But then you go to the other ones, the professors, everyone said you shouldn't take because they were so hard. And then you raise your hand to answer a question. They go, okay, come up here and you teach it today. And that's where you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to have to read for this class. And you're like actively preparing, because you don't want to not answer questions. You're still going to answer questions. It's just you want to make sure you're prepared for it. So it really felt like I was preparing a presentation every day before I'd go in and raise my hand. It was a lot of fun, though. Unfortunately, it was not an across-the-board experience. There were some professors where they definitely phoned it in. And then there's some professors where like the course was easy, but I'm still friends with the professors after, however long since I've been in their class, just because they were friendly and approachable when I had like questions outside of the course. Or they were just endlessly interested in the one guy who was still talking about Ruby on Rails on campus. And they were like, what's wrong with him? I need to know. Just always a fun thing to talk about. It's like, why are you so interested in something that nobody else uses? And then you got to explain that like, well, yeah, nobody here uses it, but there's still some people that use it. And then you got to defend a college degree when people ask you, should you go for a college degree? So yes, you should, but also like 70% of it's probably going to be a waste of your money. You're going to get like a couple good math classes out of it, and then also like a couple of good programming classes out of it. And then a bunch of classes where you're like, you don't want to be here. Like that was software engineering and practices for me. It was, we joked and we would call it intro to buzzwords. Because the only thing he would do was talk about like, counting lines of code and, unit testing procedures and just nothing tangible. And like the 3 or 4 times we had an in-class example, the examples didn't work or the code made no sense. Like one of my favorite ones was a check if a number was 0 or something. I'm gonna paraphrase this. It was Java code, so of course, like this is 100 lines of code, right? But it was like a JUnit test that checked if the number counter was equal to 0. So you would get through the entire thing. You do some addition. You'd say like if counter is greater than 3 plus equals 1 or something, and then it puts the greater than 3, and then come down here and say if counter is less than 0 or less than 1, do, I don't know, minus equals 1 or something. But the part that like frustrated me was there was all this logic, but then it just went, I'm going to set the counter to 0 at both ends of this. And like he was running this test and he couldn't figure out why the test wasn't working in class. And I couldn't tell if it was a bit. And like the students were trying to help, but yeah, let me come over here. It was this. So it was code that had a conditional where it was also assigning the condition, but none of it mattered because it would never fire because you had already like done this. And then your whole test is like test counter equals 0. So we tab this over, we do this. You get down here and you go assert, I don't know, counter equals 0. Counter is not 0. Like there was no point. You could have just written like a functional test. You could have just made something that actually made sense. And we spent like 3 days looking at this test, and by the end of it, I'm like, is the test supposed to not test anything? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you've been showing this code, and you're clearly assigning the counter to 0. Is there a reason? And he's like, oh, no, I just couldn't figure out why JUnit wasn't working. I haven't gotten to that part yet. I'm like, it's been 3 days, which in college terms, you only have class 3 days a week. So it's been a week's worth of lectures. And then you start doing the math and you're like, well, it's $2,200. And then we get 16 weeks and then we got to divide that by 3. And we've wasted 3 of those. So we've wasted $600 I've spent on this course just sitting here watching you go to Stack Overflow in front of it. Like, why didn't you practice this beforehand? I was losing my mind. And then I had that same lovely professor for my senior design project. And I was like, please make it stop. Which was my capstone project. So I was obviously thrilled about that going in, where I was like, oh, great. It's the guy that gave us a 300 level intro to unit testing and buzzwords. I love that. Really love to see that. Oh, man. And the worst part about it, let me move this down a bit. Worst part about it was that this was a course where it was a 300 level course. Like okay. So the way my university worked, you pay more if it's 300 and above. So it was the usual credit hour rate plus like $50 or $100 per credit hour. It was a 4 credit hour course. So it was an extra $200. You're like, okay, fantastic. And then the course starts off with, let's make like this basic hangman application or whatever. And I'm still salty about this too. He gets paid by the day. Yeah, I don't know how he was getting paid, but whatever he was getting paid, it was too much. So like the first thing we have to do is a Hangman application. And this is a 300 level course. And at this point, I was already a pretty reliant on my own skill set Rails developer. Like I wasn't good. Like if I were to meet myself now, I'd be like, what are you doing? This is a mess. That said, I knew how to make a website, and I was working on my own personal project, which involved like image uploads and all this other stuff. I was doing like my search algorithm by hand, which is really dumb in retrospect, but I was proud of it. I had like the infinite scroll working. I was, tinkering with like Rails 4 at the time or whatever. And then it's like, go make a Hangman game in Java. And I'm like, okay. So I sit down for like 30 minutes and I do that. And then I show up, and then I realize that the reason why we're doing a Hangman game is because no one else knows anything. One of the guys found my GitHub repo, cloned my code, couldn't get it to work. I think I've told this story before on stream. He couldn't get the code to work. And then he came to me with my code, but he couldn't get the code to work because I wrote it in Eclipse, and he cloned the project and he was trying to run it in NetBeans. And for some reason that didn't work, or I was using NetBeans and he was using Eclipse. I don't know. And he came to me and I was like, this code looks familiar. And I look at the comments. I'm like, oh, it looks familiar because this is my code. I'm sitting there. I'm like, wait, is this why we all have to do Hangmans? Because no one knows what they're doing? Then we go in, and then he, instead of grading it, he just goes, okay, so like everyone submitted it, so you get full points. I'm like, why did I have to do a Hangman? Like, make it a smaller program. Do like, I don't know, print hello world to the console or something if you want participation credit. So that was the first part that annoyed me. But then we had like a class project, and then we made the game for the class project. It was supposed to just be like a small little unit tested application, but we went above and beyond because we were bored. And we thought it was funny. We made a game for the project. We made a website announcing the game as like a dev blog. We made a hype trailer, movie trailer for the game. And then we like get ready to present all of this. And then he shows up late, and he goes, wow, there's a lot of people here today. Okay, I guess everyone gets 5 minutes instead of 15 minutes to present, which totally derailed us. So we had enough time to present the Rails app and not the game that everyone was there to see or whatever. So I made 3 projects for the price of 1. And then because the curve had to happen and no one was allowed a 4.0, I got a 3.9. I was not happy when I had him for my capstone project. It was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever seen. I was like, this is crazy. I got perfect scores and extra credit on the group project and the exams. And then you go, yeah, but we got a curve so no one gets a 4. I'm like, dude, it doesn't even, like, I don't even care. It's so petty. It's so petty. And he had a reputation about this. So I was telling like another professor about this guy for like most of the semester, because he would hear me complaining to the guy who sat next to me and hear the guy that sat next to me complain, because we're both on the same project team. And I think at one point he probably thought we were just being salty students. He didn't think this was like a serious, I don't know. He didn't think the other guy could have been that bad. Is probably how I would have thought about it as well if I had heard this. Until finals week rolls around, where this guy manages to schedule his final exam at the same time as this professor. So the professor goes, what am I supposed to do? And I was like, well, I guess you have to email him. I don't know, because it was the professor's first year there. And he's like, is this the guy you've been complaining about all year? And I was like, yes, this is the exact same guy, which is why it doesn't surprise me that he managed to mess up his schedule. He's like, isn't the department supposed to do this? I'm like, yes, but yeah, hey, he's the department head. So he can do whatever he wants to. And he decided this was the best time for him, so he can leave whenever he wants to. So we ended up having to do like our exam in like a side room at a different time for one of the classes because like the guy was just being so stubborn about this. It was that $2,200, and the only thing I got out of that class was a 3.9 because I couldn't get a 4 because we weren't allowed to. Dear God. And then I go to the senior capstone project, and he's like, top 3 places are guaranteed a 4.0. And I was like, that's mine. I'm getting that. I'm making up for last time. Grabbed everyone on my team, and I tied him up with rope and pulled him behind me. And I'm like, we're getting across the finish line. No, it was a 3.9 out of a 4.0. So it was still like an A. It was still like a passing grade. It was just, he didn't want to give anyone a perfect grade because he felt like that would devalue it. And I was like, dude, you've got people here that don't even know how to make or how to like use a database. I think we've devalued it enough at this point. You can give me the 4.0. Like, come on, man. It was ridiculous. We had people across campus show up for a project because they heard about the game or the website or the movie trailer we made or whatever. I'm like, it's a class about running a business, and you've basically got an accidental business that spawned out of here. Like, give me my grade. But I mean, the whole like we're going to curve so that people's grades magically match whatever distribution we need to keep our jobs has always kind of annoyed me. I'm not a fan of that. Like that was one thing about my algorithms class. There was a joke that like everything goes into his black box at the end of it, and then you just get the grade out that you should have had. So the fact that you're cruising along with a 60 the whole semester is intended, because then you'll get curved up to like a 95. And that's just such a weird way to run the class, because you basically just make people miserable for 16 weeks. They think they're an idiot, and then you get through it, and then you go, never mind, I'm just kidding. Like that's, I don't know. Really, really frustrating. Sometimes I think back to it and I'm like, man, that there were some good professors, and then there were some professors that they just wanted you to suffer, I guess. I don't know. I paid like $5,000 to $6,000 for total for my bachelor's that took 4 years. Yeah, it was. So it started off $6,000 per semester, but by the time I left, I think it was like 8 or 9 or 10,000, 12,000. I don't know. There was one semester where the price increased like 30% because we got like a new engineering building or something. They're like, yeah, this is, thankfully not everyone has to pay. It's just the STEM majors. And I'm like, that's me. People with programming experience should be the only people allowed to enroll in class. Yeah, it wasn't even necessarily their fault. The school, some of the professors were way too lenient, and some of them were way too strict. So when you get the people that have only been through the lenient professors, you get to the end, or you get like halfway through and you're in this course, like the sophomore project course. So after 2 years, you're at the halfway point, and you've even only taken like electives at that point, and maybe one programming class. So like your experience, even if you were trying, is probably like, a little bit of Java. That's about it. When you get to the end of it, some of the people would strategically pick courses so that they were only in the easy classes, which is fine. It preserves your GPA unless you decide to sacrifice sleep for your GPA. But then you get to the end of your course and you're on a team of 5 people and you're tasked with building something, and you just don't have the experience. So there was one team that they went up and they had to, there was a team of 5 or 6 people. They had to make a quiz app is what they went with. They wanted to make like a very basic teacher makes a quiz, student takes the quiz application. We were 6 weeks into a 16-week semester, and they walked up and they had a div with no background and a picture in the background. So the div was just overlaying a picture. And then in that picture was just some plain text. And then you just had to say the answer that you picked for that question. And then there was a tag that would take you to the next page. And the professor went, "What is this?" And they were trying to explain how this was really hard for them to get working. So he went, "This is ridiculous. We're 6 weeks into a capstone project, and you can't even make a dynamic web app. I don't know." So then they tried to get like a user authentication system working. They managed to get some kind of login flow, but then they were asking the professor how they can get 3 different user accounts, because they wanted a teacher, an admin, and a student to be able to log into the web application. So they wanted to have like /admin/login/teacher/login, so that each individual type of user would have its own type in the database. So instead of having just like a role for your users, they were trying to like recreate the users 3 times, which in some cases you do, but not for something like this. And the professor was trying to explain to them that you should just have one like unified login flow and then just determine the role and let that work or whatever. And they wasn't clicking. It was really eye-opening to see the people that went through not the courses I went through. Because if you saw the people, I'm pretty sure everyone that I had in my classes up until that point were on the teams that got the 4.0 slots, like the top 3 slots. There might have been 1 or 2 people on those teams that didn't get one of the 4.0 slots, but by and large, it was people that had gone through those same courses. And it's just because, like, first of all, you're so rigorously trained in those classes, but then also, like, we all kind of hung out together and we all worked on projects together or on our own. So you were constantly exposed to actual, like, production stuff, right? Like, one guy's working on his mobile app to you know, map yourself going through a mall. Another person's working on his website for his, you know, restaurant. I was working on my, like, image, Wallhaven style background image website with, like, the slideshow and stuff. So there's always something where you're exposed to, like, how to do things. You walk over and you go, oh, that's cool. How'd you get that to work with, like, the admin users? And you go, oh, you just add, like, a role to the users, and then you just switch it and you make one admin account at the start. And then from that point, that admin can make other admins. And you're like, oh, that makes sense. But then you had the other people where they were in the easy classes, and it's like you just kind of show up and then you leave after an hour and then that's it. I guess there's an exam, maybe you'll study for it. And you really felt it at the end. And there's been a couple instances where, like, you meet those people in the industry later and you can tell that it was a rough ramp up period for them where they were trying to get over that initial hurdle because they entered industry with no idea how to do anything. Which, it sounds harsh, but, like, that's the reality. It's like unit tests, never done that. Writing documentation, don't know what that is. Any concept of, like, the theory of computer science, like halting problem, don't know. Professor didn't talk about it. It's a little bit frustrating because, like, it's $60,000 and, like, the sheer gap between the quality of education you can get from one person to the next, it just feels a little inexcusable, in all honesty. But yeah, that's my rant. I don't know. That's bothered me for years. My college pays, sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. My college pays $200 per student they fail. So guess what? 2 of our batches failed. They did something similar in Toronto and they failed the whole class, and then students had to protest against it. Yeah, that professor ended up failing an entire group at like 6 to 8 weeks in because they weren't progressing. And he's like, nope, you're done here. I was like, holy, that's past the refund period. So you just threw out $2,400. No, at that point, that would have been closer to $3,000. You just threw out $3,000 for 5 people. You just threw $15,000 in the toilet. Okay, sure. Yeah, right. You need 10 years experience to do 101 CS class. I'm pretty sure if we pitched it to university, they might even think it. Yeah, unfortunately, they're entirely motivated by money. And then, like, the good professors do what they can, and those are the ones you really have to latch onto and do what you can to make it worth it. And thankfully, I had a very lucky streak of professors that made it worth it. But I've definitely met the people where they did not have that same luck, and they probably would have been served just as well going to a boot camp, if I'm being honest. Now, that can be some combination of, you know, the difference between the guy who goes for a 4.0 in all of his classes with straight A's or the person who just says C's get degrees. But generally, I find that a lot of the people who say C's get degrees do a lot of practical stuff outside of class. So there is definitely a subset where they have that mentality of, I'll just get my degree, and then they also don't work on it outside of class. And I think that's where you run into the danger zone of, like, FizzBuzz being a hard interview question. But what are you going to do? At the end of the day, you're an adult when you get to that point. Maybe not fully an adult, but you're at least supposed to be responsible enough or self-reliant enough to try to make it worth it, or at least try and find something that you're interested in to the point where you're going to do it outside of school. Like, obviously not everyone needs to sit there and be like me and say, oh, I'm going to make a I'll spend 10 hours a day outside of school after spend 10 hours at school working on an application, and then sleep for 4 hours, wake up and do it again. Like that's clearly not what you're supposed to do. But like some amount of interest outside of class so that you don't end up in your final course putting a div on the screen with some black text and going, this is where I would put my dynamic web app if I had one. Like at least try. Or at least if you're in the course at that point, don't wait 6 weeks to do that. Like sit down and learn. Go to YouTube. How hard is it to go look up a full stack tutorial and just do it? But I don't know. That was it's very unfortunate for a lot of people involved, because I've seen quite a few people lose their jobs because of that. They end up in a position where they don't have that experience, and then the person who should be teaching them at work is just not doing it. And you haven't even learned enough to then be able to learn yourself to make up for that. And you do what you can. You write the letters of recommendation for those people and hope that they find a place where like someone's willing to help more. But I've seen 3 or 4 of the people that graduated in my class now that have since quit CS and software because of similar reasons to that. It's very, very depressing to see, especially when they like quit software and then they go into a career where the money just isn't there. Like you stop software to go be a barista or something, and then you're stuck with 60 grand in debt. Like, what are you going to do? Like, I really wish there was someone there at the start who would have had the hard conversation with people to say, like, are you absolutely sure this is what you want to do? Not let them get through what amounts to 4 years, almost 5 years worth of classes, and then never have someone go, dude, do you even like programming? Which in one case, that was it. Like the guy just didn't like to program. He admitted that to me. But by the time he admitted that to me, it was already his final semester. And I was like, dude, what are you doing? Why are you still here then? If you don't like it now, I got bad news for you for the next like 20, 40 years, right? But I think that's where the schools still fall flat, unfortunately. Anyways, nothing like a fun conversation like that. All old memories talking right now. Yeah, I get a little bit heated about it because there's definitely ways to prevent it, and it just wasn't prevented. And I wish that either, I don't know, there was someone there who would have had those conversations that needed to be had, or there was more people that were willing to say, like, look, it's a problem that people are posting on Rate My Professor that your course is a free A. It doesn't have to be a GPA killer, but it sounds like people are saying they don't have to show up to your class and they're still getting perfect scores. That's kind of a problem, which there was a couple of classes like that. I mean, I was one of those people. There's a couple classes where I would literally like trade with one of my friends who showed up one day. We'd show up to half the lectures and we would both walk away with a 4.0 because the course material was just like, I don't want to say trivial, but it was trivial. And then, yeah, it would be nice in that case if the class was a little bit harder. Maybe balance that out with the stats guy who fails 99% of his students, and then, you know, find somewhere in the middle where they're both failing half or something. I don't know, but at least train people properly. It's weird to run into a software developer who has a computer science degree who then goes, I don't know how to do anything. Like I'll never understand that. Like it's not even a reflection on them. It's the fact that they paid money to be trained, and that training seems to have not happened. And that's not just a problem with the school I went to. I'm sure that's a problem across the board, but it's just not, it's inconvenient to talk about, because if you talk about it too openly, then people start going, oh, school's not worth it. And it's like, no, in my case, school is worth it. It's just for some people, school is not worth it. How do you find that middle ground? Or how do you say, like, hey, school is occasionally not worth it. We need to do better at auditing what the school is doing. Like, I love my experience with the algorithms professor, but at one point when he when he needed to do the recertification or whatever, and he needed some quiz grades, he didn't have any quiz grades, so he just threw out a bunch of copies of quizzes we had already taken, and he went, I don't care what you do, just turn them in like 10 minutes. I need to turn these in so we can stay certified. I was sitting there like, the rest of the class has been good, but this is definitely crossing into the territories of what is happening right now. And there's a chance it could have been for a bit. I don't know. Maybe it was just a funny haha joke, but I was seriously sitting there like, okay, all right then, we're doing this. But then there was also like questionable reputation in other departments. Because of the friends I made, I was friends with a couple of the professors, and they would talk to me about like the inter-department drama or whatever. Let's just say that one of the departments did not have its certification that entire time. At least not the entire time I was there. They're like, yeah, if we don't figure out how to clean up this department's act, we're not going to stay certified. And I was like, is that going to be bad for me? How does that impact my degree? Will my receipt have like a little red stamp on it that says like null and void, or am I good? It was very weird. We had some interdisciplinary classes with non-CS degrees, and it's crazy how some of these people don't know how to work, how to approach/tackle a problem, or how to plan your work, your team. Oh yeah, there was a running gag at my campus, because I know it's funny to make fun of the business majors. It was so bad. They had like special math classes that were a little bit easier than everything else. Their workload was like, oh wow, I have to write a 5-page paper this week. And you hear this while you're writing like a 30-page lab report for a lab that's worth 0 credits. So you still have to take 4 other classes, and you got to study for all the exams, do all the homework that's associated with that. Your Java professor goes, assignment for this week is 20 hours worth of work. And then you hear the guy go, wow, I have to write a 5-page paper. And I was like, man, that's going to be a rough transition to the working place if this is too much for you. For me, I started working, and it felt like everything was happening in slow motion. I showed up, and I was like, okay, when do I start working? And they're like, we'll get to you on Thursday. And I'm like, I have to wait 4 days to start working? I feel like I'm not working at all right now. And they're like, no, you're good. And then it wasn't until like my team lead eventually saved me and then said, here's a code base, go test it, that I was like, okay, I can do this. And I sat down and I did it in a couple of weeks, because I was just like, I have to go. I learned this in school. It's 60 hours of work per week. And then the guy from HR had to talk to me and be like, dude, you need to calm down. It's 40 hours and you're going to work half of that, maybe. I was like, okay, all right. I'll calm down. I'll tone it down a couple notches. But yeah, when you get to some of those other disciplines, it's not all of them. Like, don't get me wrong. You go to like the chemistry people, the people who have to go through like orgo for pre-med. Yeah, they're just as dead inside as the CS majors are. But some of them, in other professions or majors, you hear them talk and you're like, have you had to do anything since you started here? It was funny. My younger sister actually sent that to me the other day. She was like, computer science majors doing their homework on the weekend versus business majors. Computer science major was trying to figure out where to put like all their books and papers and notes and whatever on their desk, and it wouldn't fit. And then computer science, or the business major, was just trying to figure out where to build their house in Minecraft. And I had a friend who was a business major, so I sent it to him. I was like, hey, you remember when you were playing WoW in the corner while I was working on my projects? Sometimes art does imitate life a little bit. Good times, though. All right. Let's see. Let's see if we can get this to work now. We just switched this, right? We went over here to the deploy. We added this, the games. So if I come over here now and we edit this, we can hopefully get this working real quick. All right. Games / Minecraft data. That seems fine. I was more talking about art, sales, marketing degrees, but yeah, the business degrees also had easier versions of the same class. Oh yeah, it's for, there was, in my case, I had to take multiple semesters of calculus for, there was like 2 semesters of calculus, discrete mathematics, linear algebra, and the statistics course, I think. And the statistics course, the calculus class, and linear, I think, all had easier versions for different majors. I didn't realize this at first, but when I became friends with one of the math professors, she explained to me that she was teaching the business calculus class, and she would explain the difference to me as she was going through it throughout the semester. She's like, oh yeah, here's what they had to do today. And I'd be like, oh, okay. I thought you said this was calculus. And she's like, yeah, it's calculus, but like we don't do derivatives or integrals or anything in this one because that would be scary. Like, so they're just doing like a longer, more tedious version of calculus. She's like, yeah. You remember at the start of calculus where you had to do like the long form of the derivative before you knew what a derivative was? I'm like, yeah. She's like, yeah, they're going to do that the whole semester. I was like, oh, that sounds miserable. And then there was like the one that was like this degree, and I'm not going to mention who it is because at this point it's just going to be bullying. They only have to take up to like college algebra, which is effectively algebra 2, I think. And I had one of my friends was in marketing, I think, and he only had to take up to like algebra 2, I think. And with him, it was like even just looking at a I don't know, sine or cosine was like magic. You're just sitting there like. That said, it was a lot harder for them because let's be honest, taking an algebra course is boring and mundane. Like the entire thing is you just trying to cancel and simplify terms, which is something where when you get to calculus, you get to the algebra problem where you would have to simplify it in another class. And instead of simplifying it, you just draw a box around it and you say, this is my answer. And you get to like hand wave away all of that stuff, which makes it so much more enjoyable because like a lot of it just becomes hand waving. You don't need a calculator, and at first you're panicking, but the reason you don't need a calculator is because you don't actually have to solve anything with a calculator. So you get to that point where before you would need a calculator, you have to type it all in, and now you just box around that thing you would have needed a calculator for, and you just go, this is my answer. And they go, that's full credit. And then I took like my physics class and it was similar. There was a calculus-based physics and there was the algebra-based physics. And the algebra-based physics always seemed way harder to me because the professor would explain like, this is what we do in the calculus one. Here's what we do in the other one. And you would sit there and you go, well, that just seems like more work. I'm like, yeah, it kind of is, but you know, they don't need that high of math. But it was really, really strange. In some ways, it's like it's less work, but then in other ways, because it's so tedious what you have to do, it ends up almost being more work in a lot of cases. But then like there's the difference in workload for those specific degrees, like the degree specific courses that they take. And that's where when you go into one of those courses, you really pick up on like the disparity in, I'm going to give you guys a 5-page paper this week. Is that okay? Versus you have 2 days to write this program that will take you 20 hours to write, which is, yeah, I don't know. It was a little eye-opening when I would go to some of those other courses with people. Especially like the gen eds. Those are always fun. And by fun, I mean, it was such a waste of time. Not because the material isn't interesting, just because like when you go to the gen ed, there's like almost like a common skill level they expect you to be at. And a lot of my gen eds I didn't take until I was in my like 3rd or 4th year. So when I got to those, I was expecting 300 or 400 level courses. And instead you walk in and it's like when you just started and you know, what they're asking you to do is like, are you okay with reading a chapter this week? Like, yeah, I think I can manage. Hey George, hope you're doing well. Just talking about school. I guess I'm just ranting about school. Good old college days. Okay, so I'm going to start the server. We're going to see what this does. Come over here to app logs. All right. Game/Minecraft is used in service Minecraft, but no declaration was found in the volume section. Okay. We could do this, right? Games to data, and then we just have to specify that this goes to the volume itself, or the Minecraft directory itself. Game/Minecraft was a named volume. Okay. Games, submit, games. I don't know where this is coming from, but let's try it again. Kamal app. Okay. So that's a different error. Failed to execute script Docker compose. But why? Connection aborted, permission denied. Docker container PS. Oh, wait. It's denied because I'm doing it over here. Okay, Docker container PS. Docker container stop game. So I need to check if game is running. If game is running, I probably need to stop it and then build it from there, is something to consider. Start server. I think that's right. Docker container PS. Let's refresh, start server. Or do I need to build from payload? I feel like we ran into this earlier. No, this is going to give us the service undefined, right? Yeah, okay. So it wasn't that. We have to actually start the server. But for some reason, that's giving us a permission denied error. But why? Why is the permission denied? Failed to start execute script Docker. Is this why? Because of the -p. Docker compose -p. Docker compose p flag. If you run Docker compose multiple times, use the project name to keep one directory's containers, networks, and volumes separate from another. Compose doesn't keep. Okay, so let's come back over to the game container, the container manager job -p. If we get rid of this, we no longer have that deployer prefix. Right? That gets rid of the deployer prefix, which does change this to no longer be deployer data. It now becomes just data, I think. Let me come in here. Let me do a Kamal app exec, whatever. Like this. Yeah, okay, so we can do this. We can come in here. We can do this. Boom. Sudo. Oh, I need the ensure block. Whoops. There we go. Okay, so we have deploy compose file. Let's do this game, which I think is games1. So game equals game.first, like that. My user is in CSTM and IST. There's a problem coming related to the time zone. The product start time is 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. IST will be available in CST. Ooh, time zone differences are impossible. I mean, I shouldn't say they're impossible. They're a pain. They're not fun. We'll do this. Oh, download active storage file. Okay, and then we can do a deploy compose file for the game. Okay. Yeah, so this is running into connection aborted. System Docker version. Okay, so this switched again. Oh, because yep. Because we said we were going to change this later. That's why. Kamal setup. All right, so that should fix both of those problems. I think. Hold on. Hold on. If we come back in here, we can leave this. We can see what that does. Kamal setup. Kamal app or Kamal lock release, and then we can do a Kamal setup. There's Ruby gem for that. It's user-based setting. Look, ooh. So that helps like alleviate the time zone issues there. Jeez. Okay. Today's definitely been a day of like 1 step forward, 8 steps back. I'm thinking that whenever the showing happens tomorrow, so we got a house showing, I'm probably going to come in and maybe I'll just spend the day refactoring because a lot of this stuff needs to be cleaned up. I think it's getting to that point where it's smarter for me to spend a bit of time refactoring. I don't think any of these issues right now are because of the code itself. It's just because Kamal is being such a pain. Or like the Docker or whatever is being such a pain. It feels like there's always something there. But this is going to start to become a problem because it's getting to that point where I think I'm at the edge of my bandwidth for how stuff works. And I'm starting to have to like piece it together as I go, which is usually a sign that I should clean it up and just let it sit as opposed to having everything constantly be changing. Because if I don't do that, then I'm going to run into the problem of like, I don't know how anything works anymore. And then it's not fun to work on the application anymore. Okay, so that works. And then we come over here. This is going to be game/data. I'm going to try. Maybe I won't. I'll leave it like this for now. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things in here that need to be refactored. I also think we're going to need some kind of like thing on the homepage. Maybe I just make the just press play, like the play button, the play words, a play button, which lets you just set up a server, which takes you through some kind of like process, some kind of wizard is the word I'm looking for, where you go, okay, what server do you want to run? You know, how many players or whatever. And then if those are options you can put in, maybe a seed, then you do that. And maybe the configuration needs to be custom for each game or something. But you create like some kind of form that does that. And then that'll be used to populate the Docker files as needed with like the environment variables or whatever. Something like that. And I need to clean up the logic for the games themselves because this is annoying. I think I've now tested that it all works. I'm running into the problem of forgetting what each button does though. So now it's time to turn it into like 2-button action or something. Like, I don't know. Start server, which also builds it if it doesn't exist yet. Stop server, which stops it, and then a restart button. Okay, so that's going to be done here, and then we can come over to here. Kamal app logs, right? Like that. Let me refresh just to make sure. Good. Okay, that's everything, and now let's do start server. Okay, performing container manager job. That seems to be working. Let's do LL. We should have a games dir now with data in it. Nothing in the data. That's fine though. We also have the deployer data, and we have the deployer data. I'm going to do a Docker volume prune. Yes, get rid of all those. Yeah, this right here is because of something dumb I did further up that needs to be fixed. But this right here should at least perform the container manager. So if I come over here to Docker, SSH, Docker container PS, we at least have the container up and running somewhere. I'm looking for it. I just saw the word game right here, game. Docker container, Docker container status, maybe. What is it? Inspect. Docker container inspect game. There we go. For all that's viewing, what are your thoughts on Spree? So if anyone doesn't know, Spree is a e-commerce gem for e-commerce gem for Rails. Oh, I typed game. Gem. There we go. And when I used it, it seemed like it was okay to use. It did seem like there was a lot to it at the time. Thankfully, it also looks like it got updated, because when I was using it, that was part of the problem, was that the versioning at the time was really, really far behind. But I think that was right around the Rails 7 release. So it's probably like a big refactor they were working on too. But yeah, it seemed pretty cool. It definitely handled a lot of the stuff that you wouldn't want to have to handle, which was nice. You go through it, and then you get like a whole app that's basically like a Shopify store that's set up with this gem. Let me see if they have a demo. Usually there's some kind of demo. Let me see. Demo? There's not. Let's go to the website then. Here we go. International sales demo. See demo. Free version of Shopify. I mean, oh, well, that's all right. Oops. Let me go back there. Okay, so apparently this one's not up right now. That's fine. American store USD demo. Oh, that one's also not up. Demo. There we go. We got one. Okay. Yeah, so again, it's basically a Shopify store, right? Like, let's be honest, it's the same thing. It's all an e-commerce store. There's also Solidus, which looks very solid. I think I have used that before. I did it again. Okay, let's go. Oh yeah, right there, right? Was that Spree or was that? I don't remember what I used for that, but developing demo. Here it is. Solidus. Try the live demo right here. It's probably spinning up the server because the server only runs when it needs to. So the first load here is going to be very exaggerated compared to what you would normally see as a user. Hopefully. There we go. So I got a dark mode toggle. I mean, well, hold on. We've got one of those too. We can toggle dark mode. See, look at that. It's basically the same thing, right? And then, yeah, you got all your stuff. You can come in here and click on the products. They got a shopping cart that works. Coupon codes and all that stuff is usually handled in the back end. So there's going to be like a whole back end dashboard that you can play around with if you need to. Use Shopify Plus, which is their enterprise plan. I have 4 e-commerce stores. Yeah, I mean, for me personally at this point, I would probably just use Shopify. Just because it's what I'm familiar with. Close that and that. I would say Spree, Solidus, Shopify, all pretty good options depending on what you want to do. Make sure this is running. Okay, so that started the server, and then we come over to the mod list and let's see if we can at least get this working again tonight before everything goes kaput. We click deploy. Kamal app logs. Docker operation succeeded. Okay, refresh. But proceeds to deploy his own non-managed Minecraft server. Yeah, what can I say? I'm nothing if not a hypocrite. Var lib docker volume. Oh, oops, yeah, like that. Okay. Let's just cd into here again. cd games. Okay. Okay, so it's not copying to there. cd deployer data. This is where it's running. It's not moving into here because it doesn't have access to this deployer data volume. Okay. What do you do? Let's come over to the Docker file real quick. It says games going to data. Okay. Okay. Come into here. Yeah, man, I'm really trying to avoid just slapping it into the Kamal file and saying it's a required thing. The problem is if I give the Minecraft server access to this directory, that really doesn't alleviate the issue of the Rails app needing to be able to put the stuff in here. The Rails app only knows how to put the stuff in here if this volume has a specific like name for it. I just don't know. Because right now we have the games volume. We can change it to the deployer games volume in the Rails app, but we can't change the Minecraft app to use that because it just doesn't think that exists. I think. Let me come in here. Docker container ps docker stop docker container stop game. Give that a second. Docker image ls docker image rm this one. Okay. Do this again just to make sure they're all Minecraft. This one is also in need of deleting. Get rid of this one. Docker image like that. Can't be used because the stop container is using it. Docker container remove this one. Remove the volume. Okay. And we can, oops, we don't need to image RM. We need to image ls. Okay. We're now done with all of those. We have this new thing here. Okay, let me think. We have a game that has a volume. We would want it to use the deployer data. The deployer data is being created somewhere. Right, we have deployer data. RF, the deployer underscore deployer data. Docker volume prune. Docker volume ls. Okay. Deployer. Docker volume rm this one. That gets rid of that one, right? Then we have deployer games and deployer data. Oh, it's deployer games. What is deployer games? CD deployer games. Games. CD underscore data. Oh, this also has stuff in it. Okay. Okay, let a product portion be 0. I need to remove this from the product list without refreshing the page. How to remove that from API? Your thoughts? We can use action cable or something else for API. If you need to, yeah, WebSockets are going to be your best bet if you want to do stuff without having to. Well, if you don't need to refresh and you need it to go both, like the communication happen both ways, then yeah, WebSocket. So like, let's say I'm trying to buy an item, but every time someone buys an item, the number of items left goes down and I can see that counter. Then you probably want to broadcast that with the WebSocket, I guess. That feels like it'd be a lot of load on the server at that point. It really depends on what you're trying to do there. Deployer games, that's what I wanted to look at. So we have games and deployer games. So if I come in here and this is why, because this probably has the prefix deployer underscore with it, which means the Rails C, or sorry, over here, Rails C. Okay, let me do Kamal app exec. What? Kamal app. There we go. Okay, we want to grab that and then do. Oh, wait, no, we don't want to do this. We want to come over here to the games. So we need the mods controller, which does the. Oh, it goes to the dashboard API. Right. Okay. So we're going to run this one, right? Test a specific mod. So mod equals mod.first. Then we want to call this function, which is this one down here. So we grab this and we do this. We want to change this actually to be deployer underscore games. We're going to have to get rid of that at some point. But we'll cope. We'll do this. Okay, that lets us extract. And we don't use this. And then we do use the restart, right? Restart. All of that's fine. So we'll copy this. We'll paste this. Okay. We'll do this. Pass in the mod, right? Yes, extract zip file, press Q. Okay. Okay. What do I do here? Okay. What do you recommend for Rails interface modules without 10,000 lines of code to use JavaScript? Is your front end and back end like a Rails monolith, or are you using a API? Because you can usually get away with a little bit of stimulus if you have access to it, but I'm going to assume you probably don't. Because I've found that it's usually like maybe 5 or 10 lines to do a lot of stuff with like turbo plus stimulus. But those are like pretty situational that you're going to have access to those, I guess. And yeah, if your partial has like 150 lines of HTML or E or B, it might maybe look at something like Flex. See if that helps you remove some of those components. I don't know. But then you're really just moving the problem around as opposed to trying to address it. Front end ERB. Oh, right. You just said ERB. I'm dumb. Yeah. Then in that case, usually if you have stimulus, if you're on like Rails 7, I would go that route and then use Turbo where you can. Turbo lets you do all the server stuff you need to without having to do anything fancy. And then stimulus lets you just use like a small amount of JavaScript. But that really puts a lot of the work back to the back end. And you're just kind of like hand waving it away. Okay, so this extract container gives us the zip entry. What if we do this? Okay. That has all of these in here, right? Let's come in here. Mods directory. Mods directory is deployer games. So we want to test this. That. Like that. 0. Make directory, mods directory. Deployer games. Rails 6.1. Oof. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Unfortunately, I probably don't have a good recommendation then. Yeah, I don't. I've been. Upgrade, yeah. Upgrade Kappa. Oh, geez. Right, deployer games, mods. This says it's making a directory. File utils dot make dir underscore p. Oh wait, this is going to slash deployer game slash mods. If I try this system dir slash deployer games. Okay. Dir deployer data. Deployer games is that directory, right? Deployer games is removed. Okay, let's system dir slash deployer games. Wait, what? Okay. But to be serious, you technically can still use stimulus and turbo in Rails 6.1. Was that a thing back then? I don't know. It's been so long. I'm totally out of touch. Oh yeah, they made it like a default later on, right? So maybe that's worth looking at. Stimulus been around since 2017. I couldn't tell you anymore. It feels like we've been on Rails 7 for so long. Turbo links. Yeah, we don't talk about turbo links though. Hey, Mr. Brown, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Okay, we can do this and then we can grab, yeah, in this case it returned nil. But that's not this. It's clearly not this. So the Rails app volumes that we have access to are games. So Yeah, games exists right here. We would almost need to do this, I guess, which would let us copy into games in the Rails app. That needs to go to deployer games. Okay, I think I figured it out. I think I figured out the logic. Maybe. Kamal setup. Okay. I don't know what I was thinking. This really should have been solved like a long time ago. Okay, so now we have the deployer games here, which is linking to games on the Rails app. Deployer games is then being set here for this, which is going into data. So this Minecraft volume is mounting to games, but because the Docker Compose runs with the -p flag for deployer, this is technically deployer underscore games colon data. So deployer underscore games is the folder it's looking in, which is where the Rails app is looking in for its games. So when we extract the games here, it goes into here, which goes into here, which goes into the Minecraft app. So if we go into the, if we extract to games / mods, that'll put it into data / mods, which will put it into the proper directory for this thing to start with the mods deployed, I think. Hopefully. That is going to mean coming over here and clicking deploy on this. And yeah, I think a lot of this has to do with that -p flag. So I don't know how I feel about scoping this to deployer games as opposed to just games. Really don't know. And then the fact that this is replicated in so many areas needs to be fixed. So that's going to be one of the refactor points, is making sure that a lot of the stuff runs off of like 1 or 2 variables as opposed to the current 5. Okay. CD dot slash hello, Mr. Streamer, gamer, developer, content creator, editor, writer. I see the title has grown once again. It's good to see you again. Exporting image. Deployer games. Okay, so we're going to CD into deployer games / data, which is this one. Okay. Okay. If this finishes, probably need to start the server first just to make sure that that's working. But we can also just test this real quick. Okay, that's good. Over here, refresh, start server. Over here, Kamal app logs. Executing Docker Compose command. Okay, thank God this is at least consistently working again. That weird spot where nothing was working, that was freaking me out. All right, so that's good now. That'll start up, and then we can do this and see what happens. So let me do a Kamal app logs just to make sure. Perform this, download a newer image. That's all good. This will start. Deploy. Takes a minute. It's got to load all this up. Okay. Docker operation succeeded. STD out game. That seems fine. Now let's come over here. Mods directory is empty. Okay. Container manager. Or no, not the container manager. We have to come into the dashboard. In the dashboard, this is going to the mods directory. Kamal app exec there. Okay. System dir. Okay. Dir for slash. Sorry. Slash gives us games. Yes. So this now is mounted to games here as opposed to anything else. Because in the Rails app, we have this set to go to games. Here, it's checking for deployer games, but in here, it's games. Which means we can come over here. All app redeploy. This should then, oops, I did it again. Kamal deploy. This should then set up the thing to deploy to this directory, which should then hopefully set this up correctly because it goes to /mod /game/mod. This makes sense to me. This is the first time it has made sense to me, which could just be a symptom of I've been staring at this too long and I'm starting to hallucinate, but it could also just be that it's finally clicked. I really don't know. Okay, well, the server's up and running, at least. At least there's that. SS Tulpin on your server to show processes and ports. Yes, yes. Yeah, I think the ports are fine, at least right now. The main concern is I'm trying to get the zip file to extract to the shared volume again, but I've renamed all of the volumes like 20 times today. But I think all of the volumes are now synced up, which should let the mods extract back to there, which should also mean that once we change the thing in the Docker file, we can then have the Docker file build the image and start the server for the Valheim server as well. Now that this stuff kind of makes a bit more sense. So I'm actually going to come over to the image manager real quick, because now we know where all of this stuff needs to go. I think. We mount the payloads directory and then we do that. So we have payloads going to payloads here, right? So in the Rails app here, we need to make sure all of these go to /payloads. So we come over here. This is the container manager. I have to come over to the image manager. Payload. Okay, so we have the payloads directory right here, which is actually /payloads. And that should be good. And that should hopefully clean up a lot of this. This is now pushing up, which means we're almost done there, which means we can actually try some of this stuff now. Please. It's been so long. Just go back to working. Refactor's over. Refactor party's over. Please just work. It is interesting how fast the loads are when you're doing this compared to when I'm working with like different types of server hosting software. Whenever I'm in the Rails app, I'm like, wow, this is so snappy. I go over to like a WordPress app where I have to work on something. I'm like, oh God, why is this my life? All right, come on. Go, go, go. Okay, that's done. Go over here. Container still running. Go over to mod list. Click deploy. All app logs. Okay. It didn't get upset. Over here. Oh my God, it worked. We did it. We did it, Reddit. We found the mounted volume again. Okay. We don't have permissions issues because we don't have that Agenti panel running around. Yeah, so clear for reference. I have been going at this for 6 hours and 50 minutes, and I think the entire permission issue was just boiled down to I installed something that wasn't a container on the server, and it just broke Docker for some reason. And me. It broke me too. Hi, I'm a beginner in Ruby on Rails. I know the basic CRUD using scaffold and authentication using Devise already, but I don't know the advanced coding of it yet. Do you have any advice / recommendations? There is a, well, I guess there's a couple pieces of advice. First, find a project you want to build and then just learn how to build pieces of it, take small chunks of it, and then just work on it over time. That's always a good way to learn. Another way to learn is you got like the Go Rails stuff for the Go Rails path. You know, they have a bunch of stuff over here that you can look at where maybe there's stuff that you're not super familiar with. This path kind of builds on stuff. So maybe make like a password manager or URL shortener. This is kind of a new thing they're trying to make. So this has been like pretty cool recently to see them working on this. Another option is, I want to say twitter.com/ okay, let me find it. I think Jose was tweeting about this earlier. Where was it? 99 bottles of OOP. So if we come over here, where is it? Bottles of OOP. Yeah, and also just trial and failure in a lot of ways. This is another option. So there's a couple things. Mostly though, it comes from experience. You gotta build a bunch of stuff and you gotta fail at building a bunch of stuff to get better at building stuff. Build a Linktree clone Rails on Deanin site. Yeah, I still have to update that. The Linktree clone has gone through a couple different variations. Oh my God, guys, we can actually connect to the server. Let's do this, please. Now, of course, the server is a different world because we've completely destroyed the Rails app server. But I think we have the Docker file set so that I'm a mod, so we can do time set day as well. We at least have something, right? Still works. Beautiful. Okay. All right, and then console. Visiting the console causes the server to restart. Why did that happen? What am I doing here? Hold on. I'm going to wait for the server to come back up and then see if visiting this page causes it to shut down. Because if it does, that's really funny. Inspect. Game? Oh, no, not that. Docker container PS. Created 9 minutes ago. Uptime 27 seconds. Thanks a lot, bro. That means a lot to me. Yeah, I mean, it's always just a matter. Like, it's hard because ideally there would just be a path to go to, but it really depends on what you want to do. You want to build your own projects, or you want to get a job, or you want to just get better and go do competitive programming. Like, the advice is going to vary wildly. So that's kind of where you just have to figure out what you personally want to do. For me, I've always wanted to use Rails to just build cool stuff. So that's where my focus is. Because I did a lot of the learning for other languages. So I'm just like, yeah, I'll come here and I'll just have fun. Okay, so if I refresh this, or if I come over to the console, refresh. systemctl status file checker. It's not in here, is it? Okay, just making sure that that's not what happened. Okay, what is it? /give Dean iocom diamond 3. Okay, so yeah, and our Archon is still working. Because unlike all this Docker stuff, that's something that just works TM. Okay, so that's cool. We have that. Now we just have to come in here and make sure all of this is set up correctly. So we have the payloads directory, which cd out of here, cd into payloads and data. There's nothing in here right now. If we unzip the payload, we do this, we check, we go to game, normalize game, we do the file directory stuff, we make the payloads directory, which is that. We do the debugger, we unzip the file, and we do all of this. So I'm going to come over to games, create a new game, call it Valheim. This one does not have a Docker compose file, doesn't have a Docker file. It does have a payload though. So we're going to upload the Valheim payload. Over here, grab the payload zip, click submit. It takes a minute because it's a very big file. Over here, actually I'm a WordPress developer since 2018 and now 2024. There's one day that I told myself that I want to learn a language. I chose Ruby on Rails and basically building stuffs on it with the basics. I mean, it's a good language to learn, especially if you know WordPress. You probably know a lot of the tools that you would either want to build or that you would want to find, which makes it a lot easier because you already understand that there's plugins and stuff, and you just have to translate that over to like gems or other things. So like in the case like we were talking about earlier, if you're a WordPress developer and you want to make a e-commerce store, you understand you don't have to make an e-commerce store. There's probably a plugin that'll do that. In this case, it's a gem, which would be Spree or Solidus, which is a lot of the hurdles that a lot of like beginners run into as they go, I want to make a thing. And then they just assume they have to make it from scratch when people have already done a lot of that hard work for you, like user authentication, for example. At least that's what I see in like the comment section a lot is people are just, they're stuck on like the problems that aren't actually problems because someone else has already solved them. Okay. Yes. Thank you for the good luck. Hopefully all app logs. Okay. It's executing Docker build and it's not giving us a permission error, which again means it was an Agenti thing. So if we come over here in payloads, this is where the thing gets built and then it gets moved over to the image, hopefully. So if we do Docker images, Docker image ls, I think we're going to be looking for a Valheim image to appear here, but it's going to take a bit, assuming this is still running, which it looks like it is because we haven't seen that the job is done yet. So that's also good because that means that this is now also working with the refactor. Okay, we hovered over something, which is a bit unfortunate, but game was created for this. Creating directory payloads Valheim. Okay. Executing command Docker build. And then we get down here. Let's check the image. Yeah, this is where like a progress bar or something, some way to check the build progress would be good. So like the something like the sidekick or the good job. Good job right here. Something like this is what I need, like the dashboard, so that I can just watch this with a visual aid as opposed to just sitting here guessing with log files. Creating directory payload /Valheim. I don't like that. Why are you saying that? Creating directory payload /Valheim. That's not true. It should be /payload /Valheim. Whatever. Okay. Let's check again. Again, this ran for what, 5 or 6 minutes when we ran it on my computer earlier. Executing command. Build -t Deanin /Valheim latest. Payload /Valheim. Okay, whatever. This is unzipping, and then we get up here. Image registry image.name. Payload / Valheim. Okay. Hopefully that means it's working. Minecraft, all of those are still there. Performing image manager job, and then we get down here to this, still running. Is there a way to check image building progress Docker? Progress plane. When you run the Docker build command, Docker will output a progress indicator by default. If the build is failing, the progress indicator can be difficult to read. Okay, well, I don't think that's going to work here because we're in a different plane of existence with how this is running than what we're usually doing. This would be good if we could put it to a file and then look at the file. Yeah, something like this. Standard error stream. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's something to look at then. All right. Still executing, apparently. Okay, so then we can take a look at this and just make sure that this command makes sense to us. So if we come over here, we have a docker build -t image.registry. So it's tagging it as, it's going to be Deanin / Valheim : latest, I think. Payload / Valheim is fine. Which is sort of matching these patterns. So here's our Deanin Valheim right here. So it just got created 8 seconds ago. So the creation is now working. The scary one is going to be this button right here, because I haven't tested this yet. This is just... This one is a wild card right now. I tested it last night, but I haven't tested on this version. Okay, here we go. Executing command docker compose -p deployer. Docker operation succeeded. std out, whatever. Okay, I don't know if I believe that, but docker container ps. I guess we'll wait and see if we get a container here. Like a Valheim container or something. Okay, we got 3 right now. This was also one that took forever earlier, so we're probably gonna have to wait like a couple minutes to see if this one works. Let me just refresh here and make sure. I mean, it seems to think that this finished. Did it give us a like container ID? I guess we could check that, right? So let's come over here. Kamal app exec Rails C. And then we would need to do image.latest or image.last. Docker image.last. Okay, and then we got to do the game for this. So game.last doesn't have a container ID. So that's still not working. The container ID stuff is still broken, which is fine. Wait a minute. Nope, still only 3 here. Okay. Yeah, this is where I'm like, I don't know. We'll just see what happens, I guess. The image definitely took its sweet time running. Wait, did I? Hopefully I did that right. Hold on. This is our Valheim from the latest, right? Okay. Up about a minute. I think I might have hit the wrong one. So let me try this. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's do this. Start server for Valheim. We'll do Kamal app logs for this one. Okay. There we go. So that's good. It's running this. This name makes sense. There we go. Valheim latest. So I hit the Minecraft start button like a dummy. So this is now running, this container. We have built this from a zip file, and then we have started the server. So now the moment of truth. And by moment of truth, I mean it's going to be a couple minutes. We're going to open up Valheim at some point and see if we can connect to the server after uploading a zip file and pressing 2 buttons. Oh, also I should stop this and run this in Vulkan mode, because I think that one's a bit more performant. Close that. Okay. And I'm also going to do a Control-Shift-Escape to get my taskbar up, just in case this breaks everything. I don't think it will, but you never know. Oh man, this taskbar is thrilled to be open right now. Okay, so that's good. Let me resize it though, so that we're not taking up real estate from what you guys are doing. Okay. Just check. So it's up. Click play. Go to Vulkan. We need the IP address for the server. We'll grab this. Okay. Hey bro, I'm from Brazil. I found your channel right now. Oh, hey. Glad to have you. Glad to see that the Brazilian audience continues to grow. First stop was Costa Rica, now Brazil, then, I don't know, at some point we should probably loop back around and take Germany again, and then the world. Okay, so we have this, which I already have set up right here, right? Connect. So again, I don't think this is going to work the first try, just because it takes like 10 minutes for this to start. But we can at least check by doing Docker container PSs. So this says up for 2 minutes. I can do a Docker container log game, right? Or sorry, Docker container logs game. Oh. Oh wait, this is for game, not for the Valheim server. My bad. Docker container PS. Okay, so the name of this one is Valheim. So we want to do Docker container logs Valheim. Update status, Linux player success, app fully installed. Okay. So you can see here, like this whole time, it's still installing. But if we continue to monitor this, we should be good. Yeah, a lot of this stuff looks familiar from yesterday. The one thing we do have to watch out for is that the Steam stuff might go boom. But aside from that, we built this image. It's now going through the setup process, which is really cool. I'm so excited. I'm also going to turn this down because there's no reason for this to be 4K resolution. Okay. Yes. There we go. That's better. Oh my God, that's so much better. Okay, generating locations, checking for location duplicates. At least we get to culminate the stream on a high note with Valheim. This is always a fun one. Actually do this, I think. I don't know if there's going to be an echo. Let me know how that sounds, if you guys can hear it. Should hopefully be okay. We can check again, generating locations. Failed to place all giants, fire holes, place 57 out of 75. Got to give it a bit more time. Let's see. Refresh. Connect. Try it again. See what happens. Alrighty. Oh, tar pit. That looks different, right? Some way to like continually monitor this. Game server connected. Okay. Apparently my client would beg to differ, but we can keep trying. Connect. We're so close. We're so close. Please. I need this. I need this win. Okay. The problem is, I don't know if this is done at this point or if it still has another step. Which is kind of annoying. I'm assuming because it's not starting now that that's pretty much it, right? But also try this one, but I don't think that's going to work. I think this one's the one that has to work. Let me check if I add a server. Oh. Just make sure the IP address is correct. SSH, it is 154.53.46.232. Do this. Let me bin this one. Yes. And then add a server. Paste it in. Add server. It adds the IP. We click connect. Over here and we check the logs real quick. Yeah, this still just says connected. Game server connected, I guess. What we want to see is it prompt us for a password. If it prompts us for a password, we know we're good. Okay. We can also try the domain name. See if that one does anything different. Now the other option is that this is another one of those things, like I said yesterday, where I had to stop the container and then restart it. I really hope that's not it, though. Somehow don't think it is. Okay. Let's see. Now, another possibility is that the Docker file is set up wrong. Let me see. Valheim server container. Go look at the actual documentation. Okay. Fresh start will take several minutes depending on your internet connection speed, as the container will download the Valheim dedicated server from Steam. Not forget to modify your world name to reflect the name of your world. For existing worlds, it's this. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a Docker container restart Valheim. We haven't connected yet, so I'm going to try to restart the Valheim container and see if that does anything. Yesterday I had to restart it once to make things work. Connecting anonymously to Steam profile. Loading Steam API. Okay. Waiting for server to listen. Is modded false. Registering lobby. No texture data. Audio man already exists. Console. So there's a way to whisper and do stuff in the console. Game server connected. Okay, so see, this time it went past the game server connected, though. This time it's actually running stuff. Let me try to connect. See what happens. Oh, we're seeing a loading, so that's something. Oh, and now we're back over to connecting. Nope. Okay. All right. Let's think. The last question that always makes me overwhelmed. Is it okay to reuse codes from my previous project, create new projects? I mean, it's okay to copy and paste it. Also, is it okay to use chat? All right. Reusing your code. I think I've literally done this in tutorials before. Totally fine. Don't worry about it. Like, as long as you're not copying and pasting code that clearly doesn't work, you're fine. Like, that's the whole point of learning how to do things. Isn't necessarily to... You're not necessarily learning how to, or learning to memorize everything that you do. You're learning the most efficient way to do those things. Like, for example, for me, I know devise usernames. I don't know how to implement those from scratch, but I have it memorized how to Google to get to that page to set it up, which lets me do it in like a minute every time I go to do it. And then I have like a rough idea of where I need to copy and paste it, and I go look at the lines that tell me where to put it. In other cases, like I go to my own repositories and I grab my own code because I've done it before and I'm like, I don't want to do this again. So yeah, that's fine. Is like Marco said, as long as you understand what you're copying, it should be fine. And then in terms of using ChatGPT, it can be hit and miss, if I'm being honest. Sometimes it's helpful, sometimes it just wastes your time. And it can be a bit of a trap where it'll waste a lot of your time if you don't know what to look for. So like sometimes you can kind of, you get a feel like an ick for what it's doing and you go, you're trying to be helpful here, but you clearly aren't going to be productive. And that's when you have to just step away and say, okay, it's not going to help me with the way that I prompted it there. So you either have to restart from scratch or just go approach the problem yourself. But like if ChatGPT is generating some code for you, that to me is no different than going to Google and having Google find some code for you. Oh, hey, it's still going. App fully installed. Okay, so yeah, it was just getting stuck there. Okay. I just don't know if this is done now. Because again, now we're at a different point where it could either be done or not be done. Skip show logo, Steam client. Show me the password screen. Stop sending me to the main menu. Okay. Connecting anonymously. Waiting for client. Show me the goods. Thank you. Sorry for my questions. I am just really eager and willing to learn. Thanks again. Oh, don't apologize for asking questions. That's the whole reason I'm here, is to do what I can to help out. And fail to connect to a video game for some reason. We're not going to touch that part. Can I come in here and just... Yeah, this is... Let's just try it. Let's just keep trying. There's nothing else I can really do. I can either retry or restart. That's it. Run parts, report, etc cron hourly. It's fine. Give me the login. Tell me we're good. Do that thing. Come on. I sent a screenshot to a friend yesterday going, woo, I got a second game working. And now here we are. Let's try the domain name again. Although I really don't think the domain name is going to be the one that works. That one, I think we do actually have to go into the, we have to configure it a bit. Logging directory / home Valheim Steam logs. We also check that. Is your server even running locally? The local one is the one that got stuck in WSL. This one is on the VPS. So this is the one that we've done through dnout.com. We've deployed it. And it's up and running there. And that's how I did it. This was the one that worked yesterday. WSL is the one I couldn't get to work. I also didn't try very hard, but... The only thing I can think of here is to try to restart again, but I really don't want to do that. Let me check. Way to do this? There is. Okay. Okay, so we want to do logs -f -tail 10. Okay. So that works. And then let's just try it. Docker container restart, I guess. I'll let this one go and then I'll just restart it again. But yeah, yesterday it got through this and then it just prompted me for a password. But I seem to recall different messages in the logs yesterday when it got to that point. Yeah, this looks similar here. I don't think I've changed anything else. But let me check the Docker file just to make sure. Maybe there's something in there that'll jump out to me. There we go. So if we come in here, we have the compose file that we can look at. So this had 9001 in TCP, as well as that. So if I do a Docker container, PS, for Valheim, we have 80, 9001, 2456, 2457. I don't know if the 2458 matters or if that's like exclusive. Port 80 for TCP. Let me go check how we connect. Maybe there's something in here about how to connect. Command line, database connections. It's not listening on 0.0, is it? Oh, you're right. Yeah, that would do it. How do I change that? Okay. Over to here. We're running a Docker compose file here, right? Oh wait, image manager. We come over here. What's the command we run? We run a docker build -t with this. That's going to run through here. Goes to here, which is the bootstrap file. Priority 80. 0.0.0.0 in here. Oh wait, this is the wrong place. Never mind. I'm not gonna find that in here. Let me see. Supervisor HTTP server connected. Okay, we come back over to here. I wonder, what if I do this? Oh, that wouldn't make sense either. Okay, let's see. If I come in here, scroll down and find this isn't even the right place. I want to come in here. IP. Directly by a host name or whatever. Change the port, you have to specify it like so. Okay, which I didn't do. Also the Steam server browser. Steam view servers, change filter and select game Valheim. Okay, I'm not doing that. Container uses a process supervisor aptly named supervisor. Within the container processes, started and restarted using that. Oh, that's nice. Web server. Dude, there's so much included in this container. Oh, geez. Okay. Okay, let's come back over to here. Let's see. Because I'm realizing that this worked yesterday because I was using the Docker compose file, I think. So I'm wondering if that's what's causing this to not work. Because somehow this configuration is different from what the compose file is doing. Double check if the container is in the right network. Networks bridge. I think that's similar to I think if I change it to the private ports right here. Host IP, host port. Let's do this. Okay. Come down here. Oh, this is because of the supervisor. To adjust the configuration of the HTTP server within supervisor. Supervisor config file. Okay, so let's come over here. Valheim server. Supervisor.conf. Okay. Identify the configuration section. Find the section that says setup something. So setup. There's no setup in here. Not a thing. There's nothing else for supervisor.conf, is there? There's not. Okay, so supervisor. There's a fake supervisor. For some reason. What's in the fake supervisor? Okay. Here. It's because of the TCP UDP syntax? Yeah, I don't know. Backup. Wait, what's this? User / local / etc supervisor conf. Okay. One thing I've came to my senses, I'll never understand regex. Yeah, just don't even bother. Had a whole course on it in my theory of comp, and it was still apparently you can do 0.0.0.0 colon port colon port. Interesting. So this right here was the one that worked yesterday. This worked out of the box, I think. Like in your Kamal / compose file. Huh. What do you have now? Well, my deploy doesn't really have anything in it that's related to this. So the Minecraft server just works because port 25565 just works TM. The compose file, I guess, is the Docker file in this case. Not this Docker file, it's the other one. So this is the compose file, which is the one that I used yesterday. There's really nothing in here that does anything. And then we have the Docker file, which is doing a bunch of stuff, but really it's just doing these exposes here. I'm not seeing anything else in here that could possibly be setting this. But I don't know what the supervisor thing does. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Let me scroll up. Deploying with Docker and systemd. Let's do that. Get a config file /etc /sysconfig /valheim server. I don't want to do that though. Then enable the Docker container on system boot. Okay, I'm not doing that. Okay, so that's from manual backup. You know what? This has been running long enough. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do a Docker container, restart Valheim. I'm just going to see if restarting it does anything. Running directly via hostname. Steam server browser. Not what I need. Full screen it. Okay, Valheim Plus. Don't need that. Cron configuration. See mod config with that. Disable server password. Startup CMD. Don't need that. Okay, there's really nothing in here that mentions this. Does Docker, hold on, Docker port Valheim 2456? Two, 4, 5, 7, 9001, 80. I hate it here. Does it say for the Minecraft Rails one? Docker port game. Docker port Valheim. Docker port this one? Oh, whatever. We can see right here. It's pointing to 0.0.0.0, that IP address. Or that port, sorry. So in the Valheim case, it's just not doing that for any of these. Just gonna call it a night. Alrighty. Well, good night, Austin. Thanks for hanging out. Burnt out in the PDF reader. Regex trying to find the NHSTA number. Saving you to the database. To me, it seems like it's not actually running the compose file. Okay, so it's running. Hold on. Create a config file, enable the config file, deploying with the compose. All right, let's see if there's like an actual documentation for something. I'll mount the server directory. Just exposing it in the Docker file makes it available, but you have to redeclare it in the compose file that's to get it exposed. I see. Okay. And I clearly cannot type anymore. Yeah, I can't think anymore, so we're in a similar boat. Okay, should I run the compose file in this case though? Because it's pulling the image from the repository as opposed to creating it from the whatever this is. How are you starting the container? I think I'm starting it with a Docker build and then a Docker run, I want to say. Image manager. Yeah, this is running a Docker build on here. So it's not running a Docker compose command because the Docker compose command would ignore the image we've built. Well, in this case, we're building it, right? So it wouldn't matter anyways. Are you passing the -p to the run? Oh, no. Hold on, let me remember where I do that. Oh, container manager. I'm doing in this case, it's a deploy compose file. We're not doing that. It's this one right here. I'm doing docker run -d container name. Let me just do this. Let me just post the code. It's so much easier than me reading it off. Alrighty. Oh, apparently that's disconnected. So let me do this. There we go. Don't know why, but my restream is DC'd. So let me open up restream again. There we go. Okay. Now it's connected to all three again. So in this case, you're saying I would have to run the -p. Okay, and then where did I do the... Maybe? Container name, image tag. Okay, right. I guess you want to pass the -p like you have in that compose file. Alrighty. -p deployer. Okay, let's try it. Well, deploy. I trust you in this case because you know far more about this than I do. Docker container stop Valheim. Okay, we'll do that. We'll wait for the Kamal deploy to happen. Or you can also use -- expose. Deployer part makes sense. That could be what's causing this to not work, I guess. But I guess we'll see. We gotta wait for this to finish now. Okay. Publish exposed ports. Okay, well that was just not helpful. I'm not sure if it was the -p, but there's a flag to expose the ports on our own. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm assuming whatever this... Maybe however this one is built, however they built the Valheim image just does that for us. Or it could just be that these aren't in here. 2.5... See, this number is also different, right? This is 2458. I don't know if that matters. We'll see. We'll focus on this first. Okay. Yeah, you need to do it twice. Rip. Okay. It's working. We can come over here again. I really just want to do something that... Oh man, that might be a tomorrow project. Above everything else is a thing that just tells me the status of these commands. At least when you bind the ports to the host. Yeah. We'll see. If this one here doesn't cause it to have those ports exposed, I can just start doing it through the console because I know the command, so it's not a big deal. to do it. But I do want to come over to the game container for the container manager job. There we go. There. Docker container PS. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Apparently we have 2 Rails apps running. Okay, that's done. Now we're down to 3 again. Okay. Control L, and then we want to start the server, right? So we click Start Server. Over here and do a Kamal app. Oops, Kamal app logs, sorry. Docker operation failed, Docker container port deployer. Dash P deployer. So that might just be a thing. Okay, but how do I expose these? Because I can't just put like expose into the command here. Because then that just turns this into the deploy Valheim command, right? Ideally, I would just have this exposed from the Docker file. Valheim server over here. Let me check. Container. Was it Docker container Valheim ports? Docker. Was it Docker ports Valheim? There it is. Yes, there's still nothing here. Oh, okay. The alternative is we could either just author a new Docker Compose file, like after we do the image manager, we come in here and then we say, okay, we've created the image now. We now have a name for the image, right? Why can't you use the one they provide? I'm trying to get it to a point where if they don't provide a Docker Compose file, it would still work. To run on the server, because I can't guarantee every game is going to have a Docker Compose file, I think was my initial logic. Unless it makes more sense to just say if there is no compose file, I'll create one. You have to pass in all the config to the run call. Right. So then I think in that case, if we work under that assumption, then I think it makes more sense that I would just make it, which would either mean I think the best way to do it is to say I have a template Docker Compose file. So like I have this one, and then I have to replace this with the information we have for the in the image manager job. So like image manager goes through, it deploys this, and after this is deployed, we create this thing and we replace this with whatever it is on here. Docker volume ls. Or Docker image ls. So we just do this. Deanin or Valheim, whatever, right? Valheim colon latest. Something like this. Maybe that's the way to do it. In the best case, it's just the image and the ports you want to expose. Yeah, so this will be something that has to be figured. Well, hold on. Let me just do this twice just to make sure that works. Right, and then this would be what we would want to test. So we have a way to test this already. Click start server and we see what happens. Couldn't find env file. Okay, so yeah, this is now the problem. Valheim.env. Is it Valheim.env? I thought it was just .env. Right? Maybe not. Let me check. I thought there was something in here about setting a .env file. Yeah, valheim.env.example. Okay. Let's see. This should be in the zip file. We have valheim.env.example. I don't know. Oh, .example. We're just going to try this. Come over here, edit this. Let me just make sure this is good. Submit. Edit. Submit. Clear console. Start server. Find /root/Valheim. Server config. Hold on. Yeah. So I need that location. So how did this work for? Let me come in here. Let me grab this one. This is definitely the one I ran yesterday, right? Valheim compose file. Let me see. Maybe there's a different one and I ran another one without realizing it. It doesn't look like it. Did you run it locally? Well, I ran it on the server last night. I ran it both locally and on the server. Today we've run it locally and we've run it on the server. But last night was the only time it actually worked on the server. So there's a chance I went through it and I changed these things. But I seem to recall yesterday when I was looking at this that there was I don't know, like an actual page I was looking at. It wasn't just this. What was I looking at yesterday? This? No. Because you might have the folder there. unfortunately, that was over here. Payloads. In here. Which had the Docker compose file in it. You mean it's not in the... I've been using it all day. What do you mean it's not in the loud host? It's right here. Yeah, this is the same one. Okay, let me think. Other option is over here and click build from payload. Maybe that's the difference. Okay, Kamal app logs. Okay, unable to prepare context path. Unable to prepare context path / payload / volume. Docker operation failed. Okay, so this is in the image manager. Oh, right, because we don't have that. Yeah, okay. Probably only works locally because you have the folder. Oh, yeah, you know, that's a good point. Yeah, so I'll have to figure this out. It's clearly there's going to be some more work before this works, unfortunately. And then, yeah, I'm going to have to refactor some of this to figure out. I mean, another thing I can do is I can do... What is it? Oh, start the container, I guess. Edit this game. Not a compose file. Start server. You can try to run it with Docker run. Okay, that's another thing I'll try. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. All app logs. Did that not work? Oh, invalid container port. Right. Because we added the -p somewhere. Container job, and then we get rid of that -p, which we did. So we have to do a Kamal deploy. Get that to work. Then we can come over here because this isn't going to start, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. So we can do that with a Docker run Valheim. Okay, Docker images ls. Docker volumes ls. Docker container ps. Okay, so we have containers. Docker volumes ls, right? Okay. Docker image ls. Okay, maybe I'm just losing it. This one. Docker run image dash, what was it? Dash. I think it would be best if you didn't have... Hey, anarchist. Hope you're doing well. I think it would be best if you didn't have the Docker file in the DB, but just file in the app, so you can actually only spin up games you have hard-coded. Yeah, that might also be best. That's how I originally had it. Right here with the Forge Composer. That's how I have this safe one. I think what I ultimately need to do is something like that. But I also think this needs to switch around. I still need to find someone who's good at coding and stuff, because for one, I am stumped. I think unfortunately I'm stumped as well. What are you stumped with? Okay, Docker run this. We need a -p, what was it, 2456 colon, or dash 2458. P 1. That, and then this one needs to be /TCP. An SSD. Okay. Guess we try it. -p. Oh wait, what am I doing? How's I running it in the job? Container. Sorry, I was doing something. Okay, wait, hold on. Docker run. Isn't showing its original manufacturer. It reads and writes in crystal disk info, but -d -- name will be Valheim. And we have the image, which needs to be tagged with latest, I think. This. Oh, Docker stop Valheim. Docker rm Valheim. Just -p. Oh, I see, I see. Docker, okay. Docker rm Valheim. /Valheim :latest, right? Is that Docker image ls /Valheim :latest. Name Valheim. Maybe put the image last. It's possible. Maybe it's the ports that are upset here. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Okay, hold on. Latest. This. Yep, that was it. Have you ever heard of this? I'm so scared someone went and messed with it internally, but Crystal Disk shows it's legit. I don't know. That sounds like a I don't know if that means that it's not legit or if it's just, yeah, hardware is hard. Unfortunately, you're talking to a software developer who took exactly 1 semester of hardware. Okay, Docker. Oops, I just exit out. Docker container PS. Okay, Valheim's now up and running. Docker. Let me just grab this before I forget. Ta-da. Paste that in. Okay. And then we need Docker logs Valheim. Like that. Okay. Server started with the bootstrap. Was it Docker port Valheim? Okay, yeah, so now they're exposed. Unfortunately, this is going to require changing some stuff. Docker dash expose. Expose 80. That's not what I'm looking for. That was the same blog post I saw last time. Logs. Update status. Okay, so it's running through and downloading everything. Yeah, so I think the way to go is fix the Valheim Docker compose file and then just have the image name thrown in there as a way to get this to work. I don't want to do that. Oh, you're missing the volumes. Yeah, and the env. Okay, so that's another option. Yeah, I mean, ultimately the solution here is just make a Docker compose file. Do that, and then you can just deploy with this one, and problem solved. So there's just a little bit of stuff there that needs to be changed. It's actually not that bad. I just need to find a way to do that. Hey, Bobby, how are you? Hope you're doing well. So then what we can do, I guess, is Valheim server. Something like that. And then we need this setup, right? This needs to be looked at, and then these need to be changed because these are not my idea of a fun time. And yeah, what I might have to do, I might have to go in here and just give each of these their own job and then just customize it that way. I can reuse a lot of the logic from the manager and the container in the image manager, but that's probably how I'm going to end up having to do it. And then, I mean, at this point, all I really want to see is that this is up and running and I can connect to it. Even without the persistence, I'll call it a win for the night. Does once again go to show you how smooth that Minecraft server is, though. That Minecraft compose file is just like, and it works. That's it. That's all you have to do. You run the thing and the thing just works right out of the box. Off topic, I'm a front-end dev trying to transition into a full-stack role, but considering Rails senior dev problem, do you think I should go with another language and framework? I mean, the best advice I can give, in all honesty, is always to just look at the market around you, go to like Indeed and see what's available. The senior dev problem is real across the industry right now, which means what I thought the problem was 2 years ago now is much worse. The industry also has that problem, but there's a larger pool to attempt to apply to if you know something that is, I guess, more widely used near you. So instead of Rails, maybe you'd look at like .NET if you lived where I lived, or if you're over in Germany, you'd be looking at like Spring or something, like one of the Java frameworks, whatever they are. And then like whatever your front end stuff would be that you're comfortable with, which would be like React or Vue is probably the two main ones right now. It's not popular because, you know, people want to learn Rails, but finding a job is definitely going to be hard right now for the Rails especially. And at the end of the day, like you got to be able to eat. Once you eat, then you can work on transitioning to Rails as a developer, but my advice would be focus on that first. So I'd say something like, yeah, I don't know. I wish I had something more encouraging to say. I'm sorry. It's great advice. Thanks. Yeah, well, I'm glad you think so. It just sucks because I don't have anything to. I don't have a way to solve the problem of people aren't hiring junior Rails devs right now. It's just the state of things, unfortunately. But there is that point where you do have to say, like, you know, you have to set aside like the love for the hobby or whatever the fun tool is, and realize that there's work tools as well. And then from there you can branch out if you want to. There's a bunch of jobs lately though. I don't know. I think we're probably going to go through another year to year and a half of people thinking that lean is the way to go before you see like numbers return to where they were. Even those numbers for like junior Rails devs weren't really great. Okay. Yeah. I somehow doubt this is going to work. I think unfortunately, whatever the compose file they have, whatever image they pull down is just properly configured, and these are just not going to. Docker. Let's try this. 154.53.46.232.2. Not 2.46. We want to do. Let's try both. I tried connecting to the same one I did last time. which was 2456, I think. Okay, so that was it. We have to use this one instead. Okay, and then I have to figure out what the password is. I don't know. Does anyone have a good guess? We at least got this. That's a win, right? We take those. What would the default password be? Because it doesn't have an env file, right? It's not exposing the same port internally and externally. Yeah, it seems like it's just kind of guessing. Okay, what's in here? Server pass. This one? Let me look at the logs. Okay, so that was the wrong password. Okay. What if there is no password? Let's try an empty password. Logs. Might have to actually have to use the syntax you have with the repeating ports. Otherwise, Valheim will refuse to start. Server pass secret. That looks like a default. Oh, that was it. Server password is secret. Okay. We did it. That was not... Saying we did it is being very generous. That said, something works. Okay, so now my question is, if I come over here... Pick this stuff up. Quit. Yes, we know the password secret. Docker container stop Valheim. Okay. I never saw this game, only heard about its name. It's a fun game if you like survival crafting. I realize that's not a high selling point these days, but it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the boss combat in it. The combat in general was fun. There was a couple things were a little bit annoying. Yeah, the graphics are interesting for sure. Let me do this. Okay, so it was this, right? Colon this again. And then 9001 colon 9001. And then we do the slashes and then this should work. So I'm going to copy this. Hit enter. Oh wait, Docker container rm Valheim. Okay. Let's come into the README and let's paste this in. Okay. I think it was because of the position of the image. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. Like I said, my brain stopped working like 4 hours ago. So I was just looking for anything that would make the run command work. Okay, Docker container logs. Oh wait, logs Valheim. Case in point. Okay, let's come over to start game. Start game. Come over to select world. This one, 2456, and click connect. Oh, and I also want to check while this is running. I'm sure my computer's going to love this. I want to make sure that if you have a good enough server, this is also a way to run 2 games at once, which does introduce other problems for like managing all this stuff. But maybe just create like a currently running containers page on the website to see how much is running. Let's take a look at the computer real quick and see how it feels about this. Okay, waiting for that. Connecting there. Over here. Connect again. And then Minecraft is starting. Okay. Okay. Exit status 0 expected. Alheim updater. Waiting for user info. Like that. I wish it would tell me more, but I guess there's nothing you can really do. Oops, let's go over here. Refresh. Okay, so yeah, the Minecraft server's still up and running while this is happening. There we go. Now it's doing all this. And this probably tells us that you were right. The volume doesn't exist. So when we hop back in, the character is not going to have whatever we picked up. Come over here. Yeah, I think that's why everything's running again. Give, or I guess /give Dean iocom netherite ingot 3. Okay, so that works. I mean, I guess the good news is we have 3 or 4 at this point different servers running on the same server. So that's neat. It can at least handle all of this at the same time. We just gotta like get this working better. And I'm willing to bet that your theory on the compose file, I shouldn't even call it a theory, your point on the compose file is also what was causing the Project Zomboid server to not work. Jesus. I come over to the Project Zomboid Docker server. I bet this one also has a, yeah, compose file right here. And it does similar stuff with the ports. So I'm assuming that's what's up here. Okay, server's starting. It's now listening. It's now started. Go over to, just like it. Let's go over here and try to connect to 2456. This one should work now. New game. Project Zomboid. Post file. Upload. Submit. Oops. Oh no, this will be fine because I used the other name. Now you may be asking yourself, does he ever learn his lesson? And my answer to that is, not really. Let's look at the app logs. Oh, right, because this is a compose file. I do that every time. I literally never learn my lesson. Let's start this server and see what this one does. Okay, couldn't find file /tmp.env, which is this env file, I'm assuming. Edit this game, and then we'll come over here real quick and we'll do the container logs to see where this is at. Okay, so it's still placing stuff, so yeah, we got a minute here. You saw nothing. Start server. Oops, let's come over here. No such file or directory. Build failed. Oh yeah, because this one needs the context and stuff. Okay, so yeah, this one's not going to work. At least not in the current state of the app, but that's okay. Remove the build? Okay. I can do that. It will pull the image. Ta-da, new game. Project Zomboid. This file. What do we got? Get rid of this and get rid of the build. Submit. Make sure this actually gives me the file, which it does. Okay. We'll call this zomboid.yaml. I gotta make sure I start saving these, so I'm trying to do that here. Grab this and put it over here. Okay, there's another one. All right, and then I'm gonna check the logs for this. This says it's socket closed by Steamworks. Steam net connection status changed. Call back. Game server connected. Connect. Start server here and see what this one does. Okay, this is executing this one. Okay. True multitasking. Yeah, I'm really just stressing it to the limit, right? Okay, so this was secret. But like the concept is here. This is clearly doing a lot of stuff that would be really hard to set up manually. It just turns out it's also hard to set it up automatically. To the surprise of no one. Okay. Yeah, and then we can come over here and we can check the... It's like one of those restaurant games where you have to cook 5 meals at a time. It's what's that game called? Like Overcooked? It's Overcooked, but it's like over deployed, over hosted. Docker volume ls. Docker image ls. Okay, I'm assuming the Zomboid one is going to take a minute. While app logs. Okay. Could he show up in your shop and want to deploy game servers? Oh, geez. Docker container ls. Get upset if they cannot connect in time. That's if I were to spin this up into an actual service, that is what scares me. Is the customer support would be for the kitties. 1, 2, 3, 4. You better give me free diamonds on my Minecraft server. My dad works for Microsoft. You can give yourself free diamonds, Jimmy. You just go to the console. Oh, okay, thanks. All right, less than a second ago. What's the name of this one? I guess it's this, right? Docker container logs, and then this. Okay. Let me see. After all, why shouldn't I put even more stress on my computer? I mean, I gotta test it if it's doing stuff, right? Oh, that's weird. The download changed. It's only 2 gigs. Okay, whatever. So yeah, and then we add something up here, or maybe over here, for like currently running servers. So you can see Valheim, Minecraft, etc. What's this game about? So I got this gifted by one of my friends. I've played all of maybe 10, or I guess 2 hours of it. It's like a zombie survival game. It's all pixely. So you walk around, you evade the zombies, but I guess it's like hyper realistic where if you get a scratch, you'll start to die over time from the infection. So it's very, very like high risk type of game. But my friends seem to like it. And I guess there's like a big update coming out soon, which is why one of them mentioned trying to get this to work. Let's try it. Okay, it looks like we still got a little bit of wiggle room here. I'm going to go ahead and close Valheim because that's clearly working. And that one will free up a lot of bandwidth on my computer. Hopefully. Let me see. Is this opening somewhere? Okay. I need to move this into windowed mode. Otherwise, we can't see how much work I'm not doing in the background. It's a very important component here is to keep the all of the stuff on the screen so that people go, whoa, he's doing so little. Okay. Accept. Options. Oh my God. Windowed. 1440. Does the GUI resize at all? Yes. He deployed it first try. Exactly. Okay, well. Accept, whatever. Okay, join. Okay, we have an IP, which we know what to use for that. Right, we need this. Then we need the Docker port, so we'll do Docker port, whatever this one's called. Containers PS, Docker container PS. We need to grab this one for the Project Zomboid, which doesn't have a good name, but that's okay. We'll do Docker port this. Nothing. Yeah, I'm realizing now this doesn't actually have anything at all. Like it just doesn't have any ports. Server script entry. How did it start that now? That's what I would like to know. It's got these ports, so maybe let me just try one of these. Let me just see. It's this IP, this port. I have no idea what the password would be. Oh wait. Again. Server failed to respond. Okay, well at least this is faster than the other one. Refresh. Just the run command again without the P, that would explain it. Well, this one should be the... this one went through the container manager, which means it ran with the -P. Deploy compose file. It ran with this one. Docker compose -P deployer, and then it ran this one. But in here, I'm not seeing anything. So it ran with the scripts entry, whatever. If I come over to Project Zomboid here, and we look at the entry script, there surely is one. Entry.sh. What is -P on Docker Compose? I think it's like the project name. When I looked it up earlier, it looked like there was a -P. I think -P exposes all ports or something for Docker itself. Set the default port to the server, for example, 1621. Okay. I do use Steam Relay, is that a thing? Refresh. Okay. Server's not responding. Yo. This. Refresh. Container doesn't expose the ports. Yeah. Let's go back to the README and see. Okay. Never mind then. Default port is 1621. Password is optional. Okay, to set up the server, you can use the Docker Compose program. Copy the env template to .env and edit it with the settings you want. Only mandatory variable is admin password, and just the first time the server is executed. Once it is started, at least once it can be removed. The optional on Docker Compose up-D. I feel like it ran the Docker again. Okay, let's do this. Docker container, oops, container, ls. There we go. Up 4 seconds. So this one just started. So we have 1621. I did not restart it. I was hoping you knew. Docker container. Let's grab this. Logs. Oops, deployer. Sorry. Waiting for a response from Steam servers. Enter new admin password. Okay, so this is where it needs the admin password. So we're actually going to come into here. Let me come over to the actual Docker file itself, and I'm going to copy it over. Zomboid. We need a env. We need to set the admin password in here. I think it's like... It was just starting up as it was downloading the image. Yeah, that's also possible. Can I do like a admin password and set this to password? Like that, and then try again. So let's do Docker container stop this one. Docker, I think it was without the underscore. Oh. Okay. Docker ls. Valheim, Minecraft, itsg. Okay. And then we want to start this, but we want to use this instead. So I'm going to come over here, edit this game. Can I just like drag this over here? I can't. Damn. Okay. Paste this in. I don't know if this will work. We'll see. Update. Let me edit it twice in admin password. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like this. Admin. Oh, it was. Okay. Good catch. That one would have thrown me for a loop. Okay. Submit. Compose. Okay. Start server. Docker container ls. Yes. Okay. I assume this is probably going to take a minute. Oops, didn't mean to do that. App logs, right? The compose file is invalid because unsupported config option for services, project Zomboid dedicated server, env. Okay, so I need to actually do this with a environment like this. Oh, from the DENV file. Okay, so this won't work. By doing this. Web environment dash this equals this. Really? Okay. Copy it. Edit. I'm learning so much. Like a weird amount of stuff. Okay, so that looks good. Start server. All apps. Okay. Docker operation succeeded. So this seems good. Go over here. Docker container PS. It's up. So let's do Deployer project Z. And then we'll do Docker container, or yeah, Docker container logs this. No UPnP enabled internet gateway found. The server hangs here, set it to false. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Did that work? Did we get another game hosted? That's pretty funny. Joining game, yeah, so I guess that worked. Reloading Lua, is it written in Lua? That's painful. Okay. Fire officer, sure, next. Lua's neat. Yeah, my entire recollection of Lua is it's used in a couple different Unity asset stores, or Unity assets. It was used for like scripting in WoW, and I think it's also used in Minecraft Computercraft. Like CC Tweaked uses it, I think. Play. Oh, username Dean. So that worked. I can't believe it. This is so cool. Okay, so we have this working. We still have Minecraft running. I only learned it for NeoVim. I wish I knew it when I was playing modern Minecraft. Yeah, that would have been so cool. Okay, click to start. Let me come over here to... Okay, if the computer dies here, I just want all of you to know I appreciate that you've been hanging out while I've been doing this. I don't know how it's going to handle me opening another game. Like at this point, it's such a mess. It's epic music to drop into a Sims looking game. Yeah. It doesn't... it doesn't get much better. Okay, that's working. Then we can come over here and we can connect to this one too. Yeah, now I think we're capping out the GPU because now we're lagging a bit. Connect to this. Okay, I gotta put in the secret password. Oh, I can't do that. Okay. Secret. You guys didn't hear that. Okay. I resize. Oh, I can resize this one. Okay, so we can put this one like over here. Hold on. Okay. I was about to say, I think I moved the Valheim window off screen. Okay, there we go. Get this up and running. Yes, let's go. Okay. We have 3 different games hosted and a Rails app hosted. Beautiful. Look at that. Okay. I'm trying to get this into a presentable thing so I can send it to some friends. We'll just do this. Win Shift S. And I gotta wait for the snipping tool to actually work. And now I can do this. Yeah. Okay. Let me exit out of this and this. Hopefully give my computer back some of its mojo. Oh. Do this. Twitter. We'll post the tweet while we do it. Why not? Okay. I don't even know what to say for this. I'm gonna bend the truth a little bit with this tweet and say Ruby on Rails with Kamal running a Minecraft project, Zomboid, and Valheim server all at once. Does Contabo have a... They do. Why not? And Grammarly's upset at this. We'll also say at the same time. Simultaneously running these. And yes, it matters. Might also tag at Rails. I swear DHH is going to find where I live if I keep tagging him and hosting stuff. So yeah, I'll tag Rails. That's funny. Here we go. There we go. A Minecraft Project Zomboid and simultaneously running Minecraft Project Zomboid and Valheim servers. Okay, there we go. I'll drag you into this too. There we go. Beautiful. Now I have a way to send it to my friends and say, look what I did. Look at the mess I made. Okay. Let me come over here. Get status. Get add dot. Get commit. Hey Dean, I just wanted to thank you. I'm a newbie at Rails. I've learned a lot so far by your lessons. I'm glad you've learned a lot. I am sorry that some of the lessons turn into whatever this is. Okay. Oh, git commit -m. Oh yeah, it's been a minute since I pushed. Okay, there we go. Okay. That was an adventure. Alrighty, I appreciate everyone hanging out. I am 3 hours past when I was supposed to stop streaming. 4 hours over when I was supposed to stop streaming. So I think we are going to call it here. But yeah, I do appreciate everyone hanging out. It's been something. Yeah, thanks for watching. Yeah, it's always something insane when I get here and do this, but feel free to follow, feel free to show up next time. I'll be doing more of whatever this was. Hopefully we'll clean up the code and get it to a point where it's like actually usable and not 8 hours worth of debugging. Good night. I hope you don't dream about Docker. Oh, don't worry, I will. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time.